Chapter 264. Little man, shut up. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak to me? Be careful, or I'll kill you immediately. Mo Qianji coldly harumphed. That commander didn't dare to speak anymore. His face turned red from anger. After all, Mo Qianji was favored by the third prince. They could not afford to offend him. I can give up my position, but I have to give it to a good general. Otherwise, I would be letting down my brothers. Zhang Sanshan took a deep breath and looked at the soldiers around him. His words caused the eyes of many soldiers to turn red. Although Zhang Sanshan didn't join any faction, he was loyal to the Cloud Sea Empire. Therefore, since the third prince's words represented the Cloud Sea Empire, he would listen to them. You don't have to worry about that. He's just an old general. Does he really think that he's a war god? Humph, in my eyes, you're nothing but trash. Mo Qianji said sarcastically. Then he looked at the soldiers coldly and said, Everyone listen to my order. Assemble the army and launch an attack on the Ophidian kingdom in 3 days. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. The Snake Swamp country had an army of 500,000, while their side only had 300,000. If they were to attack, it would be a head-on clash, which would be equivalent to throwing away their lives. Mo Qianji, do you even know how to fight? Zhang Sanshan roared. I don't know how to fight? Could it be that you know? Humph, I want to ask you, where is your morale? As a soldier, you are not afraid of shedding blood in order to protect your country. But you are hesitating, especially you, Zhang Sanshan. You are a commander, but you are afraid to fight. You don't deserve your title as a general. Mo Qianji's face became even colder. Then he shouted, Men, take Zhang Sanshan away. A few people walked out from behind him, wanting to tie up Zhang Sanshan. Whoosh. At this moment, a sword light slashed out, cutting those people in half, and blood flowed all over the ground. Who are you? How dare you kill my men? Mo Qianji's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with anger. He was a general personally appointed by the third prince. He had never thought that someone would dare to not give him face. Your men? Are you very big? Right at this moment, a low voice sounded out. Under the gazes of everyone present, a handsome young man walked out with an icy expression. Commander Lin. Looking at the youth, many people revealed looks of anticipation. It had to be known that in the battle not long ago, Commander Lin had defeated one of the 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp country, deciding the end of the battle. In their hearts, Commander Lin's prestige was only inferior to Zhang Sanshan's. Senior Zhang Sanshan was loyal, and had always believed in the words of the Cloud Sea Empire, but Commander Lin might not. Moreover, Commander Lin came from the second prince's faction. How dare you? Do you want to anger the third prince? Mo Qianji was even angrier. He took a step forward and glared at Lin Ling. Whoosh. The answer to his question was the sword gleam. His trusted aide beside him was killed once again. The third prince's men? Is it that great? Lin Ling held his sword at an angle, his face cold. This Mo Qianji was too shameless and petty. He had only brought 100 men, yet he arrogantly claimed that they were only here to assist. Those 100 men would not be of much help to the battle at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that this man was so arrogant that he even dismissed General Zhang from his position, and pushed all the blame to General Zhang. He did not even know how the battle was going. It was obvious that this Mo Qianji was someone who only knew how to flatter the third prince. He didn't know how to fight at all. Such a petty person dared to call himself a general? Who are you? Lin Ling's cold aura made Mo Qianji not dare to underestimate him. He was only a strategist and not a general. The reason he could come here to show off was because of the third prince's reputation. Lin Ling. Lin Ling said coldly. His gaze towards Mo Qianji was filled with ridicule and disdain. Lin Ling. Mo Qianji's face changed. He came from the inner city of Cloud Sea City. Naturally, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. During this period of time, Lin Ling's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Lin Ling, what do you want to do? I was personally appointed by the third prince to support this battle. Taking a deep breath, Mo Qianji forced himself to calm down. Support? You only brought 100 men, and you dare to say that you're here to support. The third prince is really shameless. Rather than support, it's better to say that you're here to support General Zhang's army. Lin Ling said coldly. I don't care what you're here for. I'll only give you 2 choices. 1, shut your mouth. 2, go to the battlefield yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot. Sometimes, there was no need to be polite to this kind of petty person, who only knew how to talk and not do. What? Me? Go to the battlefield? I'm a general. How can I go to the battlefield? Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. Swish. Lin Ling's sword hung on Mo Qianji's neck. Trash. You don't even dare to go to the battlefield yourself. What qualifications do you have to reprimand the soldiers? 300,000 soldiers against 500,000 soldiers. Moreover, the 300,000 soldiers don't have any backup. On the other hand, the 500,000 soldiers of the Snake Swamp country have sufficient provisions. You want us to meet force with force? Only you can think of such a thing. Is your brain filled with shit? You dare to scold me? Mo Qianji's face was extremely ugly. Kneel. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. You want me to kneel? I came here to unify the soldiers and be a general. Mo Qianji couldn't believe his ears. He came here to be a general. In the end, he had to kneel before even establishing his prestige. What dignity would he have left as a general? If you don't kneel, you'll die. You're just the 3rd prince's men. It's not like I haven't killed them before. Lin Ling's sword moved closer to Mo Qianji. Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. Looking at the cold gaze of the young man in front of him, he suddenly had a feeling that this young man wasn't like Zhang Sanshan. His heart was higher than the sky, and his arrogance reached the clouds. He wasn't bound by the imperial power of the Cloud Sea Empire. He wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Suddenly he regretted it. If he knew that Lin Ling was here, he would have kept a low profile. Plop. Mo Qianji knelt down. His face was green and red, and his heart was deeply humiliated. Although the surroundings were silent, many people were secretly laughing while covering their mouths. This Mo Qianji had thought that he was superior, and wanted to unify the ancient sky fragrance city. However, he didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate. That young man was not afraid of him at all. Scram. Lin Ling coldly spat out a word. Mo Qianji didn't dare to say anything else. He led his men and fled into the city. His eyes were filled with resentment. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. After a short moment of silence, a large number of cheers were heard. They were soldiers of the Cloud Sea Empire. They didn't dare to speak in front of their superiors. Only Lin Ling dared to stand up for them. Commander Lin. Zhang Sanshan looked at Lin Ling with gratitude in his eyes. Previously, if Mo Qianji wanted to remove him from his position, he would have given up his position even if he wasn't willing. Fortunately, Lin Ling stood up for him. No matter where you are, there will always be people like eunuchs. General, don't mind them. Lin Ling kept his sword and looked at Zhang Sanshan with a smile. To him, Mo Qianji was just a disgusting eunuch from the previous world. Eunuch? Chapter 265. Cold Moon Haisong Bang. Bang. Right now, in one of the barracks of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army, a youth in luxurious embroidered clothes smashed his wine cup on the ground and had an extremely unpleasant expression. Your Majesty, please calm down. There was a sudden change in the war situation. A powerful army suddenly appeared and was led by a young commander, which caused the situation to change. A stalwart man knelt on one knee. This man had long, dark green hair that looked like snakes. She-haired is also dead. He was one of the top 10 commanders in the fierce Fang Imperial City, and he was actually killed by the enemy. Who exactly is the enemy? Why are we so familiar with the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but we still don't know their background? The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes spoke angrily. He looked as handsome as a demon, and his hair was long and thin like red snakes. It is still unknown. The stalwart man replied respectfully. Bring the heavenly concubine up. The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes yelled out. Soon enough, a young lady was brought up. This young lady had an absolute beauty and was tall and slender. She had a graceful body and was wearing a light green long gown. Under the illumination of the candlelight, she looked like a woman who didn't belong to the mortal world. She didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, and her face was pale and bloodless. However, she was extremely pleasing to the eye. Her pair of large eyes were filled with wisdom, and when one looked into her eyes, it gave off a lovely and touching feeling. Heavenly concubine, didn't you say that everything is in your control? Looking at the young lady, the youth in luxurious embroidered clothes wasn't so angry anymore. It was unknown why, but that young lady had an innate feeling that made people unable to control their anger and pity her. The laws of heaven and earth are still circulating without any changes. However, a strange star appeared and disrupted the changes in the entire situation. This strange star is the person that will affect the entire battlefield. The young lady spoke calmly. The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes frowned. He was extremely convinced by the young lady's words because he knew that this young lady had a mysterious origin, but she had a rare innate spirit body, the divination light body. This innate spirit body was extremely mysterious and didn't seem to have any offensive ability, but it could predict the future and calculate everything in the world. This time, he mobilized the army because of the heavenly concubine's divination. He knew that the Snake Swamp Kingdom was going to attack the Sky Fragrance ancient city, which was why he brought the army here. Everything was true. With the heavenly concubine's arrangement, they suppressed Zhang Sanshan's side without any chance to retaliate. But unexpectedly, an alien star appeared at the last moment. Who is that alien star? I calculated it, but I can't see through it. It doesn't seem to be someone from this world. This is the first time something like this has happened to the heavenly concubine. Moreover, the heavenly concubine is very curious about that person. The young girl said indifferently. She was neither haughty nor humble, and her eyes flickered with wisdom. Heavenly concubine can only say that after he appeared, the battle situation changed. If your majesty wants a great victory, then it's best if you kill this person, or else you will lose. Farewell. The young girl said one more sentence before slowly leaving. The brocade-clothed young man frowned and said, Guards, no matter what, we must know that man's background. Yes. The burly man accepted the order and left. However, the embroidered-clothed youth was still frowning. This time, we dispatched troops to break into the Tianxiang city and capture Yumenyun alive. I didn't expect that it would be so difficult. On the other side, the young girl slowly walked back to her residence under the supervision of several people. Her beautiful eyes looked up at the moon in the sky and she frowned. I never thought that there would be such a person. I can't see through him. I'm nothing compared to him. She was also curious about that mysterious alien star. One must know that the battle in the Tianxiang city was just a small matter. In her divination, that alien star seemed to be even bigger. Perhaps it would affect an entire era. The full moon hung high in the sky, coldly sprinkling on the earth. The Tianxiang city quieted down, and the people all entered their dreams. With Zhang Sanshan's army guarding, they dared to enter their dreams with peace of mind. On top of the tall and ancient city wall, Zhang Sanshan stood quietly, looking into the distance with a worried expression. General, are you still worried about the Snake Marsh country? Beside him, under the moonlight, a slender figure was elongated. He slowly walked over with a wine pot in his hand. This person was Lin Ling. Commander Lin, you still haven't rested? Zhang Sanshan looked at Lin Ling and smiled, then shook his head. Yes, as long as the Snake Marsh country doesn't retreat, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Drink some wine, and you will be at peace. Lin Ling also smiled and threw the wine pot in his hand over. It's good to be young, free and unrestrained, unlike me. I'll only be a general my whole life. I'm getting old. Zhang Sanshan caught the wine pot, took a sip, and smiled. General, you're exaggerating. If General hadn't guarded the Tianxiang city, the people here would have been in a terrible situation. Who knows how many people would have died under the iron hooves? Lin Ling said respectfully. Now that you mention it, my old bones do feel a bit proud. However, the future still belongs to you young people. For so many years, I've observed countless people, and I have an intuition that the future changes of the Tianyan kingdom are definitely related to you. Zhang Sanshan smiled. Then he looked into the distance and sighed again. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and asked Zhang Sanshan what he was worried about. Then he learned that the Snake Marsh country was coming with a menacing force. Among them, there was a powerful military advisor who could predict the future, and was familiar with infantry formations. This caused Zhang Sanshan's side to be suppressed. If not for this, with Zhang Sanshan's many years of experience, the Snake Marsh country's army would be nothing more than this. Lin Ling wasn't very familiar with infantry formations, but after thinking for a long time, he raised his head and said, "General, if we kill that military advisor, the Snake Marsh country will retreat, right?" "Of course. Of course." "Wait, Commander Lin, what do you mean?" Zhang Sanshan's expression changed. He suddenly guessed Lin Ling's meaning. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "I don't have much to offer, but if this battle can be decided, then I will definitely do my best to help. I will infiltrate the enemy camp and kill that military advisor." "Of course not. That won't do. Infiltrating the enemy camp is dangerous." Zhang Sanshan immediately shook his head. "Don't worry. Although I can't guarantee 100% success rate, if the situation changes, leaving with all my strength won't be a problem." Lin Ling smiled. Zhang Sanshan wanted to persuade him, but when he saw a wisp of determination appear in Lin Ling's eyes, he finally nodded and agreed. After that, he stood up straight and bowed heavily to Lin Ling. "Commander Lin, if this mission succeeds, then you will have saved millions of people. That's a boundless merit. But I know that you don't care about that. Since that's the case, I'll be arrogant and address you as my brother. But from today onward, if you need me for anything, just say the word. My 300,000 troops are at your disposal." "Commander Lin." "General, you're exaggerating." "Commander Lin." Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was considering heading to the enemy camp to complete the mission. Firstly, he wanted to end the war and return to Ocean of Clouds City as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to temper himself and improve his strength. "General? Just call me Big Brother Zhang." Zhang Sanshan laughed heroically. Chapter 266. A military order, haha. Zhang Sanshan's smile deepened, and then he looked Lin Ling up and down. "Your current realm is considered very strong among your peers, but you're not at the top. In terms of strength, you should be at the top. After all, not just anyone can defeat the martial scholar. However, this trip is fraught with danger. Big Brother wants to do his best to help you increase your strength. Come, show me your full strength." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He immediately unleashed his aura and displayed the 9 Underworld Heavenly Flame and the 7 Blades Heavenly Flame. Zhang Sanshan sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood where Lin Ling's strength came from. He actually had 2 different kinds of innate spirit bodies, and he had even comprehended a great concept. Comparing oneself to others was simply too shameful. The Zhang Sanshan of the past simply couldn't compare. He was shocked and speechless. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "You're simply a freak. However, I've observed your aura. Although you've comprehended a great concept, you don't seem to be displaying the strength of your original realm." Lin Ling nodded. Although his comprehension of fire was very deep, and he had comprehended a great concept, it still hadn't fused with his own realm. This meant that his great concept hadn't fused with the spiritual energy seed in his dantian. Lin Ling also deeply felt this. The great mentality is a person's perception of the world. However, it is indeed very difficult to fuse the perception with one's own realm. If the fusion is successful, then the great mentality will be perfect. "Watch me." Zhang Sanshan growled and his aura burst out. A surging battle intent spread out. Once invaded by the battle intent, one would immediately feel as if they could not fight with their full strength. So strong. Lin Ling's entire body began to tremble as he felt a dense pressure. However, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Sanshan's aura. Faintly, he seemed to have seen something. This sort of aura went from weak to strong. It was the same as his concept of fire. First, it was the ability to control fire, then the concept, then the great concept, and finally the great concept reached perfection. It was as if his eyes could see the growth process of the aura. The great concept is targeted at the innate spirit body. My innate spirit body is the innate battle spirit body, which comes from the war god mountain. As for martial arts, they are used by all martial artists. Looking at the big picture, martial arts are not as good as the great concept that one has comprehended. Zhang Sanshan said again. Relax and sense your own spirit chi seed. Lin Ling's gaze brightened. Vaguely, He suddenly felt as if the clouds and mist had been parted to reveal the bright moon. He calmly stood there without moving, sensing the chi seed in his dantian. It seems that this little brother of mine is not only talented, but his comprehension ability is also very strong. Just one sentence from me and he has already comprehended it. Zhang Sanshan smiled faintly and left quietly without disturbing Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood there for 3 days. Everyone in the ancient sky fragrance city knew that Commander Lin Ling had entered a state of enlightenment. Zhang Sanshan did not allow anyone to disturb Lin Ling. He allowed Lin Ling to search for his own path of martial arts. 3 days later, Lin Ling walked down from the city wall. His aura was even calmer than before. If one looked carefully, he seemed to have returned to his natural state, and was no longer as fierce as before. Perfection of the concept of fire. In the past, he gave people the feeling that he was a raging flame. But now, those flames had disappeared and were hidden even deeper. The perfection of the concept of fire had increased Lin Ling's strength by another 30%. After arriving at the barracks, Lin Ling heard several voices. They seemed to be discussing something. No, we can't enter the enemy's camp and kill their military advisor. If we succeed, then so be it. But what if we fail? Won't we be captured and tortured to find out the situation of our army? Mo Qianji, Commander Lin is not that kind of person. Even if he fails, he won't betray us. Who knows? If you ask me, we should make a military pledge. If we fail, you will give up the position of general. The last voice was extremely cold. It silenced the entire barracks. That voice belonged to Mo Qianji. Good, if we succeed, I will take your head as a reward for the army. At this moment, Lin Ling strode into the barracks and sneered at Mo Qianji. Mo Qianji's face instantly paled. He did not know why, but after seeing Lin Ling, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. He was not as arrogant as before. General Mo, how is it? How about you? Lin Ling took a step forward and released a cold aura. Mo Qianji took a step back and gritted his teeth, not daring to speak. Trash, other than using your status to suppress others, what else can you do? Lin Ling sneered. Good, a military pledge it is. I will bet with you. Mo Qianji pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although he was a little afraid of Lin Ling, he thought about it again. It was impossible for Lin Ling to complete the mission. After all, entering the enemy's camp meant facing an army of 500,000. Moreover, the enemy had a large number of experts. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to get close to the enemy's camp, did he know who the military advisor of the Snake Swamp country was? Therefore, to him, this was a sure win. Good, I will take your head. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at Mo Qianji, as if he was looking at a dead man. Then he walked out of the barracks. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji also caught up. Both of them were a little worried. Lin Ling, this trip will be dangerous. Let's send more experts to assist you. Lin Ling shook his head. It's not good to have more people. It's more convenient to be alone. Then I will go with you. With more people, we can take care of each other. At this moment, a clear voice came from behind. Lin Ling looked back and realized that it was Yu Yun. Not bad. Lin Ling, no matter what, you must bring someone with you. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji nodded. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and looked at Yu Yun, whose beautiful eyes were filled with stubbornness. He could only nod in agreement. At night, Lin Ling and Yu Yun left Tianxiang City with light luggage. Under the night sky, the red Gobi Desert was even brighter. It was as if the stars could be easily touched. Lin Ling, are you confident about this trip? Yu Yun tucked her hair behind her ears and looked into the distance with her delicate little face. She was a little nervous. Smelling the virgin fragrance beside him, Lin Ling shrugged and smiled. Let's see how it goes. If we are lucky, we should be able to find that military advisor. See how it goes. Yu Yun couldn't help but be speechless. How could Lin Ling look so calm on such an important matter? At least she was at a loss right now. The two of them advanced along the red Gobi Desert. After a few days, they were getting closer and closer to the camp of the Snake Swamp country's army. The two of them slowed down and went around the army of 500,000. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't weak, especially Lin Ling. His soul power was sharp and could avoid the sentries every time. They were getting closer and closer to the camp. In the camp, there were countless experts. It was obviously not suitable for the two of them to get closer. After all, if they were discovered with their strength, they would definitely die. On top of a hill, the two of them hid and looked at the bustling camp in the distance. There are so many people and so many experts. How are we going to find that military advisor? Yu Munyan was a little worried. She waited quietly for a moment and turned to look at Lin Ling beside her. She saw that the young man was focused. Under the moonlight, his well-defined face had a touch of seriousness, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. Chapter 267. Military Advisor Heavenly Concubine. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly and looked carefully at the barracks. His soul spirit condensed, and his eyes once again saw the passing of time. Tisk tsk. Lord Snakehair is also dead. I wonder which expert killed him. Bullshit, it was just a sneak attack. If it was a one-on-one battle, how could Lord Snakehair lose? After all, he is the 32nd ranked prodigy of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. No matter what, the other commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's top 10 commanders are already prepared to take revenge for Lord Snakehair. Those commanders are all ranked over the top. The soldiers' conversation could be heard from the passing of time. Lin Ling let out a disdainful smile. He was now the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and he naturally didn't put the top 10 commanders in his eyes. It was a pity that too much time had passed in the barracks, and it was like a movie flashing in Lin Ling's eyes. Moments later, Lin Ling's soul spirit was exhausted, and he was a little fatigued. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Yu Munyan asked worriedly. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I just need to rest for a while. I will be able to find that military advisor soon. Yu Munyan nodded, but she didn't really believe in Lin Ling's words. After all, there were so many people in the barracks, and it was like finding a needle in a haystack to find the military advisor in the sea of people. For the next few days, the two of them didn't move and waited quietly. During these few days, Lin Ling had been using his eyes to look at the passing of time. He still couldn't find the military advisor, but he was more familiar with the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army. This army was led by the Snake Swamp Kingdom's second prince, who had tyrannical strength and reached the rare Heaven Spirit realm. Apart from him, 8 of the top 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were here. Of course, this wasn't what Lin Ling was thinking about. As of now, he still didn't have any clues regarding the military advisor. A woman. On this day, Lin Ling saw a woman appear in the barracks. Originally, it was not strange for a woman to appear in the barracks, but the most important thing was that this woman was clearly different from the people of the Serpentine Swamp Country. The woman was dressed in a white dress. She was not a devastatingly beautiful woman, but her appearance was very pleasing to the eye. This was especially true for her pair of eyes. They were calm and natural, and from time to time, they would flash with the light of wisdom. They were clearly different from the people of the Snake Swamp Country, who had thick hair and dark skin. Lin Ling also saw that the Snake Swamp Kingdom soldiers were somewhat respectful towards the woman, but they also seemed to be supervising her. Perhaps I've found the person I'm looking for. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Munyan was also surprised. The two of them had been observing the barracks for the past few days, but she didn't see anything. However, Lin Ling seemed to have found a way. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. While Yu Munyan was still surprised, Lin Ling quietly left. This made Yu Munyan open her mouth. She was a little worried. Lin Ling walked down the hill and gradually approached the barracks. At this moment, he planned to sneak into the barracks. Sai, Heavenly Concubine, said something about the sudden appearance of an alien star and the change of the war situation. In my opinion, who cares if they are an alien star or not? We should kill our way into the ancient Sky Fragrance City and slaughter them all. Do you want to die? Heavenly Concubine is a military god who can predict the future. But then again, Heavenly Concubine isn't very good looking, but she has a unique temperament. TSK, that small willowy waist is like a small water snake. Holding that willowy waist and doing that thing while listening to Heavenly Concubine's moans, The taste is endless. Hee hee, don't even think about it. Heavenly Concubine's origin is mysterious. She is someone that even the general doesn't dare to touch. However, after hearing what you said, I feel a little anxious. Okay, I'm going to patrol. In a corner of the barracks, 2 sentries were chatting. After that, one of them left with a lewd smile. He walked forward and came to the side of a huge rock. Then he started to urinate. At the same time, his mind was thinking about Heavenly Concubine's sexy willowy waist. Who is it? Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. His gaze froze. When he turned around, he saw an unfamiliar young man behind him. His handsome face had a cold smile. I heard that snakes are naturally lustful. The people of the Snake Swamp Country are no exception. After that young man faintly smiled, he gently waved his right hand. A wisp of blue flame flew out. Boom. That person didn't even have time to cry out in pain before he was burned to ashes. Moreover, the blue flame was extremely mysterious. It only burned the person, but his clothes were unharmed. After the young man put on his clothes, he smiled and walked toward the barracks. At the same time, he muttered to himself, Heavenly Concubine? He was Lin Ling. Now he had a target. As long as he knew his target, it wouldn't be difficult to find the military advisor. Using the eye of time and paying attention to the barracks, he would be able to see which barracks the Heavenly Concubine was in. Not long after, Lin Ling's gaze locked onto one of the barracks. At this moment, within that barracks, a faint fragrance floated. Behind a curtain, a young girl's naked body was slowly bathing. Her skin was as white as milk. As the water droplets flowed, they emitted a strange light. However, the young girl's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. I have the innate talent of the divine light body. As it awakens, my innate talent will continue to grow stronger. I can sense the heavens and earth. I can also vaguely see a person's future. However, it's really strange. I have no clue about that alien star. I can't divine it at all. The young girl muttered to herself. At this moment, the curtain was opened and a figure slowly walked in. You must be the military advisor of the Snake Swamp Country. The person who came was Lin Ling. After knowing the whereabouts of the military advisor, it wasn't difficult for him to come in. However, what surprised him was that the military advisor was actually a young girl in the prime of her youth. Moreover, she was currently bathing. What appeared in front of him was a delicate young girl. The young girl's upper body was bare. Although her twin peaks weren't considered magnificent, they were still slightly contoured. Her twin peaks were like pink flower buds, and the most attractive thing was her slender waist. At this moment, there were water droplets on it. It was indescribably alluring. 2 slender white legs were pressed together. Her white jade-like feet seemed to be surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. As a result, she didn't act rashly for a moment. Lin Ling's eyes widened. He felt helpless in his heart. However, when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he resisted the urge to look at the young girl's body. His sword reached out and landed on the young girl's neck. I've been ordered to kill the military advisor. Please forgive me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. However, what surprised him was that after the initial shock, the young girl quickly calmed down. Her beautiful eyes emitted a wise light. She didn't cry out or panic. This girl was too calm. Lin Ling was secretly alarmed. Give me the clothes. The young girl didn't seem to be alarmed by the collapse of the heavens. Her voice was as clear as a bell, but it carried a touch of coldness. It was as if she didn't know that she was in danger. Lin Ling quietly looked at her. He suddenly felt helpless. If this military advisor was a murderous person, he definitely wouldn't have shown mercy. However, this was only a young girl around his age. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 268. Chapter 268. Successful hijacking. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This woman's intelligence was really high. In such a short period of time, she had already found a way to deal with it. He pondered for a moment. Then he didn't have time to take any clothes, so he casually picked up a curtain and threw it over. If you're plotting something, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Then he left the camp with the girl. As the two of them moved forward, Lin Ling maintained his vigilance. But what surprised him was that the girl remained calm and cooperative, as if her original intention was to leave the snake swamp country. Therefore, rather than saying that Lin Ling kidnapped her and left, it would be more accurate to say that it was the young girl who took Lin Ling away. Moreover, this young girl was too familiar with the deployment of troops in the military camp. As a military advisor, if you are not familiar with your own army, you are not qualified to call yourself a military advisor. The woman seemed to know the shock in Lin Ling's heart, and her words were filled with contempt. Your intelligence is very high, the highest I've ever seen, but I hope you don't play any tricks. Lin Ling said coldly. This woman's intelligence was high, but fortunately, her strength was not strong. The woman didn't say anything else. The two of them continued forward, bypassing one sentry after another. Finally, the woman said, "We have to force our way out. Moreover, there are people patrolling my camp every hour. My disappearance will soon be discovered." You mean to say that we have to force our way through the last checkpoint? Lin Ling asked as he looked ahead. The woman was stunned for a moment before nodding her head. She seemed a little surprised that this young man was smarter than she had imagined. However, this young man was also extraordinarily courageous. He dared to invade the military camp alone, and even succeeded in kidnapping her. While she was still in shock, Lin Ling took a big step forward and arrived in front of the young girl. His big hands grabbed the young girl's slender jade legs and carried her on his back. "Are you?" "Yes." Although the young girl was wise and calm, she was still frightened by Lin Ling's actions. Especially when her slender jade-like legs were held by his warm hands. She felt a strange feeling in her heart. "Since we're going to force our way out, I'll naturally have to carry you on my back. Or are you going to carry me on your back?" Lin Ling said indifferently. Without waiting for the girl to say anything else, his aura erupted as he forced his way through the final checkpoint. There were hundreds of soldiers guarding the checkpoint. When they saw a young man forcing his way through, they were all shocked. "Who are you? Stop right there or we'll attack." One of the barracks leaders shouted. Whoosh! Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He didn't say a single word. He stretched out his right hand and a blue flame appeared. He threw it forward. Boom! The blue flame was like a bomb. After it landed, it exploded into a huge blue flame, turning the empty space in front of it into a sea of fire. Lin Ling's body passed through it. This young man is so strong. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't think that the checkpoint wouldn't be able to stop Lin Ling. However, she still coldly said, "Although you want to force your way out, aren't you being too flamboyant? The entire camp has been shaken by you. It's getting closer and closer to the 1-hour limit. Your disappearance will soon be discovered by the camp. Since that's the case, why keep a low profile?" Lin Ling indifferently replied. His hands that were hugging the heavenly concubine's slender jade legs suddenly exerted force. Her perky buttocks were also gripped until they deformed. "As a captive, aren't you talking too much? You. The heavenly concubine's beautiful face turned red. This fellow actually patted her there. If it wasn't for the fact that they were escaping, she would have killed this bold bastard. She only had a curtain draped over her body. Therefore, she could clearly feel the temperature of Lin Ling's hand. That feeling was like the young man using his hand to caress her. What made her the most speechless was that when her legs were separated, that place was constantly rubbing against the young man's back. It actually made her entire body feel weak. And the young man didn't have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. He was extremely rough. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He felt that he was already very merciful by not killing this young girl. He madly ran all the way. The barracks behind him were already in chaos. Clearly, someone had discovered that the heavenly concubine was missing. "Mingyun, quick retreat!" Lin Ling shouted when he arrived at the hill where they had agreed to meet. Yu Munyan was still waiting for Lin Ling. When she heard the sound, she hurriedly ran towards Lin Ling. Then the two retreated together. However, Yu Munyan looked at the heavenly concubine in disbelief. "Lin Ling, this girl?" "Military advisor. Although I didn't kill her, I still managed to kidnap her. This can be considered as completing the mission," Lin Ling said with a smile. Yu Munyan also nodded happily. However, while running, she clearly saw that the young girl with a cold face didn't seem to be wearing any clothes. She was only wearing a curtain. There's no other way. The matter is urgent. I can't let her slowly put on her clothes before kidnapping her. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. However, although he said that, he felt bitter in his heart. The young girl on his back was naked. He could clearly feel that the two soft lumps were pressed to the point that they were deformed. It was as if the elastic softness was slowly massaging his back. This caused his lower abdomen to heat up. As for the heavenly concubine, her current mood wasn't much better than Lin Ling's. Her beautiful face was already flushed red. Although she was very intelligent, she was still a young girl. How could she endure such contact? She even felt that her entire body was powerless. She had already turned into water. This damned little bastard. Bang! At this moment in the barracks, a young man smashed his wine cup on the ground. Kill all the sentries on duty. Men, chase after the heavenly concubine. Mobilize an army of 500,000. We must capture the heavenly concubine. Yes. In front of the young man, a group of commanders received the order. The young man's expression was extremely ugly. His hair stood on end. Who was it that kidnapped the heavenly concubine? They really have guts. They dared to invade my barracks alone. However, since they have come, they might as well stay. The entire barracks surged. A large number of soldiers were dispatched to chase after Lin Ling, and the other two madly ran. However, behind them, killing intent soared. Dust filled the sky. Countless soldiers were chasing after them. Since coming to this world, this is the first time I've been chased by so many people. Sensing the army behind them, Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and smiled. What kind of situation is it now? You can still smile. I really don't understand you. The heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment, and said helplessly. She believed that she would remain calm even if the sky collapsed. However, she didn't expect that among the same age group in the cloud domain, there was also such a freak. Mingyan, take the military advisor and leave. I will stop them, Lin Ling lightly said. He knew that if this continued, they would be caught up sooner or later. But how can you stop the enemy's army by yourself? Yu Munyan's beautiful face changed. Naturally, I can't stop them. However, I can buy you some time. Quick, do as I say. At the same time, inform the general's army to come and greet us. Lin Ling indifferently said. Yu Munyan gritted her teeth and finally nodded. After receiving the heavenly concubine, she carried her and madly ran. The heavenly concubine looked at the young man who was left alone. Her beautiful eyes constantly flickered. She lightly said, I'm not from the Snake Swamp country. I was just kidnapped. I also want to escape. However, can you leave him alone? Chapter 269. The great army approaches. The heavenly concubine's eyes lit up when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the lonely figure that was moving further and further away. Ripples suddenly appeared in her heart, but she was still deeply worried. That young man had saved her, and in order for her to leave safely, he had fought alone. Bam bam bam. The sound of iron hooves thundered from the distance. Looking closely, it was densely packed with people. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army was riding their unique monster beasts and was furiously sweeping over. There were lizards, snakes, and crocodiles among the monster beasts, and a murderous aura surged forth. The soldiers were tall and burly, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and they were fierce and fierce. The wind blew in from the distance, causing the red earth to become even more restless. Lin Ling held his longsword at a slanted angle. His eyes were ice cold as he looked to the front. Wind whistled over, causing his long hair to flutter. In front of him, a ferocious large army was galloping over. It was enough to cause anyone to tremble in fear. However, at this moment, not only was he not afraid, he even felt a heroic feeling. Fine wine glows in the moonlight. The lute urges me to drink. Don't laugh while lying drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? In the previous world, I Lin Ling was just an ordinary person. But in this world, I Lin Ling am fated to face a magnificent army. Come, let the battle be even more intense. The sword pointed forward. Lin Ling's blood began to boil. Rumble. The earth shook in front of him as 10,000 horses galloped. You are not allowed to pass through here. Lin Ling reached out his left hand and blue flames appeared. They burned wildly, as if he was holding an apocalyptic spark in his hand. Second generation fire art. 8,000 blazing flames. After reaching the Earth Spirit realm, the second generation fire art was even more powerful, especially after the great perfection of the concept of fire. This allowed Lin Ling to have the power to set a prairie ablaze with a single spark of fire. Wham! Lin Ling threw out the blue flames like a blue firefly. However, when they landed on the ground, a destructive aura exploded and the earth was set ablaze by the blue flames, turning it into a sea of fire. The surging army in front of him had been stopped by the fire. Although the army of 10 million was imposing, Lin Ling's fire was even fiercer. Looking from afar, Lin Ling's body was surrounded by a sea of blue flames. He was holding a long sword at an angle, as if he had just walked out from underground lava. He seemed to be the first infernal god. How terrifying! Who is this person? The Serpentine Swamp Country's army was shocked. Why isn't the army advancing? In the distance, the second prince of the Serpent Swamp Kingdom rode on a two-headed snake. He looked into the distance and gave off a baleful aura. General, the road ahead is blocked by fire. A martial artist from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is blocking the road. A soldier reported. Good, one person dares to stop my Snake Swamp Country's surging army. Pass down the order. Send 10 great commanders to kill him. The Snake Swamp Country's second prince coldly said. The other party dared to block the army by himself. This matter would definitely affect the morale of the army. Therefore, he had to have the experts of the Snake Swamp Country suppress the other party. Rumble. The army stopped, and 10,000 people stared at Lin Ling. Among them, 7 figures rode on huge demonic beasts and slowly walked out. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom still has some brave warriors. He is able to stop the army by himself. However, it is truly a pity for him to die at such a young age. Shi Jin, stop the nonsense. Quickly kill that youth. His Majesty said that we cannot allow that youth to affect the army's morale. The 7 of them looked down with arrogance and looked at Lin Ling from afar. One of them, a man whose body was embroidered with tattoos, walked out and was holding an axe in a slanted manner. Early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Interesting. Kid, I Shi Jin will challenge you. I am ranked 7th among the 10 great commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, and 28th among the prodigies. As for you, I am too lazy to ask for your name. If you kneel down, you might still have a chance to live. The man's steps were steady but had a strange trajectory. Every step caused the ground to tremble. Shi Jin, Shi Jin. The army at the back let out deafening cheers. Previously, they were intimidated by Lin Ling alone, and the army stopped. Then, the general gave the order to kill the person who was blocking the way, or else the army's morale would be shaken. Now the 10 great commanders had stepped out. Each of them was a mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, and one of them was even at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. That youth was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and was no match for them. For a moment, the army's morale was raised by a lot. The Snake Swamp Kingdom was proud and wouldn't allow anyone's pride to be above their heads. Right at this moment, a low voice came from the front. Flaming sky cross slash. Swish. The dazzling sword light seemed to come from the horizon, and turned into a cross. When it passed by Lord Shi Jin, it instantly sliced him into 4 pieces. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. Shi Jin, one of the 10 great commanders, was killed in a single move. What was going on? The 10 great commanders are only SO. From afar, Lin Ling walked out step by step, holding his longsword diagonally. His cold face made everyone stop breathing. Who was this youth? He was so strong. You have some skill to be able to kill Commander Shi Jin. You're barely worthy of my attention, but that's all there is to it. I, Shi Yuan, will take you on. Another commander stepped out. This person had long green hair and a thin and slender body, giving off a sinister vibe. However, he was quite famous in the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His strange martial arts had intimidated the entire Snake Swamp Kingdom. Are the people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom all so confident? I don't think so. Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spoke without fear. The 10 great commanders? The experts of the Snake Swamp Kingdom who had entered the genius rankings? What was the use of that? Even if he was the #1 genius of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, he wasn't afraid. Kid, you'll regret this. I'll let you see my qualifications to be ranked among the top 20 geniuses. Dark snake body. That commander yelled out coldly. His body twisted strangely and emitted a mysterious aura presence. In the next moment, he actually turned into a giant creature that was half human and half snake. This creature was almost 30 meters tall and had a black snake body. Its upper body was humanoid like a demonic beast, and its mouth had become extremely big. Its fangs were chilling as though it was going to devour Lin Ling. Shi Yuan actually burst out with full strength when facing a small martial artist from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Kiki, he is still as cautious as before. The remaining commanders laughed indifferently. They might have lost a commander earlier, but they didn't mind. After all, the commander position of the Snake Swamp Kingdom had always been decided through competition, and could be changed at any moment. Commander Shi Jin from before obviously didn't live up to his reputation. Shi Yuan was someone who had been famous in the Snake Swamp Kingdom for a long time. His strength was above countless middle-stage Earth Spirit Realm experts. Kid, do you feel flustered after seeing my true body? Shi Yuan's voice became sharp, which sent chills down everyone's spine. What a strange innate astral body. But is there any use for it to grow bigger? Lin Ling let out a disdainful laugh as he gripped the sword tightly. On the sword blade, the battle flames were surging, and the blue flames looked as though it was going to incinerate this entire place. Earth Fire Slash. He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed at the ground. This was a martial art that Lin Ling picked out from the large number of mystic-ranked martial arts that he had learned. With his current realm and comprehension, mystic-ranked martial arts weren't difficult at all. He had even touched the threshold of Earth-ranked martial arts. Chapter 270. My fire is not that easy to swallow. Rumble. It was as if a volcano had erupted from the ground, and layers of flames surged towards Snake Yuan. What a scorching fire. This young man's control over fire is so strong. Sensing the layers of flames approaching, the Snake Swamp Country's army was shocked. Petty tricks. Watch me swallow your fire. Snake Yuan opened his huge mouth, as if he was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Those flames that surged over were all absorbed by him, shocking everyone. There was a moment of silence on the Red Desert. A few moments later, the army of the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom let out heaven-shaking cheers. Their commander had actually swallowed the enemy's flames. The innate spirit body was simply capable of swallowing anything. Commander Snake Yuan. Cheers rang out crazily. The remaining commanders smiled faintly and said, "This Snake Yuan really likes to attack people. If he swallows the enemy's attack, then the enemy will probably lose their will to fight." They felt that Commander Shi Yuan had raised the morale of the army by a huge margin. Brat, I've swallowed countless flames, swallowed countless martial artists, but your flames aren't tasty enough. Snake Yuan said coldly as his huge body swam. Smoke was coming out of his nose and mouth, as if he was mocking Lin Ling's attack. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His silence made the Snake Swamp Country's army laugh arrogantly. However, Lin Ling suddenly said coldly, "My fire isn't that easy to swallow." How could his fire be ordinary? That was a 6th grade innate spiritual body. The greatest characteristic of his 9 underworld's heavenly flames was that it was explosive. Explode. A low and deep voice sounded, as if it was the sound of a death sentence. Not good. Snake Yuan, be careful. One of the commanders was relatively stronger, and he immediately sensed a trace of unease. Snake Yuan turned around with a look of confusion in his eyes. He still didn't understand what was going on. Bang bang bang. But at this time, a deep sound like a cowhide drum sounded out. Snake Yuan's massive body began to twist and his complexion became fierce. Everyone could hear that the deep sound actually came from within Snake Yuan's body. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, Snake Yuan's body continued to expand, as if something was about to erupt. No, Snake Yuan let out the last sound of his life. Boom. It was as if a bomb had been ignited in his body. Blue flames erupted and burst out of his body, blasting the Snake Yuan into pieces. He died on the spot. What kind of flame is that? Could it be that it's still burning after being swallowed? Everyone watched this scene with fear and trepidation. They didn't know the 9 underworld's heavenly flame's special characteristic at all: explode. Snake Yuan thought that after swallowing Lin Ling's flames, Lin Ling's methods would be suppressed. He didn't know that sometimes, fire wasn't as simple as just burning. It also had the ability to explode. Sometimes the explosion was even more terrifying than burning. My fire is not that easy to swallow. Everyone in the distance suddenly thought of that sentence. Right now, they could clearly feel that this fire was indeed not easy to swallow. Who was that young man? With just the strength of the initial stage of the Earth Spirit realm, he was able to kill 2 commanders in the blink of an eye. With such strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. How dare you? How dare you kill 2 of our commanders? You will die for sure. Who are you? The remaining commanders all shouted angrily. These words are too useless. Hearing those words, Lin Ling sneered. It seemed that in the eyes of these commanders, it was a great reward for him to kill 1 commander. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill 2 of them. Once he did it, the commanders would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill him. What a joke. Both sides were enemies. Would they let him go if he didn't kill those commanders? Don't say anything unnecessary. Since you asked who I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling pointed the sword in his hand at the remaining commanders. Next, come at me together. Silence. The entire Red Gobi Desert was in silence. That young man actually challenged the remaining commanders in one go. Was he crazy? Defeating 2 commanders has inflated your confidence. The remaining commanders were rather infuriated and felt as though they were belittled by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial artists. Putting aside the fact that they were stronger than the previous commanders, they had more men than Lin Ling. How could that youth be so prideful as to say such words? Lin Ling? The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prodigies. I have heard of the literature number 1 Zhua Xiaoshu, the rising rookie Yi Tianchen, and the martial number 1 Wu Gang. I know all the experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but I have never heard of Lin Ling. One of the commanders spoke with a deep voice that was filled with disdain. Of course, he had never heard of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's rise was very short, and he was like a dazzling star. During that time, they had already arrived at the Sky Fragrance Ancient City's battlefield. That is because you are ignorant and inexperienced. Lin Ling shook his head. All the prodigies that these commanders mentioned had all lost to him. Hence, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. You dare to challenge all of our commanders by yourself? Since that is the case, we shall fulfill your wish. It is a pity that those who died in this commander's hands are not nameless people. You are the first, and you have broken the record. The commanders had extremely cold expressions. Right now they had to quickly kill Lin Ling and raise the army's morale, allowing the army to advance bravely. Once this young man died, capturing the heavenly concubine would be as easy as flipping their hands. Kill. 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 At the back of the army camp, a murderous voice echoed. All the soldiers wanted the commander to kill that young man. Try that move. Ignoring the clamor in the surroundings, Lin Ling closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, the flames in his body flared up. Flames appeared on his back and constantly spat out. I don't know much about Earth-tier martial arts, but I have the most solid foundation for Mystic-tier martial arts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I also have the most knowledge. Furthermore, my fire concept has already reached the perfection stage. It should be time to comprehend my own Earth-tier martial art. Previously, I tried to fuse the 9 nether heaven flames with the 7 blades heavenly fire, but it wasn't perfect. This time, I will definitely succeed. With his eyes still closed, Lin Ling's mind was filled with images of the birth and fall of flames. There were the 9 nether heaven flames and the 7 blades heavenly fire. Gradually, these 2 types of flames fused together. He was comprehending a martial art that belonged to him, which was a first-generation flame art. Time seemed to be slow, but in fact it was just 3 breaths of time. The flames on Lin Ling's body were getting more and more vigorous. The flames were enveloping him and seemed to be burning him. What kind of martial art is that? Spontaneous combustion? Haha, playing with fire and getting burned. This phrase describes that young man perfectly. He was burned to nothing? From a distance, the majestic army was discussing. In their eyes, Lin Ling was being burned by the flames and was gradually being burned to nothing. There was only a giant blue-white flame left on the spot. Many people started to mock. Chapter 271. One man and one sword, fighting heaven's edge. The commanders frowned. Unlike the army behind them, they were more knowledgeable and could clearly sense the destructive aura emanating from the burning flames in front of them. That kind of fire didn't seem like it should exist in this world. Not good. Attack. One of the commanders shouted with a grave expression. Myriad snake forest. Night of eternal poison. The other commanders grew more and more uneasy as they all executed the strongest martial arts of the Ophidian kingdom. Some had long hair that grew wildly and transformed into enormous snakes, while others emitted a mist that spread out like dark clouds. Those were poisonous clouds. It was obvious that their innate spirit bodies weren't weak, as they could become the top geniuses of the Ophidian kingdom. At this moment, the wisp of fire on Lin Ling's side gradually shrank to the size of a palm. Then, a figure formed from the fire slowly appeared. What, he's born from fire? The army cried out in shock. Test its power, first-generation fire art. Heavenly fire prairie. Under everyone's gaze, the youth raised his right hand high. A wisp of blue and white flames danced on his palm. The youth then raised his hand lightly and pointed forward. The wisp of flame floated out. Boom. The moment the flame touched the ground, a forbidden power erupted. Heavenly fire prairie. Not good. Shit. The expressions of several commanders changed drastically as they could only see layers upon layers of a sea of fire spreading towards them. The entire ground was covered in fire, and unless they were experts of the sky spirit realm and had the ability to fly, they wouldn't be able to avoid the fire at all. What kind of fire is this? Shit. One of the commander's long hair transformed into enormous snakes, but they were all burned by the fire. The fire seemed to have a spirit of its own as it spread along his hair. Such power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Shit. The remaining commanders were also engulfed by the fire. As for the army behind them, they were all silent and shocked, speechless. They then realized that the sea of fire was spreading over, as if it wanted to burn the entire Red Gobi Desert. Retreat. Shit. The army fell into chaos as large numbers of soldiers were burned to death. Lin Ling's face paled as he looked at the flames that soared into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he'd used his self-created first-generation fire art. He obviously hadn't controlled it well, causing his aura to ripple and his blood to surge. However, that martial art was very powerful. In a single move, everything was incinerated. Whoosh. Without staying any longer, Lin Ling turned around and ran away. At the same time, he swallowed a large number of pills. Although the first-generation flame technique was powerful, it had exhausted all of his spiritual energy. If someone were to launch a sneak attack at this moment, he would be in grave danger. As for the 10 commanders of the Ophidian swamp country, he guessed that they had all been annihilated. Although those commanders had great reputations and were strong, Lin Ling could even defeat the martial scholar, so he naturally didn't place them in his eyes. My realm is about to break through. At the same time, Lin Ling was secretly delighted. Previously, when he had killed several commanders, the flames had transformed into formless hands that absorbed the spirit chi seeds of those commanders, allowing Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. Behind Lin Ling was the world of fire, and the army was in chaos. What? The commanders all died in battle? The second prince of the Ophidian swamp country had been paying attention to the battlefield. When he heard the news, he was shocked. The 10 commanders were the elite prodigies of the Ophidian swamp country. He originally guessed that any one of the commanders could easily kill that youth, but he didn't expect things to be so troublesome. Who is that youth? The second prince spoke coldly. Subsequently, a guard spoke respectfully, which caused his eyes to narrow. Lin Ling? Who exactly is he? He actually defeated multiple middle stage Earth Spirit Realm experts with just the strength of the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and even the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. With such talent, it is impossible for him to be unknown. Lin Ling? Wait, Your Majesty. Not long ago, there was news from the Cloud Sea City that the martial scholar, Wu Gang, was defeated by Lin Ling. A slightly older veteran exclaimed. Defeated the martial scholar? That is the #1 prodigy of the Cloud Sea City. The second prince's eyes narrowed. His voice wasn't soft, and many people heard it. All of them had a drastic change in expression, as they didn't expect that the youth who barged into the military camp alone was actually the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Many of them suddenly let out a bitter smile. Not long ago, their commanders were still disdaining that youth's unknown prodigy, and even mocking him with the title of the Martial Scholar and the Martial Scholar. However, all of this was extremely ironic. The martial scholar that the commanders were talking about had already been defeated by that youth. The commanders were also completely wiped out because of their underestimation. Kill. We must not allow him to escape back to the Sky Fragrance ancient city. Otherwise, what face would our Ophidian swamp country have? The second prince's expression turned even colder as he waved his hand. Kill. An army of 500,000 soldiers had a massive presence. In the beginning, the second prince wanted to display the military prowess of the Ophidian swamp country and raise the morale of the soldiers. Hence, he asked the commanders to kill Lin Ling. But now, everyone knew that Lin Ling was a terrifying existence. Even if it was shameless and disdained, they had to bully him with numbers and kill Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled as the 500,000 soldiers pressed forward. The so-called pride of the Ophidian swamp country is nothing more than this. After losing, you still use shameless methods. Lin Ling madly ran. As he felt the earth tremble behind him, his lips curved into a disdainful smile. However, after delaying for so long, the military advisor should be out of danger. If so, then his mission would be completed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The army was getting closer and closer. Lin Ling also stopped and coldly looked ahead. He was only a threshold away from breaking through. Since the other party was chasing him, then he might as well use this chance to break through. Kill. Cold winds howled as tens of thousands of horses galloped across the red desert. With one sword and one man, he battled the world alone. Today, I will start a massacre. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. The other party was the Ophidian swamp country's army that had committed all sorts of crimes. If they were to break through the Sky Fragrance ancient city, then it would lead to a calamity and countless commoners would die under their iron hooves. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't feel any guilt when he killed. Although he wasn't a saint, he wouldn't refuse to take action if he could save the commoners with a raise of his hand. Swoosh. With a slash of his sword, blood flowed like a river. A large number of soldiers and their mounts were about to die. Kill. Even if the 500,000 soldiers are buried, we must trample Lin Ling under our iron hooves. Otherwise, what dignity does the Ophidian swamp country have left? A majestic voice came from the army. Under this heaven and earth, it turned into an azure blood pool. While Lin Ling was delaying for time, Yuman Yun had already brought the heavenly concubine back to the Sky Fragrance ancient city. At this moment, Zhang Sanshan also brought the army to support them. What? The military advisor was captured? After knowing everything, Zhang Sanshan's body trembled. The two of them entered the enemy camp of 500,000 soldiers and captured the military advisor. This was undoubtedly like plucking the fur from a tiger's mouth. Chapter 272. Chapter 272 Retreat the troops. The heavenly concubine looked at Zhang Sanshan and said indifferently, General Zhang, we have fought before. However, in the current situation, if you don't send reinforcements, I'm afraid that the young man will be in danger. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Snake Swamp Country's army. Why are you helping us? Zhang Sanshan was extremely puzzled. This young lady was the military advisor of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, and it was because of her that Zhang Sanshan was being suppressed. Right now, this young lady was actually helping the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Because I'm not from the Ophidian Swamp Country. As for being their military advisor, that was something I had no choice but to do. However, if I can leave the Ophidian Swamp Country, I won't help them. The heavenly concubine's eyes emitted a wise light. Indeed, she had only helped the Snake Swamp Nation because she had been kidnapped by them. General, I believe in her. Yuman Yin looked at heavenly concubine and said. Zhang Sanshan hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. All troops heed my orders. Attack immediately. In Sky Fragrant City, 300,000 soldiers were moving out. It was clear that Zhang Sanshan had gambled everything on Lin Ling. After all, the Snake Swamp country no longer had a military advisor, and was like a sheet of loose sand. In addition to the sudden emergence of Lin Ling, they should be in a chaotic situation. What mattered most in an army was morale and military rules. Without military rules, the army's morale would plummet, and the 500,000 soldiers would not be as united as one. He's still alive. Looking into the distance, the heavenly concubine's eyes flashed. For some unknown reason, she began to worry. Are you worried about him? Yu Munyun asked in surprise. The heavenly concubine was shocked and immediately recovered her usual cold appearance. Her beautiful eyes were calm and wise as she said, "He saved me from the Snake Swamp country, so I don't want him to die because of me. I don't want to owe him a favor." Yu Munyun nodded and didn't say anything, but a woman's sharp intuition sensed that things might not be so simple. At this moment, in the ancient Sky Fragrance City, several figures were looking at the army that was marching out. Their faces were extremely ugly. Dispatch troops? Who told you to dispatch troops? Moreover, I am a general personally appointed by His Majesty the Third Prince. Why didn't you ask for my permission before sending troops? Mo Qianji spoke coldly to a few soldiers. He represented the Third His Majesty and was arrogant. However, in the ancient sky, no one had respect for him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. If you have any objections, you will, the concubine, the heavenly concubine is Zhang. 2 Yumun 4 Mo Qianji Mo 2 Mo with such a tone, do you believe that I will immediately send someone to kill you? Mo Qianji said coldly. If it. And the soldier sneered. Also, Commander Lin has already brought back the Snake Swamp country's military advisor. Sir, you should think more about yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, not even bothering to salute. Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. He had made a military pledge with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling succeeded, he would offer his head. If Lin Ling failed, the ancient Sky Fragrance City's concubine would be his. And now, Lin Ling had succeeded. Sir, what should we do? One of Mo Qianji's trusted aides asked worriedly. This Lin Ling is really not simple. Mo Qianji's face was extremely ugly. However, he soon sneered. Let's go back. Lin Ling wants my life. Is that possible? That's right. It's just a military pledge. Sir, why do you care about it? The trusted aide smiled sinisterly. They were obviously going back on their words. When we return to Cloud Sea City, I will sue Lin Ling, and say that Lin Ling colluded with the Snake Swamp country. Just you wait. The ancient Sky Fragrance City will definitely lose this war. Mo Qianji laughed gloatingly. Moments later, the few of them disappeared from the ancient Sky Fragrance City. At this moment, on the other side, it was a hellish battlefield where blood flowed like a river. The youth held a huge sword in his hand, and was like a lone star that could wipe out thousands of soldiers. When Zhang Sanshan and the rest of the army arrived, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. A single person fought against 10,000 soldiers, and was like a sharp knife that tore apart the encirclement of the Snake Swamp country's army. What kind of god was this? When they got closer, they could vaguely see that the youth's face was stained with blood, which made the coldness even more intense. The densely packed army of the Snake Swamp country was actually intimidated by the youth alone. Such a prodigy is only seen once in 10,000 years in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji looked at each other and were excited. The morale of the army behind them was greatly boosted, and they were cheering nonstop. Follow Commander Lin to protect the kingdom and the citizens. Kill! Zhang Sanshan yelled out. The ancient Sky Fragrance City's army surged forward in a mighty manner. At this moment, Lin Ling was breathing rapidly. He was already exhausted, but he finally waited for the army to arrive. This made him smile slightly. My soldiers, follow me and kill all the enemies. He spoke coldly, and his subordinate, Tian Xiaoman, led 50,000 soldiers and swept forward. The battle lasted for 1 day and 1 night, and the entire Red Gobi Desert was covered in smoke. The Snake Swamp country's morale plummeted, and the 500,000 soldiers were utterly defeated. The ancient Sky Fragrance City had a magnificent aura. and was suppressing the Snake Swamp Country's army step by step. Defeated, we have lost this battle. In a distant place, the second prince of the Snake Swamp Country was still guarding the army and looking at the overall situation. But his expression was extremely awful. He could already see that the Snake Swamp Country had lost. 500,000 soldiers lost to 300,000 soldiers. It might be a baffling loss, but he roughly knew the reason. The sudden appearance of the abnormal star changed the entire battlefield. This is what the heavenly concubine said, and it seems like it is true. The second prince's expression was extremely cold. He finally knew who the so-called abnormal star was. It was actually the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Lin Ling. Lin Ling's appearance and kidnapping the heavenly concubine caused the Snake Swamp Country to no longer have a powerful commander, and was like a plate of loose sand. Apart from that, Lin Ling's appearance obliterated their 10 commanders and fought against 10,000 soldiers alone, which caused the Snake Swamp Country's morale to plummet. While the Snake Swamp Country's morale increased greatly, the ancient Sky Fragrance City's morale rose greatly. This was the reason for their loss. The entire battlefield seemed to have changed because of Lin Ling alone. What exactly is his background? Why did he rise like a dazzling star? The second prince muttered to himself and deeply remembered that name. Retreat. Finally, the second prince waved his hand and retreated without a care. If this carried on, his subordinates would be nibbled away until nothing was left. Retreat? Back to the barracks? A guard asked hastily. The second prince shook his head and sighed. Return to the Snake Swamp Country. He had a disheartened expression. This failure had a huge impact on the Snake Swamp Country. If they wanted to invade from the ancient Sky Fragrance City again, they would need a few years of preparation. That guard's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything else. He had no choice but to accept the order and leave. Powerful martial artists can use their martial strength to decide the battlefield. Lin Ling's martial strength hasn't reached that level, but he is the #1 person under the generals. I can stop Zhang Sanshan, but none of my subordinates can stop Lin Ling. Chapter 273. Mo Qianji escaped. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Once the order to retreat was given, the morale of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army fell to the bottom as they were being slaughtered. We won. Zhang Sanshan looked into the distance and was extremely excited. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking back with a huge sword in his hand. He looked extremely exhausted, but there was a faint smile on his face. His mission for this trip was completed. Furthermore, he had accomplished his goal. Under the constant slaughter, he had naturally reached the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Furthermore, he deeply sensed that in this world, martial prowess was #1. With powerful martial prowess, one wouldn't be afraid even when facing an army with thousands of men and horses. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. There were shocking cheers from the surroundings as countless people looked at that youth with gratitude and excitement. That youth was like an undefeatable war god in their hearts. With his strength alone, he stirred up the entire battlefield and led everyone to repel the enemy. Old friend, the student has surpassed the master. I'm afraid your title of army god will have to be given up. Skybender laughed excitedly. Haha, that is indeed the case. Zhang Sanshan laughed heroically and said, unfortunately, the student has not only surpassed the master, but he will also surpass the master forever. That kid will definitely surpass me in the future. Perhaps the Heaven Mystics Kingdom won't be able to accommodate him. I have such a premonition as well. Skybender nodded, and his feeling was even stronger than Zhang Sanshan's because he had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. From a weak youth in the Fire Ancient clan to a famous person in the Cloud Sea City. General, I have not let you down and completed the mission perfectly. Soon enough, Lin Ling walked over and cupped his hands with a smile. Good. Not only did you complete the mission, but you also used this opportunity to defeat the Snake Swamp Kingdom. I guess that there will be no more battles in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City for the next 5 years. I, Zhang Sanshan, thank you on behalf of the citizens of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Zhang Sanshan jumped down from his horse and knelt on one knee as he spoke word by word. On behalf of all the citizens, we thank Commander Lin. All the soldiers knelt on one knee as they spoke in a mighty voice that shook the heavens and the earth. I'm just trying my best. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Army, return to the city. Everyone returned to Tianxiang City with a majestic aura. As for Lin Ling's subordinates, Tian Xiaoman and the others were prouder than anyone else. That was because the victory was brought about by their commander alone. They were exceptionally proud of their commander. They had never thought that they would be so proud one day. Therefore, when they were fighting against the enemy, they worked harder than anyone else. Because they were Lin Ling's subordinates, they could not lose face for Lin Ling. Fortunately, they didn't embarrass themselves. The final result of 50,000 men was definitely not inferior to the result of 100,000 men. This made the soldiers of the Sky Fragrance ancient city exclaim in admiration. They were indeed Commander Lin's troops. Such vigor and ferocity. They were simply the army of tigers and wolves of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When the army returned to Tianxiang City, all the citizens warmly welcomed them. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. In the hearts of the citizens, that mysterious young man was almost as revered as General Zhang. Hearing the deafening cheers, Lin Ling let out a helpless smile. He didn't expect the citizens' reaction to be so intense. He was just doing something that was convenient for him. Lin Ling waved to them. You're the war god of Heavenly Fragrance City now. Even I'm slightly envious of such treatment. Moreover, I know that after tomorrow, there will definitely be many people coming to visit you. And there might even be many young women who have secretly fallen in love with you. Zhang Sanshan grinned from the side. Lin Ling rolled his eyes. Why did he feel that Brother Zhang was rejoicing in his misfortune? Lin Ling. At this moment, Yu Munyin ran over. When she saw that Lin Ling was fine, the worry on her face finally vanished. Lin Ling also greeted Yu Munyin with a smile. His gaze shifted and landed on the heavenly concubine in the distance, whose beautiful eyes were constantly flickering. The heavenly concubine's beautiful face was somewhat cold. Her beautiful eyes emitted a light of wisdom as she turned and left. What a bad-tempered little girl. Lin Ling curled his lips. He didn't have any other thoughts about the heavenly concubine. It was fine as long as she didn't assist the Snake Swamp Nation. Moreover, the Snake Swamp Nation had also retreated, so there was no need to pay attention to the heavenly concubine. However, he was still very surprised. That girl wasn't old, but her ability to arrange troops was very strong. Even Brother Zhang seemed to have lost to her. Such wisdom at such a young age was truly rare. He is Yixing. This really surprised me. I originally thought that Yixing was an expert in his 50s. Who knew that it was actually him? The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flickered. She was extremely surprised. After the defeat of the Snake Swamp Nation, she divined again and guessed everything. However, this result made her extremely surprised. She wanted to continue divining, but she found that she couldn't see through that youth. That youth's origin and future were covered by a layer of hazy fog. However, regardless of whether he is Yixing or not, he is definitely a boorish person who doesn't know how to take care of women. The heavenly concubine shouted. She was extremely dissatisfied when she thought of how that youth had carried her behind his back and placed his large hand on her perky butt. Of course, when she thought of the intimate contact with that youth, her body once again softened. Where is Mo Qianji? I want to see if that military order is still there. Lin Ling coldly laughed as he followed the army to the barracks. Haha, that despicable person. I also want to see what kind of face he has now. Zhang Sanshan also nodded. At this moment, a soldier ran over and said, Not good, General Mo has disappeared. His subordinates have also disappeared. They seem to have escaped from Sky Fragrance City. What? That fellow is truly shameless. He made a solemn vow before the military order, but after he lost, he went back on his word. Such a person actually has the qualifications to look down on our army for not working hard, saying that our army is cowardly and doesn't dare to fight the Snake Swamp Nation head-on. Zhang Sanshan was furious. He is truly shameless. All the soldiers were furious as well. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all. He never had any expectations for that despicable person. That was the type of person who would bet with you. If you lost, you had to hand over your life, but if he lost, he would go back on his word. That fellow didn't know how to do anything other than flatter. It doesn't matter. He can escape today, but he can't escape tomorrow. Lin Ling didn't mind. Now that he had completed his mission and his strength had increased greatly, he would find that despicable person when he returned to Cloud Sea City. That night, Sky Fragrance City held a grand banquet to welcome the victory of the war. The entire city was filled with joy. Some people even made statues overnight and placed them in the city square. The statue was of a youth with a cold expression. He held a large sword in his hand and pointed it forward. He was like a military god guarding Sky Fragrance City. That statue was the hero Lin Ling. Lin Ling was completely unaware of all of this. At this moment he was in his room sensing his cultivation. He was at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and had the first-generation flame technique. Heavenly Fire Prairie. He believed that with his current strength, he was probably invincible in the Earth Spirit Realm. With such strength, he should be able to obtain a seat in Cloud Sea City. Chapter 274. Agreements. TTSK Lin Ling, you're the most perverse youth I've ever seen. You were only in the initial stage of the Earth Spirit Realm when you arrived at Sky Fragrance, but a great battle allowed you to undergo a rebirth and reach the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. You have to know that the advancement of the Earth Spirit Realm takes years. Zhang Sanshan appeared outside the door and sighed emotionally as he looked at Lin Ling beside him. Sky Melody also smiled helplessly. Old brother Zhang, you'd be even more surprised if you knew that he was only in the martial spirit realm not long ago. Their words made Lin Ling smile and shake his head. I was just lucky. It'll be a few years before I break through again. You're always so calm even if the sky collapses. Zhang Sanshan and Sky Melody were speechless. After all, if other youths had such achievements, they would have been extremely proud with their noses in the air. However, Lin Ling was indifferent, as if all of this wasn't worth his happiness. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he felt a sense of accomplishment, it wasn't very strong. Because he knew that his greatest enemy, the first Crown Prince, was much, much stronger than him. The first Crown Prince had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He had talent, inherited the throne and endless cultivation resources. Lin Ling had nothing, so the only way to surpass the first Crown Prince was to rely on his own hard work. The three of them chatted as they walked, looking at the bright moon in the sky as they drank and sang. Only when the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army retreated did they feel so relaxed. Lin Ling, from today onwards, Sky Fragrance's army of 300,000 is at your disposal. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. Yes. Zhang Sanshan spoke in an extremely heroic manner after downing several cups of wine. Alright, I was waiting for you to say that. Lin Ling didn't argue and accepted this favor with a smile. With the help of Zhang Sanshan's army of 300,000, Lin Ling's forces in Cloud Sea City would be even stronger. After a long time, Zhang Sanshan and Heaven Melody left in a hazy drunkenness. Lin Ling looked at their backs and shook his head with a smile. He also walked towards his residence. However, when he arrived at the small courtyard, under the bright moonlight, a beautiful figure stood there quietly like a fairy under the moon. From afar, the figure seemed to blend into the moonlight, emitting a hazy light, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Oh, it's you. You haven't slept yet. Could it be that you want to repay my kindness by offering yourself to me? Lin Ling was already a bit drunk as he looked at the girl with an ice-cold expression. Who do you think you are to deserve my gratitude? The white-clothed girl was the heavenly concubine. After hearing Lin Ling's words, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and coldly replied. Of course, when she said this, she recalled the scene when Lin Ling saved her. He actually grabbed a curtain to deal with her, and even looked at her body. This scoundrel. Who do you think you are? Do you think that if you offer yourself to me, I will accept it? Lin Ling twitched his mouth. He might be drunk, but he knew that this young girl was too scheming. Hence, he had been keeping his guard up. You can leave now. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Leave. The heavenly concubine's eyes were at a loss and felt very surprised. This young man saved her and didn't have any delusions. He just asked her to leave with a single sentence. It was as though she was just a character for his mission. Why? Could it be that after being kidnapped by the Snake Swamp Kingdom, you want to be kidnapped by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Lin Ling looked at her with a strange expression. You. The heavenly concubine's delicate face turned black. This boorish young man didn't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. However, she wasn't an ordinary person and quickly calmed down. She smiled faintly and said, "You saved me, and you want to leave me behind? Aren't you too irresponsible?" "Ah, I saved you, and you aren't grateful to me. Instead, you are saying that I am irresponsible?" Lin Ling found it hilarious that there was actually such a person. "There is a price to pay for saving me. Right now my men are looking for me. Before they find me, you have to be responsible for my safety." The heavenly concubine lifted her head up high as though she was certain that she had Lin Ling in her grasp. "Ah." Lin Ling's eyes widened. "I am your personal bodyguard? I have seen scoundrels before, but this is the first time I have seen someone as thick-skinned as you." He had also lifted his head up high and wasn't going to let this overly intelligent woman take control of the situation. "You are the one who is thick-skinned." The heavenly concubine raised her eyebrows and rubbed her delicate chin. She looked like a strategist who had a card up her sleeve. "How about this? You will be responsible for protecting me, and I will guide your subordinates. Your subordinates might not have a weak aura and are a rare army of tigers and wolves, but they are still too weak when it comes to formations. In this world's battles, it isn't just about the aura but also the methods." Formations. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Presently, his subordinates were gradually growing up, and they were loyal and devoted to him. They were his left and right arms. If the strength of all his subordinates could improve, then his foothold in the city would be even more stable. "All right, deal." Lin Ling snapped his fingers. "I knew that you would never do a deal where you are at a disadvantage. All right, remember, you have to protect me well." The heavenly concubine smiled faintly, turned around and left. This little girl. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Although this mysterious girl wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she had a unique aura. She was like a small stream, and the more familiar he was, the cuter he found her to be. A few days later, Lin Ling's army left Sky Fragrance City. The citizens and soldiers of Sky Fragrance City looked at the departing figures with reluctance. They were constantly shouting until Lin Ling's army disappeared from their sight. The army traveled all the way to Ocean of Cloud City. This time, the army of 50,000 didn't have to cultivate. They just had to ceaselessly learn the formations taught by the heavenly concubine. So they took a shortcut, and it only took them 3 days to return to Ocean of Cloud City. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth as he gazed at the city, that was even vaster than Sky Fragrance City. "I'm finally back." He turned around and saw the heavenly concubine giving Tian Xiaoman guidance. Tian Xiaoman was Lin Ling's assistant now, so she was extremely interested in the formations. Lin Ling wasn't interested in the formations, so he remained in the position of general. Lin Ling spoke softly, "We're here." The conversation between the heavenly concubine stopped. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes gazed deeply at the huge city in the distance, and they flickered incessantly. No one knew what she was thinking. "Remember the agreement. I don't want others to know my identity." "Don't worry. I am still able to keep my promise." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The heavenly concubine seemed to have a mysterious background. She wasn't from the Snake Swamp Kingdom or the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, she seemed to have hostility towards the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, since the heavenly concubine didn't want to talk about her background, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to care. They just had to keep their promise. Enter the city. Chapter 275. Annihilation of the Fire Ancient Clan. Everywhere the army passed, the passers-by were shocked and took a detour. The army had a grand aura, and every one of them was young. They had cold expressions and cold blood. It seemed like an army that had been through many battles. The leader was a young man who was handsome and calm. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and he looked extremely spirited. Many people were curious about this army, but it moved very quickly. It didn't take long for them to vanish from everyone's sight. Is this the Cloud Sea City that is as famous as the Stone Saint Nation's Extreme Ice Palace? This is the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, just like the Snake Swamp Nation's Fierce Tooth Imperial City. Senior sister fell in love with a man here, but they were forced to separate. This time, I can help senior sister find out about that man's whereabouts. The heavenly concubine looked at the Cloud Sea City and muttered to herself. She came here for the Fire Ancient clan to find a man called Lin Chen. She knew that after so many years, her senior sister still couldn't forget that man. After the army entered the Cloud Sea City, Lin Ling immediately went to report to Duke Duan. His subordinates returned to the camp and were waiting for Lin Ling's orders. As for the heavenly concubine, she wanted to hide her identity and had been following Tian Xiaoman. In Duke Duan's residence, Duke Duan came out personally to welcome Jiang Yi. Lin Ling, you are back? How is the battle? Duke Duan asked anxiously with a look of anticipation. The news of the victory in the Sky Fragrance ancient city hadn't spread to the Cloud Sea City yet. Thus Duke Duan was very worried. Duke Duan, fortunately, I didn't let you down. We won in the Sky Fragrance ancient city. Lin Ling looked at the anxious Duke Duan and smiled. Duke Duan was stunned and said in disbelief, "Won? What about the Snake Swamp Nation's army? Did they retreat a few thousand miles away?" Lin Ling shook his head and continued to smile. They didn't retreat a few thousand miles away. They completely retreated. What? Duke Duan gasped. He originally thought that Lin Ling would help the Sky Fragrance ancient city win, but the Snake Swamp Nation's army was much larger. They naturally wouldn't retreat so easily. Who knew that they completely retreated? What's going on? Duan Wangye asked hurriedly. Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened, causing Duan Wangye's expression to constantly change. In the end, he looked at Lin Ling in pleasant surprise. Lin Ling, back then, when I dug you out from the Fire Ancient clan, it was indeed the best decision of my life. You single-handedly ended the entire battle. TSK, amazing. Duke Duan continued to praise. Lin Ling smiled. Duan Wangye invited Lin Ling to stay for a celebratory drink. Lin Ling considered that this drink wouldn't take too much time, so he nodded and agreed. As they drank, King Duan ceaselessly spoke about the current situation in Ocean of Cloud City, while Lin Ling listened silently. Your Highness, this is bad. His Majesty the Third Prince has sent people to the Fire Ancient clan. He said that he wants to exterminate the Fire Ancient clan. Right at this moment, a guard ran in anxiously. When Lin Ling wasn't around, Duan Wangye was in charge of protecting the Fire Ancient clan. Hence, he had been paying attention to the Fire Ancient clan's safety. Bang! Duan Wangye was instantly enraged. He slammed his wine cup heavily on the table and said, "Is the third prince crazy? Isn't he afraid of causing a war between the princes? Causing chaos among the factions?" This time, those who went to the Fire Ancient clan included the former commander, the Zhang clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, and the third prince's favorite general, Mo Qianji. As for why they were so bold, it was because Mo Qianji said that Lin Ling colluded with the enemy in Sky Fragrance City and caused the Sky Fragrance City's 300,000-strong army to be defeated. He is a sinner of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, that guard quickly explained. Mo Qianji. This fellow is truly a despicable person who craves for the world to be in chaos. It is a pity that he came back too early. He thought that we were going to lose for sure and didn't expect us to win. Lin Ling's expression was ice-cold as he stood up. He still wanted to settle the score with Mo Qianji, but he didn't expect Mo Qianji to jump out on his own. Furthermore, Mo Qianji even had designs on his family. Lin Ling, don't worry. I will send someone over immediately, Duan Wangye quickly said. Lin Ling shook his head and said, "This time, I will go personally. I want to see what right they have to make a move on my family. Since they dared to come, then they shall stay here forever." All right. You have battle merits now, so you can do whatever you want. Even if you cause chaos in the Cloud Sea City, no one will be able to touch you. Duan Wangye nodded seriously. If Lin Ling really caused the defeat, then it would be very difficult for Duan Wangye to step in and save the Fire Ancient clan. Even if he could, it would be done in the dark. However, Lin Ling was the victorious army. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling nodded and strode out of Duan Wangye's residence. His cold eyes looked into the distance as an intense killing intent spread out from his body. The Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling's reverse scale. It was also the only family he had after coming to this world. These people? They seemed to be the Imperial Guards of the inner city. The Imperial Guards of the inner city rarely appear in the outer city. This time, The entire army is out. I don't know who they are going for, but they are very strong. As expected of the inner city, they are heading in the direction of the Fire Ancient clan. The Fire Ancient clan is in great trouble. I'm afraid they have offended a powerful force in the inner city. In the outer city, many people looked at the army marching in an orderly manner on the streets. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Of course, there were also some who were gloating. The Fire Ancient clan deserved it. This was definitely a disaster brought about by Lin Ling. Commander, His Majesty the Third Prince said that you can do whatever you want this time. There is no need to be afraid. His Majesty the Third Prince will stand up for us. At the forefront of the Imperial Guards of the inner city, 3 figures walked side by side. Their expressions were indifferent, but their eyes revealed a trace of complacency and mockery. Among them, Mo Qianji spoke faintly. Not long ago, Lin Ling had captured the Snake Swamp country's military advisor alive, causing Mo Qianji to lose. However, Mo Qianji would not die in the hands of a junior like Lin Ling. Therefore, he had escaped in the middle of the night. As for the military order, Mo Qianji did not care about it at all. After returning to Cloud Sea City, how could he be willing to accept the humiliation he had suffered in Sky Fragrance Ancient City? Therefore, he took advantage of the great defeat in Sky Fragrance Ancient City to force Lin Ling to his death with the crime of colluding with the enemy. Mo Qianji was not clear about the outcome of the battle in Sky Fragrance Ancient City. However, he guessed that Sky Fragrance Ancient City would definitely lose. After all, was it possible for an army of 300,000 to win against an army of 500,000? Unfortunately, he did not know that the battle had changed because of Lin Ling alone. The 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp country had all died in battle, causing the morale of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City to be greatly reduced. It was like a great army that would never lose. This Lin Ling is the best at taking advantage of both sides, causing many important figures in the inner city to support him. However, with the crime of colluding with the enemy, it is difficult for those important figures to say anything. Dunan laughed coldly. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Lin Ling had killed his son. He originally thought that taking revenge would be easy, but he did not expect that it would be more difficult than he had imagined. Lin Ling had grown step by step at an extremely fast speed. Not only had Lin Ling's strength almost caught up to him, Lin Ling's forces were even stronger than his. He had even caused him to lose his position as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Chapter 276. Lin Ling. I want to use Lin Ling's head as a sacrifice to my son. Do Nan became even more excited when he thought of this. Beside him was the Zhang clan's old ancestor. He was also a subordinate of the third prince. Of course, the Zhang clan was too weak, so it was usually difficult for them to enter the third prince's eyes. But this time, when he heard that the third prince was going to attack the Fire Ancient clan, he immediately volunteered to come. In this way, not only would he get rid of the thorn in his side, but he would also gain the favor of the third prince. His ancient clan's Zhang clan would be able to dominate the outer city. Lords, this way will do. The Zhang clan's old ancestor led the army forward. It didn't take long for the army to arrive at the crater of the Fire Ancient clan's volcano. At this moment, the entire Fire Ancient clan was out. Obviously, they had received the news and were anxiously preparing for this calamity. Of course, the news they received was intentionally released by the Zhang clan's old ancestor. He wanted old ancestor Extreme Flame to be nervous and uneasy. Only then would he feel comfortable. Lord, may I ask what the Fire Ancient clan has done wrong? Looking at the dense army before him, old ancestor Extreme Flame spoke with a solemn expression. Haha, Extreme Flame, you still haven't come to your senses. Seeing how foolish you are, let me remind you. Your descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling, has committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. The Zhang clan's old ancestor said coldly. Then he smiled. I didn't expect that the Zhang clan of the Ancient clan would be the ones left in the outer city. Old ancestor Extreme Flame frowned, but he remained calm. Lord, do you have evidence? Shut up. What right do you have to ask for evidence? It's just a rural clan in the outer city. Does His Majesty need to show you evidence if he wants to annihilate your ancient clan? Mo Qianji looked at the Fire Ancient clan with disdain and snorted coldly. Today, the Fire Ancient clan will be completely annihilated. Not a single one of them can escape. Dunan said coldly. His voice was like the might of the heavens, causing the hearts of many people who were secretly watching from afar to tremble violently. They all knew that from today onwards, the Fire Ancient clan would cease to exist. Old ancestor, they are unreasonable. In my opinion, if they want to fight, let's fight. There are no cowards in the Fire Ancient clan. Among the Fire Ancient clan's younger generation disciples, Lin Aofeng, Lin Qingcheng, and the others all shouted loudly. That's right, we'd rather die in battle than surrender and beg for mercy. The various elders also shouted in unison, unafraid of death. Even the former great elder, Lin Nanshan, appeared. Looking at the incoming enemies, his face was ice cold. In the past, he had always been jealous of Lin Ling's father, Lin Qin. However, as the days passed, he realized that Lin Ling had done better than Lin Qin. Under the changing times, Lin Ling had single-handedly saved the entire ancient clan. Moreover, Lin Ling was not the kind of person who forgot his roots. No matter how he wandered in the inner city, the first place in his heart would always be the Fire Ancient clan. What else could he, great elder, Lin Nanshan, say against such a junior? Therefore, he no longer resented Lin Ling's father, Lin Ling. Instead, he saw Lin Ling as his own junior, his own family. Everyone had the same bloodline. We'd rather die in battle than surrender and beg for mercy. The entire Fire Ancient clan was filled with vigor, unafraid of death. Even some of the baby-like children shouted, "We'll live and die together with Big Brother Lin Ling." Their resolute aura and arrogance caused many forces in the distance to secretly admire them. Unfortunately, in this world, without strength, arrogance didn't represent everything. Haha, interesting. I originally wanted to bully a few of you, but it seems like there's no hope. However, I'll fulfill your wishes. After you die, the next one will be Lin Ling. Du Nan and the other two laughed coldly. Among them, Mo Qianji waved his hand and announced, "Kill! Kill!" The Imperial army marched towards the Fire Ancient clan in a grandiose manner. Their orderly footsteps and vigor caused the outer city to feel as if a storm was sweeping away the clouds. On the other hand, the members of the Fire Ancient clan were waiting solemnly for the upcoming battle to the death. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword ray came from the horizon like a dazzling sun. Wherever the sword ray passed, a large number of Imperial army soldiers were slain and split into two. Hundreds of people died under a single sword. That sword was extremely sharp. Who is it? The sudden change of events caused Mo Qianji and the other two to have an unpleasant expression. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were also extremely astonished. As for the people who were observing from afar, they took in a cold breath. It was said that the Imperial army was mobilized this time under the orders of the mysterious Third Prince. Right now, someone actually dared to kill the Third Prince's men. Wasn't this going against the Third Prince's orders? Who was so audacious? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Under everyone's gaze, a slender figure slowly walked over. He was holding a large sword at a slanted angle. His steps were steady, and his delicate face was filled with endless indifference. A deep voice came from his mouth. "I am Lin Ling." Silence. The surroundings instantly went silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would dare to return. Lin Ling had committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. He should be fleeing from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom, and actually dared to return. You are dead meat. Mo Qianji looked at Lin Ling, who was walking over from afar, and immediately threw a huge hat on him. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is the place that raised you and gave birth to you. You colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Don't you have any conscience in your heart? Today, we will represent the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to judge you. Dunan spoke coldly. Lin Ling, I have watched you grow up. I didn't expect you to end up like this. Sigh, it is so heartbreaking. Listen to me and wait to be captured. I will put in a few good words for you. Perhaps the Third Prince will spare your life on account of your youth and ignorance. The Zhang clan's patriarch spoke as well. The three of them had to kill Lin Ling and exterminate the ancient clans. However, they were still speaking hypocritically at this moment, as though they were representing justice. Even I feel disgusted when I see such repulsive faces. Hence, the only choice is to kill. The hypocritical words from the three of them caused Lin Ling's expression to turn even colder. Hence, he didn't bother to say anything more and couldn't be bothered to explain anything. The three of them weren't worthy, and he just needed to kill them. You. Stubborn. Mo Qianji pointed at Lin Ling and gnashed his teeth. Swish. The sword light slashed over, and a large number of royal guards died. They didn't even know that Lin Ling would suddenly make a move. Without the strength of the heaven spirit realm, everyone who comes here today shall die. A cold voice echoed, causing everyone to gasp. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and unrepentant after committing such a grave mistake. He even wanted to kill all the royal guards. Such arrogance from the Fire Ancient clan's descendant. The crowd from afar shuddered violently in their hearts. With just you? Dream on. Chapter 277. Commander of the Imperial Guard. The commander of the Imperial Guard has made his move. The faces of the crowd in the distance changed. They never thought that Du Nan would make the first move. In their hearts, the commander of the Imperial Guard in the inner city was an existence that they could never hope to reach. Commander, kill Lin Ling. The Imperial Guard also shouted and cheered for Du Nan. Hee, Commander, you're too impatient. Mo Qianji sneered. He believed that Lin Ling would die without a doubt now that Du Nan had made his move. Du Nan, you've been brooding over your son's arrogance and tyranny ever since I killed him. Today, we'll settle our old and new grudges once and for all. Looking at Du Nan, who was charging at him, Lin Ling's face became even more indifferent. He raised the sword in his hand. A pitch-black broadsword tore through the air in front of him, making explosive sounds as if it had come from the depths of the earth. Without the strength of the heavenly spirit realm, everyone who comes here today will die? What arrogance, but I don't believe it. Let me tell you, I'm at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. But let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you defeat the martial champion, it only means that you're the #1 genius. In terms of cultivation time, I'm 100 times longer than you. Clang. The sword and broadsword collided, making a deafening sound. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions with the two at the center. Many people who were far away were knocked down by the shockwave. What a powerful force. The people in the distance were all shocked. Boom. Lin Ling held his sword with one hand, his face still cold. I've said it before. Without the strength of the heavenly spirit realm, everyone will die. Flames suddenly ignited all over his body, following his arm to the sword in his hand. An even more powerful aura burst out. It was a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. With two innate spirit bodies, two great perfection of the concept of fire, and the strength of the mid-earthly spirit realm, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of any earthly spirit realm cultivators. Swoosh. His sword suddenly became terrifying. It was like a laser, like an explosive flame, as it slashed through the air. Crack. The pitch-black broadsword was cut in half, but the scorching hot sword slashed out. Du Nan's arm was cut off, and his body was sent flying. After falling to the ground, his face was pale and filled with unparalleled fear. He had actually lost to Lin Ling. Back then, he had looked down on this young man. But today, this young man was looking down on him. How is that possible? The commander is the commander of the inner city's Imperial Guard. How could he not be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Ling? Looking at Du Nan on the ground, everyone was shocked. To be able to become the commander of the Imperial Guards, his strength naturally surpassed others. Otherwise, how could he convince the masses? However, he was still defeated by a youth who was not even 20 years old. This kid's growth speed is too terrifying. The Zhang family's ancestor's face was also solemn. Back then, that young man was like an ant in his eyes. If it wasn't for the extreme flame ancestor protecting him every time, he would have already killed him. But today, that young man's wings were finally full. His strength surpassed all of the Zhang clan's disciples. This made the Zhang clan's patriarch unwilling to accept this, and he was filled with intense jealousy. Good. As expected of the son of my Fire Ancient clan. Compared to the Zhang clan's patriarch's disappointment, the Fire Ancient clan's morale was greatly boosted. Right now, Lin Ling was already the symbol of the Fire Ancient clan. Linger, let us help you. The extreme flame ancestor shouted under the high morale. Grandfather, there's no need. I'll deal with them myself. Looking at the excited extreme flame ancestor, Lin Ling turned his head and said solemnly. He wanted to settle this grudge himself. Ling. The extreme flame ancestor wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Lin Ling's determined gaze, he finally nodded his head and felt even more gratified in his heart. Right now, his grandson had completely become the new generation's leader of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling possessed pride and strength. With his strength alone, he turned the tide and saved the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling, don't be too pleased with yourself. On the ground, Do Nan's expression was extremely ugly. He stood up and his aura erupted once again. Although he had lost an arm, it wasn't enough to make him lose the ability to fight. He had been a bit careless earlier. KSG. He stretched out his left hand, and a large amount of spirit chi surged from the sky. This was the talent of his chaos body. It was an 8th rank spirit body and had the ability to absorb all kinds of spirit chi. Moreover, he had comprehended the great concept of chaos chi. It was absorbing everything and forcefully devouring the spirit chi of heaven and earth to temporarily increase his strength. Rumble. Do Nan's aura grew even stronger as his entire body emitted smoke. Vaguely, his cultivation seemed to have broken through the earth spirit realm and reached the early sky spirit realm. At this moment, the earth seemed to be shaking because of him alone. Lin Ling, this is my secret technique. I never planned on using it, but you forced me to today. Do Nan's voice was much lower. Once this technique was used, the side effects were obvious. His cultivation would decrease greatly. Great concept, origin returning chi. He stretched out his hand, and a ball of light formed from spirit chi appeared. It continuously enlarged and bloomed with dazzling light. How terrifying. I feel that the entire outer city is shaking. Is this the full extent of the commander's strength? Everyone trembled with fear and retreated a few hundred meters, afraid that they would be implicated by the terrifying energy. The technique you're using seems to have increased your strength, but you're still in the earth spirit realm. Is this your confidence? Looking at Do Nan, who was like a god descending from the heavens, Lin Ling's expression was still cold and fearless. Flames gradually emerged from his body and burned him, causing him to gradually turn into nothingness. What's going on? Many people were surprised that he had been burned into nothingness. Could it be that Lin Ling was unable to fight back against Do Nan's strongest technique, and had chosen to immolate himself? Ling or this? Confusion also appeared in Forefather Extreme Flame's eyes. However, the burning flames gave him a feeling that they could destroy the heavens and the earth. After a moment of thought, he immediately said, "Everyone hurry and leave this place." Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was puzzled, but they still listened to Forefather Extreme Flame and left. It was obvious that as the forefather of the Fire Ancient clan, Forefather Extreme Flame had also sensed the terror of the flames. However, this didn't mean that others had sensed it. After all, their understanding of the fire attribute wasn't as deep as Forefather Extreme Flame's. Haha, Lin Ling, are you committing suicide in advance? Or are you scared by my great concept? Do Nan laughed coldly with pride in his laughter. Although Lin Ling's potential and strength were both strong, he was still only in the mid-earth spirit realm. Therefore, even if he'd won by a fluke, the fact that his foundation was weaker than Do Nan's couldn't be changed no matter what. You're not the only one who has a great concept, and your great concept isn't complete. Chapter 278. Surging flames. The flames on Lin Ling's body seemed to be sucked in by something as they all appeared in his right hand. The wisp of flame had turned blue and white. It didn't look large, but for some reason, everyone's hearts trembled violently when they sensed the flame in detail. The flame gave them a feeling of annihilation and nothingness. It was as if it wanted to burn everything in the world into nothingness. Great circle of the great concept. Do Nan stared at the flame as the pride on his face disappeared without a trace. He had the strength of the peak of the earth spirit realm, an 8th rank spirit body, and had comprehended a great concept. Therefore, he was confident that no one in the earth spirit realm would be his match if he unleashed his full strength. However, Lin Ling was only 18 years old, but had reached the great circle of the great concept. I've said that those who come here today will all die if they don't have the strength of the sky spirit realm. The cold voice ignored Do Nan's surprise and continued to ring out calmly, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This Lin Ling dared to say such a thing, how arrogant. First generation fire art. Heavenly fire prairie. As the final voice echoed, the pupils of the surrounding people narrowed. They could only see the youth with an indifferent expression slowly stretch out his right hand. There was a taboo flame in his hand, and he gently waved it. A wisp of flame was born and landed lightly on the ground. Boom. The forbidden flame exploded. This was the fusion of the great concepts of the 9 underworlds, heavenly flames and 7 blades skyfire. The entire earth shook as the outer city swayed. Flames surged into the sky, as if wanting to burn this ancient city to ashes. Origin of origin chi. Do Nan's expression changed drastically as he slapped out with his left hand. The ball of light formed from chaotic spirit chi surged out, but it was a pity that his most prized technique seemed extremely dim at this moment. The ball of spirit chi contained a terrifying amount of energy, but it was immediately drowned when it came into contact with the surging sea of flames, as if it had met its natural enemy. No! Do Nan cried out in horror. He could only see the surging sea of flames surging towards him, as if wanting to burn him into nothingness. At this moment, his heart was in a daze. He'd thought that this was an excellent opportunity to avenge his son's death and wash away his previous humiliation. However, he hadn't thought that the arrival of glory would be his doomsday. Suddenly, he felt a bit of regret that he'd been too reckless. If he'd had a choice, he would have chosen to endure. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. I can't accept this. With a roar, the surging taboo flames engulfed him. A first-generation flame technique. Linger, well done. In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at the giant flame that soared into the sky and became excited. As the ancestor of the Fire Ancient clan, he naturally knew what that flame represented. One could say with certainty that it was the true essence of fire of the Fire Ancient clan. In the thousands of years of history of the Fire Ancient clan, there were very few people who could cultivate their own generation of fire techniques. Even Ancestor Taiyan had only comprehended one type of innate spirit body to perfection. Pa pa pa. Flames shot into the sky outside the volcano of the Fire Ancient clan, and it drew the attention of everyone outside the city. Many people were surprised. Originally, they thought that today was the end of the Fire Ancient clan. But now, it seemed that the ancient Imperial Fire clan had used powerful methods to resist the invasion of the foreign enemies. What a fierce fire! As for the Imperial Guards, a large number of them had been burned to death. So long as the flames touched even a little bit, it would be enough to ignite the entire body. Lin Ling, you have committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. Now you even dared to kill the commander. Men, kill Lin Ling. Staring at the flames that soared into the sky, Missouri Qianji narrowed his eyes and roared. Today they had come with arrogance. Who would have thought that before they could capture Lin Ling, the commander of the Imperial Guards would die? This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Kill. The remaining Imperial Guards let out a low growl, and their killing intent soared. If you want to die, then come. At the center of the sea of flames, a cold voice resounded. From the surging flames, a young man walked out step by step. At this moment, he was like a flame god that was born from the flames. His cold eyes looked at the Imperial Guards, and a wisp of flame danced in the depths of his eyes. Shock. For some reason, when the Imperial Guards looked into his eyes, they felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they weren't looking at a person, but a fire. What a terrifying aura. None of the Imperial Guards dared to take a step forward. What are you doing? Go kill him. Mo Qianji was furious. His men were actually so frightened by Lin Ling's gaze that they didn't dare to move. This was a great humiliation. Mo Qianji, can you be any more shameless? The military pledge has already been made. You ran away after losing. A person like you actually has the face to compete with General Zhang for the position of commander. Humph. Today I will fulfill the military pledge. Lin Ling's cold voice resounded. Don't you try to mislead others with your lies. I am the great general under the third prince. Mo Qianji was angry out of humiliation. Lin Ling was mocking him. I don't want to waste my breath on people like you. You can only die. Lin Ling walked out from the flames. The violent heat and aura made Mo Qianji feel a little scared. He roared at the Imperial guards in front of him. "Go trash! What are you doing?" Unfortunately, no one dared to go forward. The Imperial guards were traumatized by Lin Ling. "Retreat!" Mo Qianji was so angry that his face turned pale. He shouted and could only retreat temporarily. At his command, all of the Imperial guards felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They retreated like a receding tide. To them, Lin Ling was just a young man. He was too strong. Only an even stronger expert would be able to capture him. What? The Imperial guards retreated? It's all for Lin Ling. Looking at Mo Qianji and his men who were fleeing, the crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Today was supposed to be the end of the Fire Ancient clan. Who would have thought that Lin Ling alone would kill the commander of the Imperial guards and make all the Imperial guards run away in shame? It seemed that in Lin Ling's eyes, the powerful Imperial guards in the inner city were not Imperial guards at all. The fire gradually extinguished. The crater of the Fire Ancient clan was quiet. After a while, a surprised voice sounded. "Linger, good job." In the distance, the excited voice of Ancestor Extreme Flame could be heard. His grandson did not disappoint him. "Ancestor, the calamity has been avoided. However, there will be stronger experts coming. Why don't we leave the Fire Ancient clan first?" The various elders of the Fire Ancient clan suggested after their excitement. Ancestor Extreme Flame nodded. He knew that the third prince was attacking the Fire Ancient clan. They were already very lucky to be able to avoid the calamity once. They would definitely not be able to avoid it a second time. "Linger, let's leave the Cloudsea City. Otherwise, the third prince will be here soon," Ancestor Extreme Flame said anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head. This was the ancestral home of the Fire Ancient clan. As long as one was a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, no one would want to leave their home. Moreover, he had already said that anyone who dared to offend the Fire Ancient clan would have to die. Chapter 279. Chapter 279 attacked the Zhang family. When the people in the distance heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any intention of letting this go. But their numbers are greater. We're not their match at all, Ancestor Extreme Flame said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. With that, he took out the mother-child bug and said solemnly, "Has the Flame Legion not arrived yet?" It was just a short sentence, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Hearing this, the members of the Fire Ancient clan were all puzzled. At this moment, the sound of orderly footsteps resounded. A vast and mighty army walked out with a surging aura. Every single one of them had an indifferent expression, and there was only murderous intent and bloodthirst. They were like a terrifying demon army that had crawled out from a pile of corpses. This army. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. A few of them exchanged glances with the soldiers, and then fell to the ground with a plop. That murderous aura made their hearts palpitate. This was an army of blood and slaughter. Be careful. The Fire Ancient clan was once again facing a great enemy. Ancestor Extreme Flame anxiously shouted. He guessed that this terrifying army was the third prince's men, and they were here to exterminate the Fire Ancient clan. Moreover, compared to the previous Imperial Guards, this army was even more terrifying. It was an army that had been on the battlefield. For a moment, there was a deathly silence. Right at this moment, a solemn voice resounded. "Commander, the Flame Corps has arrived." Under everyone's gaze, a valiant woman walked out and bowed to Lin Ling. "Commander, the Flame Legion has arrived." Soon after, a deafening roar rang out as 50,000 people shouted in unison, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. "Commander?" Ancestor Extreme Flame glared. Calling Commander. Could that army be Linger's army? Good. We only have one goal now, and that is to kill Mo Qianji. Lin Ling looked at his subordinates and nodded. "Yes, Commander." The 50,000-man army roared again. Is it really Linger's army? This time, the ancestor was finally certain that this army belonged to Lin Ling. His grandson actually had an army stronger than the Imperial Guard. What was going on? For a moment, the Fire Ancient clan was completely silent. Everyone was speechless. "Grandpa, It's time for the conflict between our Fire Ancient clan and the Zhang clan to be resolved. Let's end it this time. Lin Ling didn't know the shock in everyone's hearts. He looked at Ancestor Taiyan. Good. After being stunned for a moment, Ancestor Extreme Flame said good 3 times in a row. He was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't completely reacted yet. Army, move out. Lin Ling nodded, and then he turned around and looked towards the distance. He waved his hand, and then he led the army forward in a formidable array. Everywhere the army passed, the outer city was in an uproar and everyone gasped. They'd thought that the Fire Ancient clan would be unable to escape calamity today. But never had they imagined that not only would the Fire Ancient clan remain unharmed, a terrifying army that was surging with murderous intent had suddenly surged out. And then it seemed to be heading towards the Zhang clan. A change was about to occur in the outer city. A bunch of trash. At this moment, Mo Qianji and the Imperial Guard were resting silently within the Zhang clan. Mo Qianji took a sip of tea, and then he couldn't help but smash the teacup on the ground. He was furious. He felt aggrieved. He felt humiliated. He was the dignified military advisor of the inner city, yet he'd led the Imperial Guard to annihilate the Fire Ancient clan. In the end, he hadn't even arrived, and he'd been terrified by Lin Ling to the point of fleeing to the Zhang clan. That was a great humiliation. General Lin Ling suddenly launched a surprise attack and assassinated the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lord Do Nan. So the Imperial Guard is only temporarily affected. Don't worry, the morale of the Imperial Guard will rise after a short rest. Moreover, my Zhang clan will mobilize the entire clan to assist you. The Zhang clan's ancestor spoke from the side. That's right. It's just a puny Lin Ling. If it wasn't for King Duan protecting him, we would have killed him a long time ago. General, it isn't difficult to kill Lin Ling. I only hope that you can put in a good word for the Zhang clan in front of the third prince. The experts of the Zhang clan stepped forward one after another. The Fire Ancient clan was a thorn in their side, and they'd wanted them dead for a long time. However, the Fire Ancient clan's backer was King Duan. On the other hand, while the Zhang clan's backer was the third prince, it was obvious that the third prince didn't think highly of them. So, the Zhang clan had been enduring silently. But now, the Zhang clan's chance had come. If they could kill Lin Ling and encircle the Fire Ancient clan, they would be valued by the third prince. From then on, the Zhang clan would have a meteoric rise. Good. Your morale isn't weak. Don't worry. After you kill Lin Ling, I'll put in a good word for you. Mo Qianji nodded his head lightly. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Zhang clan were overjoyed. Unfortunately, they had always thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. They didn't know that Lin Ling had made a name for himself in the inner city. He was the #1 genius of the current era. Moreover, they didn't know that Lin Ling had absolute strength and influence to kill the Zhang clan. They were courting death by doing this. Oh no. At this moment, a disciple of the Zhang clan ran over anxiously. What's the hurry? Don't panic. With the Lord here, even if the sky falls, there's no need to worry. The Zhang clan's ancestor shouted coldly, hinting for the disciple to speak. Lin Ling is coming for us. The disciple of the Zhang clan was anxious and flustered. Finally, he uttered a sentence. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. They were laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. Previously, the Fire Ancient clan had luckily escaped death. Now Lin Ling still dared to send himself to their doorstep? Ancestor, it's time for our Zhang clan to make a contribution. The elders of the Zhang clan said excitedly, their battle intent surging. The Zhang clan's ancestor smiled and nodded his head. Now that the Imperial Guards had joined up with the Zhang clan, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had 3 heads and 6 arms. He's here to die alone. General, allow me to lead the army and kill Lin Ling. The Zhang clan's ancestor looked at Mo Qianji and said. Mo Qianji nodded his head indifferently with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Ancestor, Lin Ling isn't alone. The disciple of the Zhang clan was still flustered. Before he could finish his sentence, the Zhang clan's ancestor waved his hand casually and said, It seems like the entire Fire Ancient clan has mobilized. They're ready to fight to the death. The disciple swallowed his saliva with difficulty and finally said, Ancestor, Lin Ling isn't leading the Fire Ancient clan. Instead, he's leading an army of tens of thousands. Right now, he has already surrounded the Zhang clan. Previously, he was so frightened that his mind went blank. He didn't have time to say anything. He also didn't expect the ancestor to think that Lin Ling was alone. An army of tens of thousands? How is that possible? The Zhang clan's ancestor's face changed drastically and his pupils constricted. Even Mo Qianji stopped drinking his tea. His face was filled with disbelief. Let me see. The Zhang clan's ancestor leaped and landed on the roof. When he looked around, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Outside the vast Zhang clan, there were densely packed people. Those people were all wearing the same armor and looked indifferent. Every one of them had an extremely dense murderous aura. When the murderous aura gathered together, it formed a powerful cloud of murderous aura, causing the Zhang clan to feel like it was in the middle of a storm. Chapter 280. Bloodshed. That army? Where did it come from? The Zhang family's patriarch's voice trembled. He couldn't understand what was going on. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the sky above the Zhang family. Disciples of the Zhang family, those below 10 years old and above 80 years old without any martial arts. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to leave. After that, the Zhang family will be bathed in blood. The voice was as majestic as the heavens. It was actually shouted by 50,000 people in unison. It shook the entire outer city. Everyone heard that sentence. Today, someone was going to bathe the Zhang family in blood? The Zhang family of the ancient clan had thousands of years of history. Every time a dynasty changed, this powerful clan would survive and gradually become stronger. The current era had changed. The previous emperor had disappeared and a new emperor had risen. Many ancient clans were submerged, but the Zhang family still stubbornly survived. However, today, a single sentence was going to bathe the Zhang family in blood. This ancient clan was going to be annihilated. I'm the Zhang family's patriarch. I don't know what crime I committed to offend senior. The Zhang family's patriarch stood on the roof and bowed respectfully. He was uneasy and still didn't understand what was going on. Patriarch Zhang, you're forgetful. Not long ago, you were bathing my Fire Ancient clan in blood. How could you forget in the blink of an eye? At this moment, a deep voice resounded. You're Lin Ling? The Zhang family's patriarch's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe that this army was Lin Ling's, because Lin Ling was just a young man. How could he have such a terrifying army? But now, the reality forced him to believe it even if he didn't want to. Lin Ling? The various forces in the outer city trembled violently. The Fire Ancient clan's disciple Lin Ling's army? This Lin Ling was terrifying. Wait, Lin Ling. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. You know that I'm just a pawn in the hands of the third prince. If the master wants the slave to do something, how could the slave refuse? There's no grudge between us. The Zhang family's patriarch's expression changed as he begged for mercy. He was scared. Completely scared. Facing Lin Ling was even more terrifying than facing the patriarch Taiyan. Time's up, kill. Unfortunately, his shameless begging was only met with Lin Ling's cold reply. Lin Ling wasn't a fool, and he wasn't a saint either. If he didn't return with his army victorious today, then the Fire Ancient clan would be the one to be annihilated. Moreover, when the era changed, the Zhang family and other ancient clans joined forces, and almost wiped out the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, this grudge must be avenged. Moreover, even though Lin Ling was decisive when it came to killing, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He gave the innocent members of the Zhang clan a chance, sparing the old and the young. If it was the Zhang ancestor, he wouldn't have given this chance to the Fire Ancient clan. He would have killed them all. As for the opportunity, Lin Ling had given it to them. But whether or not the Zhang family would cherish it was not something he had to consider. Kill. An army of 50,000 with a magnificent aura pressed down on the Zhang clan like a siege truck. This army of 50,000 was formed by martial spirit realm experts. Under the guidance of the heavenly concubine, they were able to form 4 formations. They were extremely tyrannical. Not to mention a mere Zhang clan. Even if they were to face an army of 100,000 from the Snake Swamp country, they wouldn't be afraid at all. Rumble. With a powerful pressure, the walls were torn down and the houses were destroyed. The Zhang clan's shouts echoed through the sky. Those elders and disciples were all killed, and the imperial guards were unable to escape this calamity. No one could stop this army of tigers and wolves. The entire outer city was in an uproar. All the forces sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had finally displayed his anger. He had domineeringly and ostentatiously wiped out an ancient clan in front of the entire Cloud Sea city. He seemed to be telling everyone that the Fire Ancient clan was Lin Ling's reverse scale. If anyone dared to violate it, then they could only wait for the calamity of the clan's annihilation. Commander Lin, I am General Qin, a subordinate of the Wang Hai King. Aren't you being too arrogant by massacring so many people? Kill. At this moment, an army of over 100 people appeared on the street. A middle-aged man coldly spoke. He seemed to have a good relationship with the Zhang clan. Was that why he brought out Sima Zhinshan, one of the four kings, as soon as he appeared? However, why would Lin Ling fear him? Today, even if the third prince was here, he would still kill him without hesitation. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear. Otherwise kill. Kill. Lin Ling stood on the street outside the Zhang clan as he coldly looked at the middle-aged man and spoke. How dare you? I'm one of the Wang Hai King's men. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged man was enraged. Kill. Kill. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He pointed with one hand and thousands of people from the Fire Ancient army charged out. They formed the Demon Ox charging formation, and with 2 charges, the hundreds of people were killed. A corner of the outer city was covered in blood. No matter who came, Lin Ling wouldn't give face to them. How tyrannical. Kill. The crowd in the distance trembled with fear. This Lin Ling led the army and killed all who stood in his way. Smoke billowed from the Zhang clan as the ground was covered with corpses. However, it gradually quieted down. Only the godlike soldiers walked back and forth. Their expressions were cold and merciless. They were soldiers and it was their duty to obey orders. Moreover, which soldier didn't have blood on their hands? Therefore, they didn't care about the lives that were lost. Lin Ling's expression was also indifferent. He had just arrived in this world, and had almost died several times. He knew that in this world, even if you didn't want to kill, others would force you to. Therefore, he killed when he needed to, and stopped killing with killing. Sir, the Zhang clan has killed more than 8,000 people, and the imperial army has more than 3,000 people. Mo Qianji has escaped to the inner city. Yes. After a long time, Tian Xiaoman came to Lin Ling and reported. Lin Ling nodded slightly. By his side, Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. He hadn't expected that his old rival for so many years would be completely annihilated today. However, he didn't pity the Zhang clan. Instead, he laughed at the Zhang clan for asking for it. More than 200 powerless women and children have been expelled from the city, and will never be able to step foot in again. Tian Xiaoman said again. Lin Ling nodded again. Only Mo Qianji is left. Yes. Linger, that Mo Qianji has escaped to the inner city. He's really lucky. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. He could see that Mo Qianji was a shameless villain. Can he escape? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and glanced at the flame core in the distance. All soldiers, charge into the inner city. Even if Mo Qianji escapes to the ends of the earth, kill him. Yes. Charge into the inner city. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame gasped. Lin Ling's army of 50,000 could wreak havoc in the outer city. That was normal. But if they were to charge into the inner city, there were countless experts in the inner city. Yes. Yes. The flame core had always obeyed orders. Even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames before them. So long as Lin Ling gave the order, they would kill without hesitation. Grandfather, you haven't been to the inner city. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling turned to smile at Ancestor Extreme Flame. Good. Good. Chapter 281. Slaughtering their way into the inner city army, set out. Advance. The mighty army marched towards the inner city. Their imposing aura caused countless powers that were paying attention to the situation to gasp. Probably only those top crown princes in the city would dare to do such a thing. Yet today Lin Ling, a young man from a small clan in the outer city, dared to do such a thing? Most importantly, that young man was only 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, Mo Qianji's face was covered in panic, and he was fleeing into the inner city. He'd never imagined that Lin Ling would actually lead an army of 50,000 to slaughter the Zhang clan. He'd intended to get even with Lin Ling, yet he'd been forced to flee in the end. Mo Qianji. No one is allowed to enter the inner city. Mo Qianji spoke to the Imperial Guard when he arrived at the entrance of the inner city, and then he charged through the entrance. It wasn't long before the mighty army of 50,000 arrived from afar. The young man in the lead had an indifferent expression, and his footsteps were steady as he strode over. His imposing aura caused the Imperial Guard to gasp. However, when they thought about the background behind him, they became a little more forceful. Who are you? Such an army has entered the city. Do you have a warrant? If you don't, then fuck off immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. One of the Imperial Guard shouted coldly. Kill. Lin Ling spat out these words with a cold expression. Swoosh. 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 A few hundred charged forward, and all the Imperial Guards were annihilated. Ancestor Tai Yin opened his mouth wide, and many members of the Fire Ancient clan had followed him. At this moment, their mouths were wide open as well. This was the first time they'd tried to enter the city in such a domineering manner. After that, the mighty army marched into the inner city. At this moment, the inner city was like a mysterious forbidden area, and there were many clans that had inherited the inheritance. These clans usually stayed in seclusion, causing the inner city to seem extremely peaceful. But in reality, every single one of them possessed terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to sweep through the outer city. At this moment, those clans, powers, and the Cloud Ocean Empire were all watching the army in secret. Lin Ling, a figure of the new generation of Ocean of Cloud City, who rose to prominence like a dazzling star. Lin Ling had defeated the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, became Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple, and even dared to confront the third prince, Yin Yifan. And now, this Lin Ling was leading an army into the inner city, completely ignoring the imperial authority of the Yunhai Empire. Who gave him such courage? Was he not afraid of incurring the displeasure of the powerful forces in the inner city by acting so arrogantly? For a time, the winds and clouds surged. Everyone was curious about the changes in the situation. Lin Ling, you're too young and arrogant. What do you think the inner city is? How dare you attack the city with your army? Are you treating us, the nobles of the inner city, as trash? You're just a peasant from an outer city. At this moment, an army appeared and blocked Lin Ling's army. The leader of the army was a burly man who yelled loudly. His name was Lan Ji, and he was the commander of the Quill army in the inner city. His position was even higher than the commanders of the Imperial Guard. After all, the Imperial Guard was in charge of the order in the inner city while the Quill army protected the Imperial city. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I only want one person, Mo Qianji. Anyone else who obstructs me will die. Lin Ling gazed indifferently at the man in the distance as he spoke. How audacious! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my general in such a tone? A middle-aged man by Lan Ji's side shouted loudly. They were the Quill army of the Imperial city, and they were high above. How could they take Lin Ling seriously? Then who do you think you are? Kill. Lin Ling didn't waste his breath. He guessed that Lan Ji had probably been ordered by the third prince to obstruct him. You. Lan Ji pointed at Lin Ling and was speechless. That young man was too arrogant. He'd only said a single sentence. Kill if you don't submit. Kill. The mighty army of the Flame Corps surged forward with a murderous aura, and it caused all the powers in the inner city to be shocked. Lin Ling's actions had infuriated everyone. He was too arrogant. Although the Quill army had many people, they couldn't be compared to the Flame Corps. The Flame Corps was the god of slaughter on the battlefield. As the Quill army was close to the Imperial city, no one dared to cause any trouble. Therefore, they were no match for the Flame Corps in terms of aura and courage. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, they were forced to retreat. Lin Ling, you're too arrogant. At this moment, another voice rang out. It was a man in golden clothes. At this moment, he was like a golden eagle as he pounced towards Lin Ling from the sky. Obviously, the man in golden clothes wanted to capture the leader of the bandits. His attack was filled with murderous intent. Another lackey. Kill. Lin Ling drew his brilliance resurgent sword. On the blade, blue and white flames intersected. Then he looked at the man in golden clothes in the sky and slashed. Swoosh. The sharp sword light slashed out. The man in golden clothes couldn't even block it, and was split into two. Blood rained down from the sky. So strong. Compared to the time when he defeated the martial scholar, Lin Ling's strength has increased again. The secretly observing crowd sucked in a breath of cold air again. Lin Ling had stirred up a storm in the inner city by himself. At the same time, he had forced out the hidden forces in the inner city. However, Lin Ling was indeed extraordinarily courageous. After all, from ancient times until now, he was the only one who dared to lead an army and act tyrannically in the inner city. Kid, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the inner city? At this moment, another powerful expert arrived with an army. When that person appeared, the sky seemed to turn into an ocean. Angry waves slammed on the table, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This person wore a blue robe and a jade crown. His eyes were filled with an imposing aura that looked down on the world. You colluded with the enemy. His Majesty, the third prince, wanted you to admit your guilt. In the end, you killed all of His Majesty's men, and even dared to lead an army into the city. Today, even if the second prince, Yin Yishuan, is here, I will kill you. This person's voice was like the might of the heavens, and carried an unquestionable dignity. When they saw that person, the hearts of the various forces trembled violently. One of the four kings, Wang Haiwang, the powerful force hidden in the Cloud Sea City, had finally appeared. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the man in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was the second time he saw Wang Haiwang. The first time was during the Cloud Sea hunt. At that time, he was just a young man from the Fire Ancient clan. He was as insignificant as an ant and couldn't enter Wang Haiwang's eyes. Today he had the qualifications to face him. However, the four kings? Lin Ling sensed that the man was as vast as the ocean. He was bottomless. He was definitely an expert in the sky martial realm. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at Wang Haiwang with a serious expression. As for the Flame Corps, they were also looking at Lin Ling. They were just waiting for Lin Ling to say the word and they would attack. No matter if it was Wang Haiwang or Yin Hai, they only had one commander. Lin Ling. Wang Haiwang, you're very impressive. You want to kill me without asking anything. It seems that Wang Haiwang, one of the four kings, is only SOSO. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to. After a moment of silence, a cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It made many people frown. This Lin Ling was so arrogant that he didn't even care about the four kings. Chapter 282. Wind and Clouds Surge. In fact, Wang Haiwang had long wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had spoiled his plans multiple times and killed his subordinates. They weren't even on the same side, but he was troubled because he couldn't find a suitable excuse to make a move. This time, he found an excuse, and that was Lin Ling colluding with the enemy. Therefore, he killed Lin Ling to restore peace to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This way, others wouldn't think that he was bullying the weak, and would think that he was patriotic. Ocean Surge. Ocean Surge. Wang Haiwang reached out his right hand and enveloped it with countless water-type spirit aura, forming a huge river above his head. This strength was so terrifying. Wang Haiwang, is it appropriate for you to interfere with the matters of the younger generation? Aren't you afraid of losing your old face? Ocean Surge. Right at this moment, a sharp voice echoed from the horizon. A red spear pierced through the clouds and shot straight at Wang Haiwang. Rumble. That spear seemed to have stirred up the thunderbolts in the sky, causing a huge commotion. Another Heaven Spirit Realm expert. Ocean Surge. Sensing that world-shaking aura, many people in the inner city gasped. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, a Heaven Spirit Realm expert was someone who could shake the entire land with a single move. It was known that the higher the realm, the harder it was for a martial artist to cultivate. Many people were only at the Earth Spirit Realm in their entire lives. There were very few people like Lin Ling, who had the assistance of the Blazing Flame Art, and was able to kill the enemy and seize the enemy's spirit chi seeds to increase their strength. As for the four kings, their strength was definitely at the pinnacle of the heaven spirit realm experts. Lord Duan. The thunderbolt spear in the sky caused Wang Haiwang's expression to change as he called out in a deep voice. There weren't many people in the entire Heaven Mystics kingdom that could move his heart, so he quickly guessed who the other party was. It was one of the four kings, Lord Duan. Boom! In the sky, the thunderbolt spear clashed with the ocean surge. There was a powerful explosion that shook the entire inner city. A large number of people fell to the ground, but they still lifted their heads and looked at the sky. A giant whirlpool appeared in the sky, which was caused by the clash of powerful martial strength. Was that the strength of the four kings? Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames as he blocked the boundless shockwave. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the sky. He was also shocked by the strength of a sky spirit realm cultivator. When would he be able to possess such strength? At that time, no one would be able to bully him or the Fire Ancient clan. Duke Duan, what do you mean by this? Did you collude with the enemy like Lin Ling? Wang Haiwang glared at Duke Duan and said coldly, Lin Ling is one of my men. It's not up to you to decide whether or not he colluded with the enemy. In any case, I won't allow you to touch him today. Duke Duan's thunder spear remained in a straight thrust position. Enough! Right at this moment, an extremely icy cold voice resounded, and it intimidated everyone to the point their ears buzzed. Everyone looked over and saw a figure walking out with a large number of people. It was the third prince. At this moment, Yin Yifan's expression was indifferent, but his heart was filled with endless fury. Everyone in the inner city knew that Mo Qianji was one of his men. However, Mo Qianji was ordered to kill Lin Ling but failed. Instead, Lin Ling killed his way into the inner city and forced him to kill Mo Qianji. This action was equivalent to slapping Yin Yifan's face in front of countless people. This Lin Ling had humiliated him time and time again, causing Yin Yifan's reputation in the inner city to plummet. Even his throne was affected. Greetings, third prince. Looking at Yin Yifan, the two dukes in the sky also stopped their attacks and began to exchange pleasantries. As the third prince, Yin Yifan should have the proper etiquette. As the four dukes, they would not neglect it. Otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule. Yin Yifan did not look at Duan Duan and Yin Yifan. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. The entire Cloud Sea City was in turmoil because of Lin Ling alone. He knew very well that Lin Ling's sword was pointed at him from afar. He was simply too audacious. Lin Ling, how should you be punished? Yin Yifan shouted with an overbearing aura. Today, no matter who protected Lin Ling, he would kill them all. Second brother, it's not good to make such a big fuss. Right at this moment, the second prince, Yin Yishuan, appeared. Obviously, at this critical moment, as Lin Ling's superior, how could he not appear? Looking at the appearance of so many experts, the four dukes, the various princes, and the various forces in the inner city sighed inwardly. This Lin Ling stirred up such a terrifying storm. Making such a big fuss? It's Lin Ling who's making such a big fuss. As soon as he returned, he killed Du Nan and led an army into the inner city. He's ignoring the inner city's laws. Also, second brother, Lin Ling is one of your men, right? He colluded with the Snake Swamp country and caused Sky Fragrance City's army of 300,000 to be defeated. Now that Sky Fragrance City has been breached, the South Sea is like an uninhabited land. Can you bear such a crime? Or did Lin Ling act according to your orders? Yin Yifan's voice shook the surroundings, and at the same time he put a huge label on the second prince. Haha, third brother, your imagination is always so rich. The second prince, Yin Yishuan, laughed loudly. Currently, everyone thought that Lin Ling had colluded with the enemy. However, Lin Ling had just returned from Sky Fragrance City, and the news he brought was the real news. So he knew that not only did Sky Fragrance City not lose, it had won a great victory, and Lin Ling was the greatest aggressor. Laugh. You can still laugh? It seems like you, Yin Yishuan, have colluded with the Snake Swamp country in order to obtain the Cloud Sea King's position. I, Yin Yifan, am here to tell you that even if you obtain the Cloud Sea King's position, I will never submit to you. Yin Yifan's voice was even louder. He wanted to use Lin Ling to collude with the enemy to establish his own kingly demeanor and gain the respect of everyone. The surrounding people had a slight change in expression. As members of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they naturally knew about the battle in Sky Fragrance City. However, they didn't expect that Lin Ling actually colluded with the enemy and caused Sky Fragrance City to lose. If such a grave crime was confirmed, then Lin Ling would definitely die, and no one would be able to save him. Coupled with the fact that the army had breached the inner city today, it was a crime on top of a crime. Even the second prince, Yin Yixuan, wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. For a moment, the entire Cloud Sea City was in a heated discussion. Lin Ling, you unyielding phosphorescence. You committed such a grave crime, and even killed your way into the inner city, forcing this king to hand you over. You have guts, but what else do you have to say now? Sensing the silence in the surroundings, Yin Yifan spoke coldly again. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and wanted to know what else Lin Ling had to say. If everything was like what the third prince said, then Lin Ling's entire clan had to be executed. Third prince, you said that I colluded with the enemy. I wonder where you got the information? In the silence, Lin Ling let out a cold laugh and spoke slowly. Chapter 283. Questioning Mo Qianji walked out. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered. Lin Ling, since things have come to this, why are you still so stubborn? I was ordered to go to Sky Fragrance to assist. Unfortunately, old General Zhang was stubborn and did not listen to my advice. He wanted the army to clash with the Snake Swamp Kingdom, which led to their defeat. And you have already colluded with the Snake Swamp Kingdom and bewitched old General Zhang, which led to the tragedy of Sky Fragrance. Lin Ling, is your heart cold? Are the millions of citizens of Tianxiang Kingdom ants in your eyes? He spoke righteously and even shed tears at the end, as if he was unwilling to accept the fate of the soldiers who had died in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, many people's gazes hardened as they looked at Lin Ling again. Good acting. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. Despicable. Scoundrel. It was Mo Qianji who went to Sky Fragrance and put on airs, ordering the army to clash with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Now he was slandering Zhang Sanshan. Laughing? Lin Ling, you are really hopeless. 300,000 people died in battle, and the South Sea is about to be plunged into misery and suffering. You can still laugh. Seeing Lin Ling laughing mockingly, Mo Qianji spoke coldly. When he left, Sky Fragrance's entire army was mobilized to fight with the Snake Swamp Kingdom. However, he guessed that Sky Fragrance would definitely lose, so he was extremely confident now. I am laughing at your ignorance and shamelessness. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice. You said that Sky Fragrance was defeated. Did you see it? Did you participate in the battle? Did you face it personally? Me. Mo Qianji was speechless. He had already escaped, so how could he have seen it? Since you don't have anything to say, then I'll say it for you. You, Mo Qianji, came here on behalf of the third prince. During the final battle in Tianxiang City, you were afraid of being implicated and ran away in advance. Therefore, you didn't even see the final result. You and General Zhang made a military pledge that if I captured the Snake Swamp Kingdom's military advisor, you would bring your head to me. However, as a general, you violated the military pledge and escaped in advance. Mo Qianji, Mo Qianji, the ever-victorious military advisor. How could you be so shameless? Or are you the same as your master, the kind of person who goes back on his words and is afraid of death? Lin Ling's words were like a thunderclap that caused the entire city to fall deathly silent. For a moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. It seemed that things were not as they had imagined. You're talking nonsense. The Heavenly Fragrance ancient city has been defeated. Mo Qianji's expression changed as he spoke anxiously. Deputy Chun, come out. Lin Ling shouted. Behind him, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. He looked at Mo Qianji with a mocking expression. General Mo, do you still remember me? You are? Mo Qianji asked doubtfully. I am General Zhang Sanshan's deputy. The middle-aged man's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. He then said coldly, defeated? As a member of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, does General Mo wish for the Heavenly Fragrance ancient city to be defeated? Sorry to disappoint you. The Heavenly Fragrance ancient city has won a great victory. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000 has been defeated and has fled back to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Sigh. Great victory? Sigh. The people in the distance were all shocked. The result of the battle was actually a great victory? What was going on? You're talking nonsense? How could an army of 300,000 be a match for an army of 500,000? Mo Qianji's heart was a little uneasy. Then may I ask, are you qualified to speak, or am I qualified to speak? You're just a deserter. Did you personally witness the outcome of the battle? The middle-aged man laughed softly. Many people nodded. They mostly believed the middle-aged man because he was General Zhang Sanchen's deputy. Mo Qianji, on the other hand, was a little shameless. He fled before the battle was over. Everything was based on guesses. Who would believe his words? However, how did an army of 300,000 win against an army of 500,000? The middle-aged man seemed to know the doubts of everyone in the city. He looked at Lin Ling with a respectful expression. The Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City's army of 300,000 was in a confrontation with the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000. The Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City was at a disadvantage. After General Lin arrived, he resolved the most crucial battle in the southeast of the ancient city and won the initial battle. He then went to the enemy camp alone and captured the Snake Swamp Kingdom's military advisor alive, causing the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army of 500,000 to be in a leaderless state. After that, General Lin was pursued by an army of 500,000. He killed the 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom by himself. One man, one sword, and he conquered the world. The morale of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army was in chaos and was finally swallowed by my Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City's army of 300,000. In the entire battle, General Lin was the absolute hero. However, when he returned to the Cloud Sea City, all of you who are just standing there and talking, slandered him for colluding with the enemy. Laughable, lamentable, and shameful. Do you still have any shame? The middle-aged man's voice was getting louder and louder, intimidating everyone into silence. Lin Ling hadn't colluded with the enemy, and he was a true hero. As for the middle-aged man's ridicule, they had no words to object to it. Because he'd protected the border, shed sweat and blood, and fought with his life on the line, yet they'd hidden in the city and enjoyed their lives. So did they have the face to speak? Most importantly, Lin Ling had rendered meritorious service, but he'd become a sinner upon returning to the city, and he'd even been slandered by the third prince for colluding with the enemy. This kind of treatment was simply a huge mockery. For a time, the entire inner city of the city was deathly silent. Numerous gazes descended onto the handsome young man, and then they gazed at the third prince with gazes of ridicule. How could this have happened? On the other hand, the third prince had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, and then he spoke indifferently. Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. Everyone disperse. Wait. Right at this moment, Lin Ling's icy cold voice resounded. Your Majesty, do you intend to leave without apologizing? Apologize? Lin Ling, do you know what you're saying? The third prince's face became icy cold. This Lin Ling actually wanted him to apologize in front of countless people. What a joke. I know. But I want to ask you, what did your third prince do during the battle at Sky Fragrance City? Let me ask you again, who did you send to help? I'll ask you one last time. How did you treat the meritorious service of the battle at Sky Fragrance City? Lin Ling spoke word by word with an overbearing aura. Lin Ling, you. The third prince's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was forcing him. The third prince. You have nothing to say, right? Then I'll say it for you. His Majesty, the third prince, sent 100 men to assist in the battle at Sky Fragrance City. And those 100 men were led by a military advisor who only knows how to talk and not do. They're incompetent, cowardly, and a bunch of trash. Lastly, the third prince wants to suppress and kill the meritorious service of the battle at Sky Fragrance City. This is the third prince, who has the aura of an emperor. If he becomes the king of the Cloud Sea in the future, then all the meritorious service under him will become ghosts under his blade. Lin Ling spoke coldly, and his words caused everyone's expression to change. Some of the neutral forces began to hesitate, and some of the forces that had intended to join the third prince's camp felt a chill in their hearts. They would accompany the third prince to conquer the world, but they would become ghosts under his blade in the future. Chapter 284. Chapter 284 Apologies Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. The third prince roared angrily, his prestige plummeting once again. Not only is he heartless, he's even more incompetent. Lin Ling was fearless. He coldly spoke again, pointing his sword at Yin Yifan. A team of 100? Only you can think of that. Do you think that 100 people can change the battlefield? Do you think that this trash Mo Qianji can win the war? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The military advisor is incompetent, and the master is also incompetent. His voice was thick with ridicule, causing many people to fall silent. However, the third prince's actions were indeed unsightly. Lin Ling. His Majesty the third prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people present, and Lin Ling was the hero of this great victory, he really would have killed this young man. This young man was humiliating him in front of everyone. However, it's not the first time that I've seen your incompetence, so I'm not surprised. Today, I've come here under General Zhang's order. General Zhang's order has been fulfilled. I asked the third prince to hand over Mo Qianji, and also asked the high and mighty third prince to apologize. Lin Ling took a step forward. His slender body exuded a powerful aura as he closed in on the third prince. Lin Ling, are you forcing this king's hand? What if I don't hand it over? What if I don't apologize? His Majesty the third prince's voice was low. Who was he? That was the third prince, a member of the imperial family that was merely inferior to the crown prince in the entire city. And who was Lin Ling? He was just a lowly peasant from the countryside. But now, such a nobody was humiliating the third prince over and over again. If I want you to hand it over, you have to hand it over. Lin Ling took another step forward, and his aura became even stronger. That day, he'd gone against the third prince in public. Today, he didn't just intend to go against the third prince, he even intended to force the third prince to admit his mistake. One had to know that the third prince had wanted Lin Ling's life 3 times. The first time, when the era changed, the third prince ordered Du Nan to lead an army to wipe out the Fire Ancient clan. The second time, he let Jiang Wu control Lin Ling. The third time was not long ago. He had used the crime of colluding with the enemy to wipe out the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. Therefore, even if it was the third prince, Lin Ling was not afraid. You've got guts. His Majesty the third prince found it difficult to breathe. His eyes were bloodshot. This was the first time in his life that he had been forced into such a difficult situation. Today, if he didn't hand over Mo Qianji, it would be hard for him to convince the public. After all, Lin Ling was the hero who had saved the Sky Fragrance City. On the other hand, Mo Qianji had made a military order but ran away halfway, going back on his word. If Yin Yifan wanted to force Mo Qianji to stay, then he would have to bear the infamy of not being able to distinguish right from wrong. Mo Qianji, admit your guilt. His Majesty the third prince said coldly. He turned around and left. At this moment, his heart trembled violently. Apologize. Seeing that the third prince was about to turn around and leave, Lin Ling shouted once again. His Majesty the third prince stopped in his tracks. His face was ferocious. His gaze swept across the densely packed crowd, and his heart was in a daze. Apologize. At the same time, the 50,000 soldiers of the Fire Legion shouted in unison. This intimidated the inner city and caused it to tremble. This was a powerful momentum to force the third prince to abdicate. They wanted to force the high and mighty third prince to lower his head. His Majesty the third prince's face changed drastically. In the end, he said in a low voice, Commander Lin, I misunderstood your crime of colluding with the enemy and almost caused a huge mistake. Now, I apologize to you in front of Yinhai City. The emperor who commits a crime is punished the same as the people. Your Majesty the third prince, your voice is too soft. Lin Ling shouted. Silence. Everyone in Yinhai City had a solemn expression. His Majesty the third prince had apologized. In front of everyone in Yinhai City, he had apologized to Lin Ling. Such a thing was extremely surreal. However, Lin Ling did not give up. He still fought for his dignity and fought for the dignity that he had lost. Such courage, such arrogance, made people have no choice but to respect him. It could be said that after today's incident, His Majesty the Third Prince's reputation had been greatly reduced. He was probably even inferior to the second prince. His Majesty the Third Prince's face alternated between green and red. He took a deep breath and said, "Commander Lin, I was wrong. I apologize to you." This sentence was brewed with spiritual energy and spread throughout the entire Yunhai city. Take Mo Qianji and retreat. After the apology was said, Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, the 50,000 soldiers left in a grandiose manner. As for the third prince, he looked at that majestic figure. His heart ached as if it was dripping blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Your Majesty, save me." Mo Qianji was tied up and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, he only received a cold gaze in return. He thought that he had the third prince as his backer, so he could do whatever he wanted. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would force his master to the point that he had difficulty breathing. His backer was simply a joke. At this moment, no one could save him. Even the third prince could not save himself. Everyone in Yunhai City looked at him with ridicule and disdain. This Lin Ling is getting more and more powerful. Wang Haiwang looked coldly at Lin Ling. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. He knew that the third prince had gone for wool and come home shorn. His reputation had taken a huge hit today. The people in the city also left one after another. However, there was no doubt that huge waves surged in their hearts. Moreover, the hearts of the various inherited families, the four kings, and the various princes were also surging. They knew that the situation in Yunhai City had quietly changed. The second prince, who had always been hopeless, had risen. And the reason was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was currently the strongest martial artist and force below the four kings. He had stepped into the ranks of the 100 generals in a single step. He had the huge potential to influence the fate of Yunhai King. In the inner city of Yunhai City, the waters were as deep as the ocean. Previously, the four kings ruled the world. Behind them, the various princes were eager to make a move. There were also 3 pillars. At the same time, there was also the backbone, the general of the 100 armies. Lin Ling was now the general of the 100 armies. His status was only below the 4 kings. Some of the princes who were hiding in the dark were jealous of the second prince. With a strong general like Lin Ling, his chances of becoming the king had increased by 30%. Lin Ling, well done. In the mansion, everyone gathered. The second prince looked at Lin Ling and praised. He did not put on the airs of an emperor when facing Lin Ling. He purely addressed him as a brother. "Good job, Commander Lin." Duan Wangya also raised his wine cup and said to the youth in admiration. He sighed in his heart. When he recommended Lin Ling to the second prince, he knew that the youth's future was limitless. However, he had never imagined that the youth's growth would exceed his expectations and be faster than expected. The youth had already gained a firm foothold in Yunhai City. On the other hand, the second prince's reputation had risen greatly because of Lin Ling, and it had surpassed the third prince in one fell swoop. This Lin Ling was really not simple. He was able to accomplish such a feat on his own. Congratulations, Commander Lin. It looks like from today onwards, I should address you as a general. Everyone congratulated the second prince, and their gazes towards the youth were filled with reverence. Chapter 285. The General of an Army. Everyone, you're too polite. Lin Ling said with a smile as he held his wine cup. What he did was to avoid being suppressed by the third prince. The third prince had bullied him time and time again. Everything that happened today was his own fault. Moreover, the grudge between him and the third prince had yet to be resolved. He had tried to kill Lin Ling 3 times. How could an apology end all grudges? Lin Ling, you defeated the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, and led an army to defend the heavenly fragrance city. Now, you have enough strength to become a general of 100 armies. The second prince said after drinking a mouthful of wine. General of 100 armies? Lin Ling was slightly puzzled. Right, the current inner city of Ocean of Cloud City is as deep as the ocean. Besides us princes, there are the 4 kings, the 3 pillars, the Empress Dowager, the Grand Preceptor, and so on. Finally, there are the generals of the army. The generals of the army are a force that can't be underestimated in the city. Even Zhang Sanshan is one of them. King Duan continued. To be able to become a general of 100 armies, every single one of them was a top-notch expert. Their status was only below the 4 kings. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that he was only the number 1 expert of the younger generation. However, some great generals had deep foundations and were powerful. Currently, he had only just stepped into the circle of great generals. Ocean of Cloud City really is like an ocean. However, Lin Ling was confident. After all, he had been in the inner city for less than a year, and he had already defeated experts of the same age. Therefore, he could also surpass the general of 100 armies. Third brother has suffered a great loss this time. I think he won't dare to be too arrogant in the future. Come everyone, let's drink. Today is Lin Ling's celebration banquet. The second prince said again. Everyone raised their glasses. The night was deep like an ocean, and the estate was bustling and clamorous. Compared to this, Ocean of Cloud City seemed to be quite quiet. Third brother has suffered a great loss, and his reputation has fallen. Many forces and generals have lost confidence in him. In a secluded mountain range, a bare-chested young man spoke to himself. His body was tall and sturdy, revealing his well-defined muscles. It was as if he was hiding a true dragon. His long hair was scattered and casually draped over his shoulders, adding a demonic aura to his handsome face. Your Majesty, that Lin Ling has completely risen. I'm afraid he's become the general of 100 armies. A seductive woman stood quietly at the side, holding the young man's golden robe in her hands. Then what is his strength? The young man asked indifferently. It's said that he's at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. The woman said. With such strength he can barely become a general of 100 armies. You have to know that even the weakest general of 100 armies is in the Mid-Earth Spirit realm, and many of the geniuses are in the Sky Spirit realm. As long as his strength takes another step forward, he'll have the qualifications to become one of the 4 kings. This Lin Ling is still far from that. The young man shook his head. However, Lin Ling is only 18 years old now. He's the youngest general of 100 armies in the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The woman continued. He has some potential. His potential is even greater than his father, Lin Qin. He did what his father didn't do back then, but that's all there is to it. As a country kid from the outer city, his current achievements are probably his limit. The young man looked at the mountain range behind him. Rumble. In the mountain range, a terrifying waterfall gushed down. True Dragon Fist. The young man yelled out and blasted out a fist. The giant waterfall was blasted apart, and the water flowed backward. Ocean of Cloud City isn't as simple as it seems. It's difficult for him to rise. However, the members of the Fire Ancient clan are all fated with my Ocean of Clouds empire. His father died from infamy in order to help me succeed, and I established the demeanor of a king. His son is the same, but third brother obviously failed when he wanted to establish the demeanor of a king. Ha ha ha. His laughter shook the heavens. He was the crown prince, a natural ruler who carried the aura of a king since he was young. To him, Lin Ling was like an ant that he couldn't care less about. However, Lin Ling had helped him suppress the third prince, and this made him feel slightly satisfied. Perhaps this was the value of an ant's existence. Lin Ling? I've never heard of this name, but he dared to suppress the third prince. This young man is really formidable. In the bustling streets of Ocean of Cloud City, an old man drank tea and spoke quietly. His eyes flickered like stars, and the passers-by who walked past him completely treated him as an ordinary old man. Lin Ling? Does he have the qualifications to become the general of an army? He's simply a disgrace to us generals. It's said that this kid isn't even 18 years old. Haha, what a mockery to us generals. Back then, I killed millions of people and barely became a general. He's just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. What qualifications does he have to be arrogant? In every corner, the powerful generals snorted coldly in their hearts. Obviously, they were dissatisfied with the rise of an alien star that had entered their ranks. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally didn't care about the thoughts of the outside world. He was already in a state of cultivation. He was currently in the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, had comprehended two great concepts of fire, and possessed the strongest fire art of the generation, prairie blazing flames. According to his guesses, he didn't fear anyone unless they were in the sky spirit realm. However, his goal was too strong, so his current strength wasn't enough for him to be proud of. I wonder if I can open a new page in the blazing flames art? Lin Ling took out the ancient stone book and poured his spirit chi into it. However, the ancient stone book remained unmoved, and a new page still couldn't be opened. It was obvious that Lin Ling wanted to find a new method to rebirth flames, but his strength still hadn't reached the required level. Perhaps only by reaching the peak of the earth spirit realm would he be able to easily open a new page. A silent night passed, and Lin Ling opened his eyes at dawn. A night of cultivation hadn't allowed his cultivation to progress much, but the realm he'd just broken through had gradually stabilized. He pushed open the door and walked out. Laughter continuously rang out from the manor's garden. Forefather Taiyan and the others had returned to the outer city, while Yu Yu and the others had stayed behind to take care of Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling's Flame Legion, Tian Xiaoman had taken them away. However, Lin Ling was afraid that something would happen to the Fire Ancient clan again, so he'd let the Flame Legion stay in the Ancient clan. Looking ahead, it seemed that the three girls were discussing how to plant flowers. They'd already made Lin Ling's manor their home. The harmonious and joyful scene made Lin Ling smile faintly. No matter how much he fought outside, he felt relaxed at home. No matter how tired he was, as long as he thought of his family at home, he would resolutely continue to fight and never fall. Sister Xiaolan, this is the night orchid of the Great Prairie. Can we plant it here? Yu, but we can also plant some heavenly red roses here. The flowers you two planted aren't bad, but the formation you set up isn't good. This side should be set up like this, and the other side should set up a 9-palace formation. This way, the layout will be even better. What surprised Lin Ling was that Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan liked to plant flowers. This was very normal, but the heavenly concubine, the high and mighty strategist, also liked to plant flowers like ordinary girls. Chapter 286. Yi Tianchen of the past. Brother Ling, you're awake? Suddenly, Yu Yu saw Lin Ling and couldn't help smiling in pleasant surprise. Lin Ling also responded with a smile. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the three little beauties. At the same time he said, with you guys here it looks even cleaner and tidier. Haha. Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Seeing the sweat on their delicate faces, Lin Ling took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off the two women. Of these two girls, one was Lin Ling's little sister who grew up with him, and the other was his confidant who saved Lin Ling's life and traveled far and wide to find Lin Ling. Therefore Lin Ling cherished them very much. The heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why, but the scene in front of her left her in a daze. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful and warm scene in her life. Under the sunlight, the youth revealed a faint smile. His slender body stood there, and he gently wiped away the sweat on the two girls' faces. This kind of warmth and sweetness made the heavenly concubine feel a trace of jealousy. What's with your expression? They are all my family, so I naturally have to care about them. Don't tell me you also want me to wipe your sweat? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. What are you talking about? I don't need your help. The heavenly concubine's pretty face instantly turned cold as she coldly snorted. Lin Ling shrugged. Whatever. For some reason, that indifferent attitude made the heavenly concubine feel very displeased, especially when she thought of the youth's recklessness when he saved her. Her heart burned with anger. He didn't even let her wear clothes and just used a curtain to wrap her up. Could it be that he didn't know how to be a bit protective of the fairer sex? Thinking of this, she suddenly recalled the time when Lin Ling carried her on his back. That feeling of skin on skin made her body go soft and her pretty face blushed. Big sister heavenly concubine, why are you suddenly blushing? Yu Yu looked at heavenly concubine and suddenly said, Ah. The heavenly concubine exclaimed, and her face turned even redder. Then she changed the topic. Lin Ling, you said that you would escort me to Cloud Sea City, and you fulfilled your promise. However, I never expected you to be a member of the Fire Ancient clan. Can I make a request of you? All right. But as a condition, you have to stay behind and provide guidance to my flame core. and you'll make it a top-rate army in the city. As for Tian Xiaoman, you have to place emphasis on fostering her, and allow her to be able to hold her own. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. You profiteer, you never suffer a loss. The heavenly concubine couldn't help but say with disdain. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ling shamelessly smiled, causing the heavenly concubine to grit her teeth. However, she then said, I want to find Lin Chen of the Fire Ancient clan. Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They fell silent. Lin Ling's expression became serious. Why are you looking for him? That is my business. I just want to ask you to help me find him. The heavenly concubine spoke indifferently, but her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. I'm sorry, but you can't find him anymore. He has already left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and spoke softly. What? The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes narrowed and was in disbelief. When Lin Ling saw that she wasn't joking, he continued. He has already been dead for many years. Back then, he fell in love with a foreigner and became a sinner of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. In the end, he was forced to death by the crown prince. When he spoke, his entire body was emitting an ice-cold killing intent. That killing intent was so strong that it caused the heavenly concubine to shiver. It was as though she saw a death god from hell. Lin Ling knew. He is my father. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he raised his head to look at the sky. There seemed to be a man he had never seen before, and he was looking at him with doting eyes. That was his father. You are her son? The heavenly concubine's heart was in turmoil. She never expected that this youth was actually her senior sister's son. Can you bring me to see him? Even if I don't know him. I would like to pay my respects to him on behalf of someone else for a certain reason. The heavenly concubine pondered for a moment and spoke. Lin Ling looked at the heavenly concubine quietly and was puzzled. He didn't understand why the heavenly concubine knew his father. After all, the heavenly concubine wasn't even from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. However, when he saw the heavenly concubine's clear eyes that were filled with determination, he finally nodded. All right, since I haven't paid my respects for a long time, let's go together. After leaving the residence, Lin Ling brought the girls out of the city. General Lin, please wait. At this moment, a one-armed young man walked over quickly and saluted Lin Ling with his hands cupped together. You are? Lin Ling frowned and asked with doubt. That one-armed youth raised his head and smiled bitterly. I am Yi Tianchen. I wonder if General Lin still remembers me? It's you. Lin Ling nodded in realization. He naturally knew this youth. He was a prodigy that was ranked just below the martial scholar. After losing to the martial scholar, he saw Lin Ling because he was enraged and made a move on Lin Ling. In the end, he lost to Lin Ling. That's me. Yi Tianchen smiled bitterly. His arm was severed by Lin Ling. That day, he was so arrogant that he didn't consider anything and thought that only the martial scholar was a match for him among all the prodigies in the Cloud Sea City. After that, he kicked an iron plate as Lin Ling defeated him. In the following days, he was very unresigned. However, when he heard the shocking news in the Cloud Sea City that the martial scholar was also defeated by Lin Ling, how could he still be unresigned? Lin Ling was much stronger than him, and had even become the youngest general of 100 armies. He had no choice but to be unresigned. The laughable thing was that he was young and arrogant back then, and actually challenged such a legend. Kiki, we can be considered to have become friends after exchanging blows. Oh right, is there anything? Lin Ling smiled and asked. That's great. Yi Tianchen heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Lin Ling had severed his arm, he knew that Lin Ling had spared his life. If it was someone else, perhaps he wouldn't have severed his arm but would have killed him on the spot. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't step on him because he was stronger than him. This made him admire Lin Ling even more. It's like this. The end of the year is coming and Duke Duan has been ordered to inform you that you will be heading to Sovereign King Li's territory in 3 days for a general's trial. Yi Tianchen said respectfully. Lin Ling frowned slightly but still nodded. All right, help me inform Duke Duan that I will be there. After that, they chatted as they walked. Through the conversation, Lin Ling found out that Yi Tianchen was currently serving Sovereign King Li and Sovereign King Li was one of the 4 kings. He was one of the most low-key kings, but this time he seemed to have chosen a side and was serving the second prince. This news surprised Lin Ling. It seemed like there were two kings supporting the second prince and his own master, He Yenshan. No wonder the second prince had surpassed the third prince. When did Sovereign King Li become the second prince's man? Lin Ling asked curiously. Chapter 287. General Luomei. Lin Ling froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. It seemed that the suppression of the third prince last time had caused great changes in the inner city. Yi Tianqin smiled. Sovereign King Li has always been a bystander, not joining any faction. But I've heard Sovereign King Li say that he has always been paying attention to you. After you suppressed the third prince, he finally decided to join a faction. Moreover, to be frank, Sovereign King Li did not choose the second prince, but rather you. He thinks that you might be able to change the situation for King Yanhai and decide who will be the next king. Yi Tianqin's final words were extremely serious. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He shook his head and said, I naturally hope that the king of Cloud Sea will eventually belong to the second prince. However, Sovereign King Li has chosen me. He will be disappointed. My ambition is not in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Yi Tianqin's heart shuddered as he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He finally understood why he couldn't compare with Lin Ling. After all, his vision had always been on the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, while Lin Ling's goal had always been to surpass the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The wider your heart is, the further your road will be. Compared to the heart of martial arts, Yi Tianqin found that he was far from it. The few of them passed through several streets. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Yi Tianqin, you can hide for now, but you can't hide forever. Today, I'll see if Sovereign King Li can still protect you. A pitch-black horse was approaching from afar on the street. It was a black dragon horse. According to legend, it possessed the bloodline of a half-dragon, and it was an extremely precious mount that possessed formidable strength. It merely took 5 days for it to travel from Ocean of Cloud City to Northern Ice City. The man on the horse was wearing armor, and under the sunlight, he looked like a god descending to the world. General Luomei. Looking at the man, Yi Tianqin's expression changed. Then he saw Lin Ling's puzzled look. He smiled bitterly and said, He is the general of the 100 armies, the weakest of the 108 great generals. He was also the martial arts champion 2 years ago. Thump. The black dragon horse stopped, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. The man's physique was tall and sturdy, but his appearance was handsome and full of masculinity. His domineering appearance made many people on the street secretly surprised. General Luomei, 25 years old, is the city lord of the Northern Ice Sky Iron City. He has 30,000 men under his command, and his strength is at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. He was already the martial arts champion 2 years ago. 2 years later, his strength will naturally be even stronger. Yi Tianqin? It seems like one of the current generation's geniuses is in trouble. Many people recognized the man, and began to discuss among themselves. Last time, my little brother fought with you and lost to you. Today, I am here to teach you a lesson on his behalf. Luomei arrogantly looked down at Yi Tianqin and said. Back then, Yi Tianqin had risen up like a dazzling star. He had defeated countless geniuses, but in the end he had lost to the martial scholar. Among the geniuses he had defeated was Luomei's little brother. The battle between geniuses is between the two of us. Your little brother lost to me, but you are standing up for him. Isn't this too shameless? Yi Tianqin frowned and said. I don't care. Anyway, you have defeated my little brother, so you will have to suffer my anger. Luomei coldly snorted. He was the city lord of Sky Iron City, and a general of hundreds of troops. How could he allow others to be complacent? Since he dared to defeat his little brother, he would teach him a lesson in a domineering manner. You have already lost an arm, so I will break another one. He clamped his legs together, and jumped up from the black dragon horse. His pitch-black fist smashed towards Yi Tianqin. Pop, pop, pop. The air was torn apart, and the entire street shook. This punch was extraordinarily powerful. It was like a meteorite smashing down, containing the great concept of gold. Yi Tianqin's expression changed, but he did not want to drag Lin Ling and the others down. He pulled out the sword at his waist and threw it towards the fist. Crack! Just as the sword was swung out, it was immediately shattered by the surging power. The huge fist was aimed at Yi Tianquan's face. It seemed like Luo Mei not only wanted to break Yi Tianquan's arm, but also wanted to kill him. A general of hundreds of troops meant that he was the general of an army. He had authority that exceeded ordinary people. Even if he killed an enemy on the street, the Cloud Sea Empire would not punish him. Of course, the enemy's identity could not be very high, but it was clear that Yi Tianquan did not have a powerful identity. This fist will tell you that there are some people that you cannot provoke. In your next life, open your eyes wide. The huge fist was already in front of Yi Tianquan's eyes. At this moment, a fiery red figure appeared with a sword flashing. Third-generation flame technique. Fire dance bright sun. Cha-cha-cha. Scorching blue flames burst out and sent the huge fist flying. Boom. The ground exploded at the same time, revealing a huge pit. This sword was very fast and very sharp. After it ended, the surroundings were silent. Yi Tianquan's eyes widened. He realized that he had been saved by luck. On the other side, Luo Mei's tall and sturdy figure appeared. His fist was black and there were 5 sword slashes on it. With a light flick of his hand, those sword slashes disappeared. The concept of fire, interesting. It's a pity that your innate spirit body is weak. That blue flame, according to my evaluation, is at most a 6th grade talent. Luo Mei coldly said. His eyes were looking at the youth in front of Yi Tianquan. That youth's strength was not weak. In a battle between geniuses, victory and defeat are common. Why would you want to take someone's life after losing? The youth was Lin Ling. At this moment he was holding his sword and lightly speaking. Although Yi Tianquan did not have a deep relationship with him, in order to not implicate him, he had fought against General Luo Mei alone. Yi Tianquan treated Lin Ling with sincerity, so if Lin Ling could help, he would not shrink back. Moreover, Yi Tianquan was currently the second prince's man. He could not let anything happen to Yi Tianquan. If your strength is inferior, then you deserve to die. Little brat, you dare to block me. Do you know who I am? Luo Mei's face was even colder. I have no interest in who you are. However, I agree with your words. If your strength is inferior, then you deserve to die. So if I am stronger than you, then I can kill you? Lin Ling coldly laughed. Luo Mei's face was ferocious. He was a general of hundreds of armies, leading tens of thousands of troops. He was always full of dignity and arrogance. Today was the first time he was bullied. Yes. Luo Mei coldly nodded. He licked his lips and suddenly looked behind Lin Ling. If you die, the 3 girls behind you will belong to me. I will make them wish they were dead. Once these words were said, Lin Ling's face instantly turned cold. Boom. The Brilliance Resurgence sword suddenly erupted with flames. The blue flame disappeared and in its place was a dazzling white flame. Everyone on the street did not dare to look at the flame. It was too dazzling. Dual innate spiritual bodies. Interesting. This way, I am even more interested in killing you. A genius with dual innate spiritual bodies is very rare. Killing a genius is something I am always happy to do. Looking at the sword, Luo Mei's face revealed a bloodthirsty smile. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to have ideas about my family, you can only die. Chapter 288. Daomeng 3rd Generation Flame Art. Fire Dance of the Brilliant Sun. The white flames danced like fairies, blooming with dazzling light. Shadowless Golden Fist. Luo Mei's entire body was covered in resplendent golden light. Similarly, it was extremely dazzling. His entire fist turned a black gold color, like an indestructible siege cannon. At the same time, the entire street began to quake. How terrifying! As expected of General Luo Mei, the crowd around him sucked in a breath of cold air and moved away from the street. 2 years ago, during the martial scholar tournament, Luo Mei relied on this martial art to dominate the crowd. Later on, during the bandit extermination at the Haunted House Mountain, General Luo Mei single-handedly killed tens of thousands of bandits and became famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who is that young man? You've got guts to actually choose to fight Luo Mei head-on. Not just anyone can challenge the general of an army. The crowd discussed animatedly. Even though Lin Ling had terrorized Ocean of Cloud City not too long ago, many had heard of his name, but few had seen him. On the other hand, Luo Mei had become famous 2 years ago, so there were naturally even more people who knew him. Clang! At the same time, a deafening sound rang out in the street, and a powerful shockwave rippled out. Everyone looked carefully, and saw a golden fist colliding with a white sword. They were evenly matched. You're just so. Luo Mei narrowed her eyes and said lightly. On the other hand, Lin Ling's brows were slightly furrowed. The man in front of him was indeed very strong. Although he was only at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he was even stronger than the middle stage Earth Spirit Realm cultivators Lin Ling had fought before. It was obvious that the golden innate spirit wasn't weak. It was absolutely at the 9th rank, and had comprehended a great concept. However, although Luo Mei was strong, Lin Ling was not weak either. He had just not used his full strength before. You're just a faint voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Boom. Flames suddenly erupted from his sword. Those were blue flames, and the two flames gradually merged, causing the sword to turn blue and white. What? The fusion of two innate spirit bodies. Luo Mei's pupils shrank. He could sense that the youth's aura had changed. The temperature of his flames had risen even higher. Moreover, both of his flames had been comprehended to the great concepts, and had even reached perfection. You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late, Lin Ling said indifferently, and the sword in his hand slashed down again. Whoosh! The sword beam was like a rainbow as it slashed across Luo Mei's arm. His golden arm was severed, and his powerful concept of metal was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. After he slammed into the ground, his body began to burn with flames. General Luo Mei lost? The crowd was shocked. Previously, they had seen that the youth's flames were unable to burn Luo Mei. However, after the blue and white flames fused together, the power of the flames increased greatly. Luo Mei's concept of gold was unable to withstand the flames. You actually defeated me? Luo Mei fell to the ground and said with difficulty. Is it rare to defeat you? Lin Ling held his great sword at an angle, and walked towards Luo Mei like a monarch of swords. To him, he had nothing to fear as long as his opponent wasn't in the Sky Spirit Realm. He hadn't even used his full strength to defeat Luo Mei. No matter what kind of innate spirit body Luo Mei had, or what kind of realm he was at, Lin Ling still had enough trump cards to kill him. Luo Mei is a general of an army, but Lin Ling defeated him. How strong! On the other hand, Yi Tianchen was at the back of the street. His heart was shaken. The reality before his eyes showed the gap between him and Lin Ling. Perhaps after losing to Lin Ling last time, he would never have the chance to kill Lin Ling again. Who the hell are you? Luo Mei roared angrily. When you came, you were high and mighty like an ever-victorious general. But after losing, you can't recognize yourself and instead ask for my name. Lin Ling ignored Luo Mei's words as killing intent surged out from his sword. I have no interest in who you are, so you don't have the right to ask for my name. Lin Ling would never let anyone who dared to plot against his family off the hook. He's a general of an army. If you kill him, you won't be able to leave the city. At this moment, a man with long hair fluttering in the wind walked over from afar. He was drinking wine and carried a broadsword on his back. His body emanated an arrogant and domineering aura. Brother Kuang Dao. Seeing the arrival of the man, Luo Mei instantly yelled out with pleasant surprise. That man was a martial scholar of a higher rank than him, and was stronger than him. He was at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and his weeping ghost saber was able to split a city. It was extremely terrifying. Back then, they fought side by side and made a name for themselves in the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Hence, they had a close relationship. Then why is he able to kill me? Lin Ling lifted his head and looked indifferently at the drinking man. That man gave him the feeling of a saber, and seemed to be able to sense the concept of a saber. Furthermore, that man's aura was wild and domineering, which meant that his innate talent wasn't weak either, because he is a general of an army and the backbone of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He is a general under the 4 kings and has the privilege to kill trash and lowly commoners. That long-haired man spoke coldly. He was just like his name, wild like a saber. A general of an army sounds very impressive, but what if I must kill him? Lin Ling's expression turned even more indifferent. Haha, I am known as Kuang Dao, but I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than me. I haven't returned to the Cloud Sea City for 2 years. Is the Cloud Sea City filled with people as frivolous as you? The long-haired man laughed loudly as though he was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. If you dare to kill him, no matter who is behind you, you will die under my saber. I am a general of an army and the 82nd star. I don't even need to submit a report to kill you. After laughing loudly, the long-haired man's aura rippled out. His long hair fluttered while the saber behind him buzzed as though it wanted to drink blood. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded indifferently. Another general of an army. It seemed like the inner city of the Cloud Sea City was truly as deep as the sea. The circle of prodigies was just a circle of youths while the generals of an army were the backbone. Unfortunately, did Lin Ling need to fear him? Swish. The sword light flashed like the door that announced death. Plop. Luo Mei's head fell off while her entire body was burning with blue-white flames. He really dared to kill him. The entire street was deathly silent when they witnessed this scene, and everyone was shocked. Kuang Dao's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected that young man to be so decisive and attack just like that. Such strength was like a dream to him. And a formidable general of an army had died at the young man's hands. You must die. Rumble. A formidable aura erupted while boundless light swept through the surroundings. The restaurants on both sides of the street were slashed into pieces, layer upon layer, and they were sliced apart like radishes. Moreover, Kuang Dao hadn't even attacked, and had merely erupted with his aura. Such an imposing aura. As expected of a general of an army. Kuang Dao, you've returned to the city with the other generals. Why are you causing destruction as soon as you return? Could it be that you've become fearless because King Yunhai has gone missing? Right at this moment, a loud shout resounded. Obviously, the commotion here had drawn the attention of the great powers of the city. A middle-aged man who seemed like a scholar walked over slowly. He had a handsome appearance, long hair that was tied behind his head, and there were white spots on his temples. He seemed like he'd experienced the vicissitudes of life, but his fierce eyes made him seem capable and experienced. Monarch Li. Chapter 289. Get lost. You're considered half a soldier of mine. Do you think that I can't take care of you after you leave my camp? Sovereign King Li's voice turned even colder. I don't dare. Dao Kuang bowed respectfully, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Among the 4 kings, Sovereign King Li was the most low profile. He was usually in charge of nurturing the prodigies and generals. Hence, to many of the generals, Sovereign King Li was like half a teacher to them. Of course, training was training, but there weren't many who truly treated Sovereign King Li as a teacher. All the generals groomed by Sovereign King Li had the ambition to surpass the 4 kings. Hence, after a round of training, they turned their backs on Sovereign King Li and didn't have any gratitude towards him. Of course, Sovereign King Li knew this as well, but he didn't care. He continued to follow the instructions of the previous emperor, and continued to nurture the prodigies of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. My lord, that youth killed a general in front of everyone. He violated the laws of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and looked down on the imperial authority. I just couldn't stand it, and wanted to protect the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prestige. Dao Kuang bowed and said indifferently. He was a general of 100 armies, but he was also under one of the 4 kings, Wang Hai Wang. Hence, after calming down, his voice turned cold and wasn't as respectful as before. Sovereign King Li didn't mind and said indifferently, Then do you know who he is? In fact, many people on the streets were curious about this question. That youth was so strong that he could kill General Luo Mei. Who was he? Dao Kuang frowned and looked at Lin Ling. He then looked at Sovereign King Li and asked, Who is he? The current #1 martial scholar, and the hero of the battle in Sky Fragrance City. He was appointed as the new general of the 100 armies by the Cloud Sea Empire, Lin Ling. Sovereign King Li looked at Lin Ling and said, revealing a friendly smile. What? He's Lin Ling? Dao Kuang's eyes narrowed in disbelief. As of now, everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom knew of the name Lin Ling. During this period of time, his reputation was like the sun in the midday sky, and the speed of his rise made the older generation of generals jealous. But he, Kuang Dao, did not expect that the youth was Lin Ling. He also did not expect that this Lin Ling was even younger than he imagined. He was probably only 18 years old. Crazy Blade, what a crazy name. Do you have anything to say now? Lin Ling looked at Dao Kuang and said calmly. Consider yourself lucky. Since Sovereign King Li is here today, I shall spare your life. Dao Kuang's face turned ugly, but he sneered. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you dared to go against His Majesty the Third Prince. Humph. That was because His Majesty the Third Prince had scruples about his status and didn't want to attack you. However, us generals don't have such scruples. You've said so much. Why don't you attack? Lin Ling chuckled disdainfully. Didn't you say you would kill me no matter who was behind me? Why was he admitting defeat now? Aren't you a proud general of the army? I am just a trash and a lowly commoner in your mouth. Why don't you dare to kill me now? Don't you dare to uphold the laws of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Sigh. His voice echoed out, causing many people on the street to narrow their eyes. This was also the first time they saw Lin Ling, but he was just like his name. He was as sharp as a sword, frivolous and arrogant. He forced the older generation's general of the army, Dao Kuang, to be speechless. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. You are just a newly risen general of the army. Dao Kuang gritted his teeth. Lin Ling mocked and humiliated him in front of everyone, causing him to feel extremely humiliated. I am arrogant. What can you do to me? Sigh. Lin Ling spoke coldly again. After Dao Kuang arrived, he put on the airs of a general of the army and wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Now he even had the nerve to say that Lin Ling was arrogant. However, there was no need to reason with such a person. Since Dao Kuang thought that Lin Ling was arrogant, then Lin Ling would suppress him with arrogance. The general of the army has the privilege to kill trash and trash. I killed Luo Mei. If you are not convinced, you can go to the Cloud Sea Empire and report me. Let the Empire send someone to punish me. A pity that you don't dare to go. Luo Mei is just a trash. If he dies, then he dies. Lin Ling snorted again. He was also a general of the army, and killing Luo Mei wasn't a crime. After all, Luo Mei was the one who started it. Hence, if Luo Mei died, he could only say that he was a trash. You called him trash and trash. Trash. Dao Kuang's breathing became heavy. How could he not know that Lin Ling was mocking Luo Mei for being weak? Luo Mei had fought side by side with him in the past and had a deep relationship with him. Today, he died in the hands of this young man, but he couldn't take revenge. He could only be angry. Previously, he thought that his status was high and wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was also a general of the army. His status wasn't lower than his. If His Highness wasn't here, I would have fought with you. A fight to the death. Dao Kuang took a deep breath and said with a murderous aura. Swoosh. Lin Ling raised his resurgent sword and pointed it at Dao Kuang. I accept your challenge. Come at me now. His aura spread out. It was like fire, ferocious like heavenly fire, and cold like black ice. The billowing murderous aura spread out, causing many people in the distant street to gasp. Cold. They felt their whole bodies turn cold. The young man had been hiding his aura, causing people to think that he was just an ordinary person. However, who knew that the murderous aura would be so strong after he revealed it? He was obviously not a flower in a greenhouse. They didn't know that when Lin Ling killed the army of the Ophidian Kingdom in Sky Fragrant City, he fought Tianyo alone with one sword. The murderous aura was not weaker than any generals. In fact, it was stronger than many generals. What a strong battle intent. Dao Kuang's expression changed. The young man's aura made him feel like he was in a volcano. Could it be that the young man had been hiding his strength when he fought Luo Mei? Was this the young man's full strength? His heart was in a daze. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to accept the challenge. You said that Sovereign King Li didn't kill me because he was here. Am I not the same? Scram. A low voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing a drop of sweat to drip down Dao Kuang's forehead. He was still in shock. He was in the late stage of the earthly spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only in the mid-stage. However, he was shocked by Lin Ling's aura. Could it be that Lin Ling was stronger than him? You're lucky. Dao Kuang only wanted to leave this place, so he said this forcefully. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft and his aura was too weak. Everyone could see that he was trying to show off. In reality, his battle intent and aura were already weak. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he left with a sullen anger. Amazing Lin Ling. I've nurtured countless rising stars, but this is the first time I've seen someone with your achievements. After Dao Kuang left, Sovereign King Li looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This young man had talent, strength, and accumulated battle achievements. He was so perfect that no one could say anything. Most importantly, this young man was extremely low-key. He never became arrogant because of what he had. He only revealed his terrifying aura when the enemy forced him. This was a good seedling. I'm Lin Ling. Greetings to Sovereign King Li. Chapter 290. No need for such formalities. If you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother Li. Sovereign King Li smiled. Among the four kings, he was the one with the least airs and was extremely approachable. His attitude left a good impression on Lin Ling. He smiled and said, Lin Ling greets Big Brother Li. That's right. We're all in the same camp. No need for formalities. Sovereign King Li laughed and led Lin Ling and the rest down the street. The street remained silent. After a long time, the onlookers sighed. Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. Although he was young, he already had everything that a general of 100 armies should have. No wonder this young man was the most dazzling star in the world. Lin Ling, I won't hide it from you. The reason I joined the second prince is because of you. Along the way, Sovereign King Li smiled and said to Lin Ling, Big Brother Li is too kind to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head politely. Sovereign King Li was sincere to him. Naturally, he would treat him with the same. You are just as humble as King Duan said. Sovereign King Li chuckled again. In fact, I didn't think highly of the second prince at first. I always felt that he didn't have the temperament of an emperor. However, ever since you joined the second prince's camp, the second prince's forces have been rising rapidly like a dark horse. You must know that in the eyes of many of us, you have the temperament of an emperor more than the second prince. Sovereign King Li was calm and said what he thought without hesitation. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Such words couldn't be spouted so casually. Based on his experiences in the previous world, such words could easily lead to conflicts. However, Sovereign King Li was a straightforward person. Evidently, he didn't have any ulterior motives behind his words. As for him having more of the qualities of an emperor than the second prince, if anyone else heard this, they would be happy and proud. But Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't care at all. After all, his target wasn't just the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He didn't even bother about a mere emperor's seat. Big Brother Li's words are too serious. However, my ambition does not lie in this. Although the position of the emperor can be changed with a flip of the hand, in the end, it cannot escape the shackles of heaven and earth. What freedom is there to speak of? Only by transcending the shackles of heaven and earth can one be a true emperor. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Li Junwang stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He had not expected this young man to be able to think so far ahead at such a young age. Good. I don't know why, but I believe in my foresight more and more. Your future is limitless. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom might not be able to accommodate you, but your decision will definitely affect the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Sovereign King Li laughed out loud. Then he sighed. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Everyone is drunk, but you are the only one who is sober. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, he remembered a poem he had heard in his previous life. He recited it faintly. The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. As soon as he entered the Jianghu, time passed quickly. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. Sovereign King Li's eyes narrowed as though he had seen through something in his heart. His body shook as he looked at Lin Ling again. The youth beside him had a calm expression and deep eyes. However, his body was emitting an indescribable aura presence. Behind him, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flashed as well. Her heart was surging with huge waves. She was finally certain that the strange star that she couldn't see through was probably this son of Lin Chen. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. How heroic, how free and easy is that? The heavenly concubine's heart was shocked. This statement clearly stated Lin Ling's martial Dao heart. It also stated Lin Ling's goal. He didn't want to be an emperor or to conquer thousands of people. He wanted to wander around the world freely and surpass this world. The student surpasses the master. Amazing, amazing. Big Brother Li actually benefited greatly from our conversation today. After a long time, Sovereign King Li sighed. Then he looked at Lin Ling. In a few days, Duke Duan and I will start the path of the General Star on Mount War God. Lin Ling, you should be participating, right? To put it bluntly, it is a form of training to improve one's strength. Basically, every general in Heaven Mystics Nation has once walked this path. Mount War God? Lin Ling pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. His strength was currently stuck at a bottleneck, and he wanted to use some bitter cultivation to raise his strength. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lin Ling led the heavenly concubine and the others out of the inner city. The outer city had regained its peace. Lin Ling and the others walked along the streets. Everywhere they passed, many people looked at them with reverence. Not long ago, Lin Ling had led an army to sweep through the Zhang clan and the ancient Zhang clan, and he'd slaughtered his way into the inner city. Now, news of this had spread like wildfire in the outer city, and they had no doubt that Lin Ling was the first person in the history of the outer city to accomplish such a magnificent feat. The reverent gazes on the streets made Lin Ling smile helplessly. He wasn't used to the feeling of being in the spotlight. If he had a choice, he would hope that the people in the outer city would act as usual. General. When they arrived at the Fire Ancient clan, they shouted respectfully. It was the Flame Corps. They were Lin Ling's subordinates. Therefore, Lin Ling returned a friendly smile and led them into the volcano. At this moment, the entire Fire Ancient clan was under the protection of the Flame Corps. Not to mention the outer city, even the inner city didn't dare to rashly provoke the Fire Ancient clan, unless they were prepared to send an army over. Soon Lin Ling met Ancestor Tai Yen and told him his thoughts. Ancestor Tai Yen naturally wouldn't refuse. At this moment, Lin Ling's status in the Fire Ancient clan wasn't lower than his. The few of them continued down the volcano, and soon arrived at the ancestral tomb. The ancient tombstone sat there quietly, as if it was telling of the glory and helplessness of the past. On the tombstone, the words Lin Chen's tomb were clearly engraved. Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine fell silent and slowly paid their respects. He is the man that senior sister used her entire life to love. I originally thought that this man deceived senior sister and was indecisive. He didn't have the responsibility that a man should have. But I misunderstood him. The heavenly concubine muttered to herself, Senior sister, the man that you've always missed. Today, I've come to pay my respects on your behalf. Her senior sister wasn't living well at the moment. The heavenly concubine had grown up with her senior sister and knew how much her senior sister missed her. Therefore, she had always resented that man because he didn't give her a stable harbor. But now, she knew that she had misunderstood. That man also carried a lot of burdens and even sacrificed himself for it. This also showed that he loved her senior sister very much. In order to let her live, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. Your senior sister knows my father? Yes. Lin Ling frowned. The heavenly concubine quietly looked at Lin Ling. From Lin Ling's chiseled features, she wanted to find her senior sister's fairy-like appearance. But after looking for a long time, she finally saw her senior sister's shadow on Lin Ling's face. I know him and we're very close. But I don't want to tell you right now because I'm afraid that it will distract you. I only want to say that after everything is over, can you accompany me for a while? The heavenly concubine's face was solemn. Chapter 291. Insolent and overbearing. Thank you, but I can tell you that this trip will not disappoint you. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. Lin Ling smiled. I believe you. But now that I've brought you to see my father, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? You profiteer, you've always been taking advantage of me. Little Jade heavenly concubine sniffed and said with dissatisfaction. All right, I'll stay in the Fire Ancient clan and help you train your Fire Legion. Thank you. Lin Ling rubbed his nose and his smile became even brighter. Behind them, Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan also smiled. They knew Lin Ling very well. Lin Ling was as cold as winter toward his enemies, but he was as warm as spring toward his family. The fact that Lin Ling was conversing with the heavenly concubine indicated that Lin Ling trusted the heavenly concubine and viewed her as his family. Yu, we might have another sister. Qin Xiaolan smiled. She didn't know why, but she didn't feel any jealousy in her heart. Perhaps that young man was too outstanding, so outstanding that she didn't dare to enjoy him alone. As long as they could live together, she would be satisfied. And back then, I knew that Brother Ling was definitely very popular with girls. Yu also smiled, feeling happy for Lin Ling. After staying at the Fire Ancient clan for a few days, Lin Ling enjoyed the warmth of a home that was not easy to come by. Then he left again. He knew very well that in this cruel world, if he wanted his family to live a more stable life, then he had to become stronger. He had to support everything. Not long after he left, several figures appeared at the edge of the huge volcano. Lin Ling, where are you? A domineering voice rang out, followed by a ray of saber light. Whoosh! At the mouth of the huge volcano, several soldiers of the Flame Corps were killed, but the blade light did not diminish. When it slashed at the mouth of the volcano, the entire volcano shook violently. The walls of the volcano cracked open, and a bottomless blade light appeared. The entire Fire Ancient clan was in an uproar. Everyone rushed out, and the Fire Legion also appeared. Aren't you being too arrogant by being so rude? Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted. At this moment he was furious. After the other party arrived, they killed without saying a word. He couldn't bear it any longer. Since your grandson has done such a good deed, the entire clan will be buried with him. In the distance, several men stood quietly. One of them, a long-haired man with a large saber on his back, spoke coldly. He was none other than Dao Quang. Last time, he'd been scared off by Lin Ling to the point of fleeing. It was only after he'd calmed down that he'd discovered that Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old youth with a cultivation of the mid-earth spirit realm. How could he be afraid of him? Moreover, Lin Ling had humiliated him so much. How could he survive among the 108 generals in the future? Therefore, after he'd calmed down, he'd come here today to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you don't dare to come out? Coward! Dao Quang yelled, causing the entire outer city to be in an uproar. Dao Quang, you're getting worse as you live. You're just a lowly commoner. You think you can be so arrogant after suppressing the third prince after becoming a hero of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City? Yet you're afraid of him. What a joke. You've disgraced us generals. Behind Dao Quang, a man in armor spoke coldly. This man was also a general of the army and was stronger than Dao Quang. He was an expert at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm and had been the martial champion for 5 years. He was known as the general of 10,000 horses in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It meant that he alone represented an army of 10,000, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. Ling has already returned to the inner city. Do you only dare to behave atrociously when Ling isn't here? Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted. Haha, you think too highly of Lin Ling. He's just so. Hearing those words, before Dao Quang could say anything, the armored man let out an arrogant laugh. He stood up, causing the entire ground to shake as though 10,000 horses were galloping. An 18-year-old general of the army. It's really unpleasant to look at. Dao Quang, I'm going to help you eliminate this ant today. He took a step forward, causing cracks to appear on the ground. That tyrannical aura caused Ancestor Extreme Flame to take a deep cold breath. His opponent was too strong. It was precisely because he was strong that he was so tyrannical and arrogant. He wasn't willing to accept Lin Ling as the general of the army and wanted to eliminate him. Once Lin Ling knows about today's matter, all of you will die. But if you want to massacre the Fire Ancient clan, I'm afraid you've chosen the wrong place. Tian Xiaoman, heed my orders. Black Tortoise Army Formation. Right at this moment, a crisp voice echoed. The heavenly concubine walked out and was emitting a pale white light, making her look like a saint. Yes, military advisor. Tian Xiaoman walked out and wore armor. She had a cold expression and waved her jade hand. Bang, bang, bang. The majestic sound of footsteps could be heard as the endless fire army walked out and formed a mysterious army formation. Their aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than Dao Kuang and the others. Black Tortoise? The armored man looked around and saw a spiritual chi illusion appearing around the fire army. It was a huge black tortoise. Let me see how strong it is. The armored man took a step forward and thrust out the long spear in his hand. 1,000-horse spear. Rumble. As the spear was thrust out, countless horses galloped and shook the earth. However, when the 10,000 horses collided with the black tortoise illusion, it only caused the black tortoise illusion to shake slightly. The armored man's expression changed. That army formation's defense was so strong. Merciless saber. Dao Kuang also made his move. With the Dao of Saber, a huge saber slashed at the black tortoise army formation, causing cracks to appear on the army formation. However, they quickly recovered. This woman is amazing. She can actually set up such an army formation. Dao Kuang and the armored man were shocked. They had been careless. If the army formation hadn't been set up, they were confident that they could kill those soldiers. However, the army formation had been set up. In a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Black Tortoise army formation. The outer city is shaken. Duke Duan's men will soon receive the news. Although we are generals and aren't afraid of Duke Duan, it's not good to have conflicts. Let's go. The armored man looked coldly at the Fire Ancient clan and said, Lin Ling, consider yourself lucky this time. Cowardly trash. Dao Kuang's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to come out. As a general, he was one of the top figures in the inner city, not to mention the outer city. However, he didn't get the upper hand today. However, he was also a little afraid of Duke Duan. Hence, he decided to leave. Today's grudge will be avenged in the future. Just you wait. When Lin Ling returns, the two of you will die. Tian Xiaoman's eyes turned red as she looked at the soldiers who had been killed by Dao Kuang. The two of them were arrogant as they attacked innocent soldiers. The Flame Legion would definitely take revenge for this. Get lost. Heavenly Concubine shouted. Get lost. The Fire Ancient clan members also shouted. Their aura shook the heavens and earth. You have pride. Good. I'll wait for Lin Ling to come and find me. Dao Kuang's expression became even uglier. As a general, he had been humiliated again and again. Killing intent surged in his heart. Chapter 292. War God Mountain. These people are too despicable. After the two of them left, Yu couldn't help but shed tears as she looked at the dead soldiers. These soldiers had died to protect the Fire Ancient clan. In this world, the strong are respected. There will always be some who were treated unfairly when they were young, so they bullied the weak to satisfy their sense of accomplishment. Such people won't live for long. The Heavenly Concubine looked into the distance, and her beautiful eyes were icy cold. Bury these soldiers in our Fire Ancient clan's ancestral tomb. Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted loudly, and it touched the hearts of many in the core. They'd been living in the Fire Ancient clan for a period of time, so they naturally knew what being able to enter the ancestral tomb represented. It represented the supreme honor of the Fire Ancient clan. And ordinary people weren't qualified to enter the ancestral tomb at all. Their general treated them so well, so what if they died following such a benevolent general? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what had happened in the Fire Ancient clan. He'd arrived at Sovereign King Li's territory as promised. This territory wasn't in the inner city, but War God Mountain Range, which wasn't too far away from Ocean of Cloud City. This mountain range was like a paradise, and it belonged to Sovereign King Li alone. No one was allowed to approach it without permission. War God Mountain Range was a famous forbidden area in Ocean of Cloud City. According to legend, experts from other regions were born here. After he got close, Lin Ling saw an endless river that glistened under the sunlight. A mysterious mountain range sat within the vast river, and it faintly emanated a dignified aura that couldn't be underestimated. War God? Lin Ling had a slightly solemn expression on his face. His soul force condensed, and his eye of time silently appeared as he carefully observed the huge mountain in the distance. In the vast river of time, in the beginning, there were no mountains, but a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. But one day, the wind and clouds surged, and two powerful martial artists stepped on the clouds and flew over. Their speed as fast as lightning. Then these two powerful martial artists began to fight each other. The battle caused the heavens and the earth to collapse, and the wind and clouds to surge. Huge craters were blasted open on the ground, and rivers started to appear. One of them moved a giant mountain 10,000 miles away, using the mountain to defeat the enemy, while the other used his fists to fight back. His fists broke the giant mountain, and in the end, he left behind the war god mountain. Splitting mountains and breaking rivers, what terrifying strength! After a long time, the passing time disappeared, and Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Those experts were the targets he wanted to pursue. Treading on the air, moving as fast as lightning, punching through a giant mountain, Wuxia. This kind of powerful martial strength was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Is this ascetic cultivation on that mountain? Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. With a single step, he flew forward like a swallow. After that, he glided on the surface of the sparkling river, and gradually approached War God Mountain. With his current strength, although he couldn't fly, he could still fly for a short period of time. Boom! Under the river, demonic beasts surged, and the waves rose to the sky. 100-meter-long catfish swam out, its huge mouth aiming to swallow Lin Ling. Are the demonic beasts in the vicinity of War God Mountain also so terrifying? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he drew the Brilliance Resurgence sword from his back and slashed out. Blazing Heaven Cross Slash. Swish! Before that giant catfish could even get close to Lin Ling, it was sliced into two. The flames continued to burn, and then it fell into the river. Lin Ling glided across the surface of the river, like a willow leaf. However, his countenance was extremely heavy. Just an ordinary demonic beast was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stronger demonic beasts on the War God Mountain would be. Gradually, War God Mountain got closer and closer. Lin Ling realized that the closer he got, the more majestic the mountain became. It was like a giant fist. General Lin is here. Hee. Sovereign King Li was afraid that something might happen to you and wanted to send someone to fetch you. However, I stopped him. I knew that a mere War God Mountain wouldn't be able to stop General Lin. At this moment, a loud laughter came from the front, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the river. Lin Ling looked over and realized that a large number of people had gathered at the foot of War God Mountain. The two people at the front were Duke Duan and Sovereign King Li. Other than them, there were many other experts with strong auras. At this moment, those people looked at Lin Ling with a trace of suspicion. A general of 100 armies at such a young age? There must be something fishy going on. When I was 18, I was only a genius. But he stepped into the ranks of our famous experts at 18. General Chun, I agree with your thoughts. Under a great reputation, there will definitely be people fishing for fame. This is the case no matter where you are. One by one the experts spoke indifferently. They were the stars of the generals of 100 armies. Every one of them was a famous figure, and had their own army. Their strength was enough to shock the world. Of course, there were also some commanders. They were like Lin Ling, and were famous figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, they were even more jealous of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was originally a commander, but he surpassed them and became a star general of a generation. Everyone looked over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as though he didn't hear anything. He walked over calmly. He also sensed that many people were hostile towards him. Of course, this hostility wasn't a life and death battle. It was jealousy and suspicion. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with such hostility. If the other party didn't know what was good for them, he would just teach them a lesson. If a martial artist wanted to become strong, the path wasn't smooth sailing. Naturally, there would be thorns everywhere. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the difficulties and setbacks he would encounter. Lin Ling, over here. At this moment, a bell-like voice was heard. Lin Ling looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was in Yu. He didn't expect her to be here to cultivate as well. Lin Ling quickly walked over. After a short conversation, he found out that Yu was in the second prince's camp. She was now a commander and was invited to cultivate as well. Beside Yu was a large number of the second prince's men. They were all smiling and bowing to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He continued to listen to Yu's explanation. He then found out that all the commanders and stars of the Cloud Sea City, could come to Mount War God to cultivate and improve their cultivation. Li Junhuang was ordered by the late emperor to be in charge of training the stars and commanders. However, not all of these stars were under the second prince. They came from different factions and didn't have a good relationship with each other. Alright, everyone is here now. It's nearing the end of the year, and the Battle of the 100 Generals is about to begin. All of you have come to the War God Mountain to cultivate. I hope that you will be able to benefit greatly from it, and bring your strength to another level. Sovereign King Li announced. The eyes of the generals flickered. Everyone was here? Li Junhuang seemed to be waiting for Lin Ling's arrival. This Lin Ling was so arrogant. They couldn't help but be jealous of Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just become a general, and hadn't even obtained one of the 108 great generals. Yet he was being treated so respectfully. This made them feel indignant. Mount War God has the martial arts left behind by the late emperor. They are divided into the War God Fist, War King's 6 styles, War General Overlord Spear, and other Earth-grade martial arts. If you all want to learn these martial arts, you must pass the test of the late emperor. Li Junhuang continued. Chapter 293. Scramble for Territory. The late emperor has decreed that no general above the Earth Spirit realm is allowed to come to Mount War God to cultivate. Your cultivation will be suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Everyone will be treated the same, and you will be tested by the late emperor. The middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm was the basic requirement to be a general of 100 armies. In this way, this was a test of one's intent and martial arts. What is the test? Lin Ling was secretly curious. In another day, there will be a large number of demonic beasts coming out of the invisible demon river near the War God Mountain. They will head straight for the peak of the War God Mountain. What you have to do is to kill those demonic beasts. If the demonic beasts are able to reach the peak of the mountain and comprehend the War God intent, they will rush out of the War God Mountain and start a frenzied massacre in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, plunging everyone into misery and suffering. Sovereign King Li continued as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Therefore, the test is to kill all the beasts and record them with battle points. Normal beasts will be recorded with 1 point and high-level beasts will be recorded with 2 points. Battle points can also be exchanged for spiritual ginseng fruits. That's roughly it. Everyone, get ready. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone shouted in unison. Then each of them received a golden jade tablet to record their battle achievements. Lin Ling, the top 10 of the War God list, can go to the War God Mountain and learn the War God martial arts. You must not miss this opportunity, especially the War God Fist. If you can learn it, it will definitely be of great help to you. The crowd dispersed gradually as Sovereign King Li walked towards Lin Ling and asked. The War God Fist is the blood and sweat of the late emperor, comprehended by observing the ancient War God. However, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it because you're still young. As long as you haven't reached the heavenly spirit realm, you can come again next year. Moreover, the other War God martial arts aren't weak either, such as the War King's 6 swords and so on. Duke Duan also walked over and said. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the War God Mountain whose peak couldn't be seen. He nodded. He was very curious about the martial arts of the War God Mountain. Others might not know how impressive the War God martial arts were, but he knew. It was because through the eye of time, he had personally seen how powerful those 2 war gods were. Let's rest tonight, and prepare to welcome the river demon tomorrow. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan both left. Because cultivating on Mount War God was the unfulfilled wish of the late emperor, they didn't dare to go easy on Lin Ling. However, they guessed that with Lin Ling's mid-stage earthly spirit realm strength, he would more or less be able to learn a war god's martial art, even though he was below average among the generals. Lin Ling, we have to work hard. If we can learn the war god's martial arts, I will definitely be able to become a general of 100 armies, and you will be able to enter the ranks of the 108 general stars. And Yuer and Lin Ling walked side by side. The general of 100 armies didn't mean that there were only 100 great generals. It meant that all the great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were only famous for having 108 general stars. 108 general stars. Lin Ling smiled faintly. It sounded very powerful, but as long as it wasn't the Sky Spirit realm, he had nothing to fear. Looking from the foot of the mountain, Mount War God was vast and boundless. Looking up, one couldn't even see the peak of the mountain, and could only see the misty clouds. All the great generals and commanders had chosen their positions, and were quietly waiting for the great demon to climb out of the river tomorrow. Get lost, this place belongs to me. General Zhufei, I came here first. Aren't you too arrogant to be so overbearing? A better place can exterminate more demonic beasts. As one of the 108 general stars, I naturally want a better place. Do you, a useless commander, have the qualifications to speak to me? All right, I will give way. In the surroundings of Mount War God, some of the great generals were fighting for advantageous positions and driving away the commanders in a domineering manner. In some places, there were even battles between great generals. As of now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's core forces were divided into ranks: genius elites, commanders, great generals, 108-star generals, and 4 kings. In order to rush to a higher rank, strength was undoubtedly the most important. What are you so proud of? Wait until the light from the late Emperor's legacy shrouds Mount War God tomorrow. You will also be at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and be on par with me. By then, I won't be afraid of you. Some of the commanders said in silence. They didn't have no chance to compete for Mount War God. After tomorrow, the light from the late Emperor's legacy would be released, and everyone's strength would be suppressed to the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. The light from the late Emperor's legacy would be used to prevent the great demons from escaping from Mount War God, and shroud Mount War God with a powerful aura. As for the late Emperor, it was the king of Yunhai, Lin Ling, and Yuer found a flat ground to rest. There were plenty of the second prince's men around them, and they were all commanders and generals. Among them, there was a general star who was ranked at the bottom of the 108-star generals. After a silent night, the next day, the sun shone brightly. Mount War God suddenly released light and shrouded the entire mountain. Everyone was bathed in the light and instantly realized that their cultivation was suppressed. I am already at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. It doesn't affect me much. Lin Ling smiled and looked to the side. And Yuer had also woken up and was looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Last night, she seemed to have slept very soundly beside Lin Ling, and there was still a drop of sparkling perfume hanging from the corner of her mouth. That hazy appearance had a different taste, and Lin Ling couldn't help but fall into a daze for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Senior sisterin, it's at your mouth." And Yuer cried out in surprise, and her beautiful face turned red. At this moment, everyone stood up and quietly waited for the great demon to appear in the river. His Majesty the Second Prince only has this much strength? He only has 1 general star and no generals. The rest are all commanders. With such strength, he dares to compete with His Majesty the Crown Prince? At this moment, several figures walked over from the front. Zhao Qingshan, what is the meaning of this? On Lin Ling's side, a 20-something man stood up. He was a general star with 108 stars, and was the leader of everyone. Of course, it didn't include Lin Ling, Nan Gongyun, ranked 99th among the 108-star generals. How impressive! Among us star generals, you're ranked at the bottom, but in His Majesty the Second Prince's camp, I'm afraid you'll be treated pretty well. Could it be that you can only show off in front of the weak? The people who came over all had cold smiles on their faces. One of them was a youth in green clothes who spoke indifferently. This person was Zhao Qingshan, a famous general star of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and also the city lord of the Western Desert Ancient Desolate City. What do you want? Nan Gongyun frowned and asked. Very simple. This place of yours is not bad, and we have taken a liking to it. So, we would like to ask you to leave. Zhao Qingshan placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently, "Do you treat Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan as non-existent? You dare to provoke the second prince here?" Nan Gongyun's face turned cold. The other party was too arrogant, and wanted to snatch the territory the moment they arrived. Behind him, all the commanders and generals also frowned. They were very unhappy with those people. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled coldly and watched quietly. I have already given face to the 2 dukes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said so much and would have asked you to leave on your knees. Now let's not talk nonsense. This place of yours is flat, and there will naturally be great demons coming. How can we let your second prince monopolize such a good place? Zhao Qingshan didn't have any fear, and his voice turned even colder. If you want us to give up our place, then speak with your strength. I, Nangong Yin, will see how formidable you, Zhao Qingshan, are. Chapter 294. Banter Boom. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted. Ripples spread out, fog spread, and frost appeared on the ground. This innate spirit body is the 8th grade ice sound turbine, the famous innate spirit body of General Nangong. Behind Nangong Yun, the commanders all shouted in unison. The combination of sound waves and ice, interesting. However, a martial artist is a martial artist, and it has something to do with music. Do you think you are a heavenly melody user? You are a general, and a general actually plays with music. You have no dignity. Zhao Shanhe walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and get lost. Nangong Yin was unmoved. His long hair fluttered, and circles of white ripples sprayed out, making him look like an ice god. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great concept spread out like the sound of a bell, and the ground also shook. Crack. Not far away, Zhao Shanhe was affected by the sound waves, and his whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture. He stood there quietly, completely different from before. He did not even make a move, and he was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. General Nangong is so powerful. That is the combination of sound waves and ice. Those who are affected by the sound waves are frozen into ice sculptures. Under the great concept of ice sound turbine, no one can make a move. The commanders were excited, and they were proud of Nangong Yin. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As expected of the general of 100 armies, his comprehension of the great concept was extremely skilled, and he was stronger than the opponents he had met before. However, at the same time he looked forward and saw that the general behind Zhao Qingshan had a calm expression, and the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Nangong Yin turned around and walked back. At the same time he said indifferently, "You are inferior. I think you have nothing to say. Leave by yourself." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around and his eyes narrowed. The huge ice sculpture behind him cracked, and a large amount of green flames surged out, burning the ice. A man with green flames all over his body walked out. So cold, I almost froze to death. After the man walked out, he laughed mockingly. Who else could it be but Zhao Qingshan? He patted his clothes and said indifferently, "I have a fire elemental spirit body, 9th rank green desert wolf flame. In the barren land of the western sand, it is like the willow, the wisp of the great desert. All this time, I have never experienced the feeling of being cold. I thought that you would satisfy me, but in the end, you are nothing more than this. You've broken through my great concept." Nangong Yun's expression drastically changed. Don't look so surprised. We're both at the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. What matters is whose innate spirit body is stronger, and whose comprehension of great concepts is deeper. I'm sorry, but you've lost to me in terms of innate spirit body and great concept. Zhao Qingshan slowly walked forward. The disdain on his face grew even stronger. Previously you thought that you had won. You were so confident and arrogant. That face of yours really made me feel that it was funny. Great General Nangong turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, "Leave by yourself." Ha ha. General Zhao, this move of yours is quite insidious. He has lost all his face. What general star? He's just trash. General Nangong, I'll say one more time. Leave by yourself. How about that? The generals behind Zhao Qingshan all laughed mockingly, as if they were toying with an ant. General Nangong's face alternated between red and green. He had indeed thought that he had won before, causing him to lose all his face. He had been humiliated to the point of speechlessness by Zhao Qingshan. One had to know that he was a great general with 30,000 men under his command, but he was like an ant in front of him. We are both generals of 100 armies. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you some pointers. Great concepts aren't used like this. Zhao Qingshan's expression instantly turned cold after he smiled. He reached out with one hand, and a surging green flame surged out. It was like the willow, the wisp of the great desert as it swept towards Nangong Yin. Woo woo woo. The green willow. The wisp seemed cold on the surface, but its temperature was actually quite high. It was said that it could burn a person's soul. Ice wheel of 8 notes. Nangong Yun's body blossomed with light as icy mist continuously spat out, firmly protecting him. Woo woo. The green willow. The wisp turned into a ghost head and attacked. Hiss. Hiss. A fishy smell arose, and then Nangong Yun's icy mist was incinerated. His countenance turned pale as his figure was blasted flying. After he smashed to the ground, the green flames on his body still didn't extinguish, and they burned incessantly with the intention of burning his soul. General Nangong, you're nothing much. Zhao Qingshan grunted coldly and looked down upon Nangong Yun. He wasn't on the same side as Nangong Yun, and both of them were 108-star generals. So he hadn't held back at all. What a terrifying innate spirit physique. That's a type of cold flame. All the other commanders had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they were far away, they still felt cold in their hearts. Out of consideration for the 2 kings, I won't kill all of you today. Fuck off right now. Remember, you have to leave on your knees. Zhao Qingshan placed his hands behind his back while he spoke with a voice that resounded like the might of the heavens. All the commanders fell silent. Zhao Qingshan was too strong, and the position of great general wasn't something that they could go against. Aren't the subordinates of His Majesty the Crown Prince a little too arrogant and overbearing? You dared to act recklessly on War God Mountain. Wouldn't you slaughter everything in the city? Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. Ha! You have a problem with that? Zhao Qingshan frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He discovered that it was a young man. Lin Ling. As for all the commanders, they were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling was currently a favorite of the second prince. Because he had contributed greatly to the ancient city of Sky Fragrance, he had become a general of the army. This kid was also considered to have outstanding talent, and was the current #1 martial scholar. However, Lin Ling wasn't facing the current martial scholar, but an expert who had been famous for a long time. Now that he walked out, could it be that his strength was stronger than Nangong Yin? Lin Ling? So it's you, the junior who has been in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of you in the Western Sand Desert. However, what qualifications do you have to have a problem with that? Zhao Qingshan looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Lin Ling walked out step by step towards Nangong Yun. He stretched out his right hand and absorbed the green flame on Nangong Yun's body. Then the flame disappeared. Lin Ling, thank you. Nangong Yun said gratefully. Then he wanted to remind Lin Ling that Zhao Qingshan wasn't weak. However, Lin Ling shook his head at him and walked towards Zhao Qingshan step by step. Zhao Qingshan watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree with this sentence. Strength is qualification. Just like Nangong Yun, without strength, he can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Whether I have the strength or not, we'll know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. Haha, young people nowadays are so frivolous. They think that they can look down on everything just because they have some achievements. Fine, although the Crown Prince hasn't had any conflicts with the second prince, as your elder brother, I'll give you a few pointers. Zhao Qingshan snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, a wisp of green flame jumped. I won't say any nonsense about letting you have 3 moves because your strength is too weak. It's the same whether you let me have it or not. 1 move will make you understand yourself. Chapter 295. Playing with Fire? Roar. That green flame surged and actually turned into a wolf shape, pouncing at Lin Ling. This was a great concept, and it was a 9th grade spirit body. According to legends, the desert wolf green flame was formed from the wolf soul. So terrifying. The expressions of all the commanders were solemn as they retreated a few steps. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were all somewhat worried, especially Nangong Yun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew how strange that flame was. It seemed to burn the soul. If you had other spirit bodies, I might have to use more effort, but a fire spirit body? Playing with fire? Can you beat me? Lin Ling had a calm expression, and extended his right hand. On his palm a white flame jumped. The temperature of this flame was very ordinary, and there was nothing extraordinary about it, but it was extremely dazzling. It is said that General Lin also has a fire spirit body. It seems like it is true, but can his flame be compared to Zhao Qingshan's desert wolf green flame? Nan Gongyun's eyes were constantly flickering. The generals behind Zhao Qingshan all had mocking expressions. Zhao Qingshan was one of the top few fire spirit bodies in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That Lin Ling actually dared to clash with Zhao Qingshan's flame. This was simply courting death. Second generation flame art, 3,000 burning flames incinerate. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Ling gently waved his right hand and scattered the white flame. It was like stars in the night sky. Boom. The flame didn't look big, but every star had a scorching temperature. Tisk tisk. When that giant fire wolf came into contact with the white star flame, it was immediately corroded with holes. The giant wolf let out a cry of fear and was incinerated. The white flame was like a star that could start a prairie fire. What? Looking at this scene, Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed as though he couldn't believe his eyes. 9th grade spirit body. It is indeed something to be proud of, but the premise is that you have not met a martial artist with a 9th grade spirit body. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and flicked his finger. A wisp of white flame shot towards Zhao Qingshan like a shooting star. When it landed on Zhao Qingshan's body, it instantly set his entire body ablaze. This fire can't be extinguished? Zhao Qingshan was shocked. The white flame on his body wasn't big, but it continued to burn. Terrifying. What kind of flame was this? You haven't even reached perfection in the concept of fire, yet you dare call yourself a fire-controlling expert? Lin Ling looked at Zhao Qingshan indifferently. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't the sky spirit realm, he wasn't afraid at all. His words caused Zhao Qingshan's complexion to drastically change, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He never thought that although Lin Ling looked young, his talent and comprehension of concepts were above his. Puff. Under the continuous burning of the white flames, Zhao Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and the general behind him had an extremely solemn expression. No matter how high the heavens are, there will always be someone better than you. You've only managed to comprehend the concept of fire, and yet you think you can look down on everything. The general of 100 armies is nothing more than this. Lin Ling opened his mouth again, his words filled with disdain. Now can I say something? Get lost by yourself. Zhao Qingshan's right hand was almost completely burned. When he heard Lin Ling's words, his complexion turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Nan Gongyun, making Nan Gongyun think that he had won and arrogantly said, "Get lost by yourself." After those words were said, Zhao Qingshan immediately turned defeat into victory. It was for the satisfaction after playing with him. But now when Lin Ling said these words again, the meaning was obvious. You have the strength, so continue to play with me and see if I have the qualifications to say these words. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, the youth did indeed have the strength to say these words. Don't you understand human language? Lin Ling said again. Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself to say, "Sure, but you have to extinguish the flames on my body first." The white flames on his body continued to burn and wouldn't be extinguished at all. Are you making a bargain? Or is it a request? Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened. He had already humbled himself, but Lin Ling still seemed to be humiliating him, disdaining his tone for being too arrogant. He was a general of hundreds of armies. When had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now he had no choice but to lower his head. General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body. Zhao Qingshan lowered his head and said, "Humph, a general under His Majesty the Crown Prince is only so. With such a servant, it seems that the master isn't much either." Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His Majesty the Crown Prince was his enemy, so he wouldn't give him any face. What's more, today's matter was because these guys were arrogant and overbearing. They wanted to snatch the territory, so he didn't need to give them any face. He's humiliating His Majesty the Crown Prince, and humiliating us even more. Zhao Qingshan roared in his heart, But he didn't dare to get angry. He said again, "General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body. Seeing that you're begging so humbly, I'll spare you today. After all, I still have to give face to the two princes." Lin Ling nodded faintly and waved his right hand, sucking back the flames on Zhao Qingshan's body. Zhao Qingshan finally relaxed when the flames disappeared, but his gaze towards Lin Ling was full of wariness. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've humiliated us today, and even more humiliated His Majesty the Crown Prince. Mountains and rivers will meet again. You've humiliated yourselves. Also, didn't you hear what I said before? Scram yourselves, not leave." Lin Ling's face was cold. "Don't go too far. I'm still a general of an army." The fury in Zhao Qingshan's heart erupted like a volcano. If it hadn't been for the previous emperor's decree, causing his cultivation to be suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, he would have killed this youth long ago. "I won't say the same thing twice." Lin Ling's attitude was exceedingly forceful. Scram! Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth and left on his knees with the other generals. His miserable appearance made the commanders feel like they were dreaming. They never thought that things would end up like this. "Lin Ling, after the War God Mountain ends, I will personally take your life in the 100 Generals battle." Zhao Qingshan's heart was filled with resentment. His strength had been suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, so he couldn't extinguish the white flames from before. However, he was confident that if they were in the outside world, it would be easy for him to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength just now. It was only a small punishment. "General Lin, you're amazing. Your realm isn't high among the generals, but your foundation is the most solid." After they left, Nan Gongyin said with admiration. She didn't expect this youth to have such a reputation, but his strength wasn't weak either. "I was just lucky." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "That's not luck. I've come to War God Mountain a few times, and every time, the advantageous areas have been snatched away. This is the first time we've repelled the enemy." The commanders shook their heads. In War God Mountain, being bullied was a common occurrence. The weak didn't have any right to speak. Chapter 296. Demon Beasts Leave the River. "Lin Ling, I think it's better for you to lead everyone in the War God Mountain training this time." Nan Gongyin also had this thought. Perhaps in the outside world, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. But here Lin Ling's strength was above his. "All right, I'll do my best." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "Oh." Not long after, the War God Mountain began to tremble. The roars of countless demonic beasts came from the front. The originally clear and crystalline river in front of them was now surging with monstrous waves. Terrifying demonic beasts crawled out from the river one after another. The demonic beasts in this river are extremely powerful. Now that they are swarming out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them," Lin Ling said gravely as he stared into the distance. "I heard that those demonic beasts are comprehending the battle god intent every day, which allowed them to become stronger. Right now, they only want to rush to the peak of Mount War God, and leave Mount War God like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. When that happens, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering." And Yuer nodded solemnly and said, "However, the demonic beasts in the early stages aren't very strong, so it's time for us to fight for merits." "He's out." Right at this moment, Nan Gongyin shouted loudly. A giant silver-armored crab crawled out from the churning waves of the river. This crab was at least 500 meters long, and had 4 giant pincers. Moreover, it was extremely fast. With each step it took, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. On the other side, a 1,000-meter-long blackwater snake crawled out. It opened its mouth and spat out endless poisonous fog. Sure enough, the demonic beasts near War God Mountain were all stronger than usual. Kill. The commanders and generals had all fought on the battlefield before, so their fighting spirit was boiling as they rushed towards the demonic beasts. In that instant, the great earth trembled, as if a great calamity was approaching. Every year at this time, the demonic beasts come out of the river. It is also the time for the generals and commanders to train. However, I wonder how many commanders will die in this massacre. Far in the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan looked into the distance. Duke Duan let out a soft sigh. As the generals and commanders of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, if they aren't at the front lines, are they going to let the commoners go? Moreover, since you've embarked on the path of a martial artist and have a higher status than ordinary people, you should also bear a certain amount of responsibility. Yeah. Sovereign King Li nodded his head. However, his gaze turned cold. Demonic beasts are scary. But for the sake of battle merits, there will be plenty of bloodshed between humans as well. The human heart is unpredictable. Then both of them fell silent at the same time. Rumble. In all directions of the War God Mountain, demonic beasts rushed out of the river. The various generals and commanders were doing their best to kill the demonic beasts, dyeing the river red. However, the smell of blood only served to make the greater demonic beasts even more violent. An ordinary demonic beast is worth 1 battle point, while a powerful demonic beast is worth 2 battle points. Yes. Lin Ling brandished the Brilliance Resurgence sword as flames spewed out from it. He killed the demonic beasts unceasingly, and his battle merits increased rapidly. In the beginning, the demonic beasts were not very strong. Therefore, the generals were also competing with each other as they fought. This place is flat, and there are many demonic beasts. Who's the leader here? Come out. This place belongs to me. In the distance, a general arrived at Lin Ling's territory. Dust billowed as he roared, wanting to take over Lin Ling's territory. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out as well. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. It's chaos now. The 2 dukes can't care so much. Since you're so arrogant, I'll just kill you. That general sneered and shot his spear at Lin Ling. Fire Dance of the Sun. The other party was clearly here to kill. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't hold back. He executed the 3rd generation flame art. Boom. Sword light flashed like a blazing sun in the sky. That general was burned to ashes. Some experts in the War God Mountain were also paying attention to the situation here. They were secretly surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Of course, there were also some who were disdainful. Rumble. Gradually, more and more demonic beasts appeared. The War God Mountain became even more chaotic. This is a catfish beast. It's a powerful demonic beast. It's recorded as 2 points, but its strength isn't strong. I can also deal with it. While the surroundings were in chaos, and Yuera was also constantly killing demonic beasts to increase her strength. At the same time, she saw a demonic beast that could be easily dealt with. Haha, catfish beast. It's only a half-grown body. This demonic beast is mine. At this moment, a loud shout came. Another man in red armor walked over. He was like an ancient giant. Every step he took shook the heavens and earth. Obviously, he wanted to snatch in Yuera's harvest. Sir, this is the 2nd prince's camp. You've overstepped your boundaries. Moreover, I saw this demonic beast first. Seeing that person running over, and Yuera frowned. That person was a bit overbearing. The 2nd prince? He seems very powerful. But I'm sorry, the battle achievements are also very important to me. Don't you know that battle achievements can also be exchanged for the cultivation of spirit ginseng fruits, and raise the cultivation of the earth spirit realm? The man in red armor smiled faintly and increased his speed. You're so unruly. Aren't you afraid of offending the 2nd prince? And Yuera's beautiful face turned ugly. Although the 2nd prince can't be offended, I'm the Imperial Preceptor's subordinate. Why would the Imperial Preceptor be afraid of the 2nd prince? Of course, I won't offend the 2nd prince for no reason. So as long as you're dead, who will know what happened today? The man in red armor smiled coldly, revealing his killing intent. You're so despicable. And Yuera gritted her teeth. A dead person doesn't need to talk so much. A huge palm slapped towards Yuera. Baleful aura surged like a meteor crashing down. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant in my territory? At this moment, a sword light slashed over. The dazzling cross-shaped flame didn't seem big, but when it slashed onto the huge palm, it instantly split it into pieces. So strong. The man in red armor's expression changed. His palm had been slashed into pieces. He looked at the youth running over from afar with a trace of fear in his heart. His strength was at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. Although it was suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, his 8th grade innate spirit body had already cultivated to the realm of great perfection. However, he still couldn't block the youth's sword. It was obvious that the youth's innate spirit body was stronger than his, and also at the realm of great perfection. Sorry, it's just a misunderstanding. I didn't know this was your territory. I'll leave immediately, the man in red armor said and wanted to leave. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The youth in the distance drifted over like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He coldly stared at the man in red armor. He was naturally Linling. You want me to stay? Do you know who I am? I'm the Imperial Preceptor's man. The man in red armor frowned. Imperial Preceptor? Yes. Linling's eyes flickered. According to his understanding of the Cloud Sea Empire, the 4 princes were the strongest. His Majesty the Crown Prince, the second prince, and the third prince. This was the first time he'd heard of the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor is an important figure that even His Majesty the Crown Prince has to treat with respect. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't make a mistake. The man in red armor saw Linling hesitate and immediately smiled coldly. He could also see that the youth seemed to be a bit afraid. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Linling wasn't afraid, but was deep in thought. Chapter 297. Thunderice Golden Dragon Mistake? You don't have the strength. Kill. Linling raised his sword. A dazzling light bloomed, and a destructive aura rippled out. You want to kill me? Kill. The red-armored man's pupils constricted. He didn't think that the young man would still dare to kill him after knowing about the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor had a deep foundation, and was an existence that couldn't be provoked in the Yunhai Empire. Do you think I need to explain? Linling's sword became colder. Let me tell you, I have the Imperial Advisor's bloodline. If you kill me, no one will be able to save you. The red-armored man panicked. The young man in front of him was too strong, too decisive. Even he was in awe of him. Tell that to King Yama when you go to hell. Kill. Swish. A blue-white flame slashed out, turning into a sword ray. The red-armored man couldn't block it at all, and was reduced to ashes. Linling, he's the Imperial Advisor's subordinate. Kill. And Yuer quickly walked over and said worriedly. So what if he's the Imperial Advisor? He wanted to kill you before. If he dares to attack you, whether it's the Imperial Advisor or the Yunhai King, I'll do the same. When he came to this world, what he valued the most was kinship. He and Yuer had known each other for a long time. How could he watch something happen to Yuer? Looking at the resolute young man, Yuer was dazed for a moment. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in her heart, and a warm feeling flowed out. After the era changed, the Yin family couldn't escape the calamity. She was almost drowned by the era, but at the most critical moment, the young man reached out to her and saved her. Now, the young man had been silently protecting her without any regrets. Thank you, Linling. Yuer said gratefully. Tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Okay, let's go back. The demonic beasts will be even more difficult to deal with. Try not to go too far from me. Don't leave our territory. Linling smiled and wiped away the tears on Yuer's delicate face. Then the two left side by side. What? My little brother is dead? Who is it? At this moment, on the other side of War God Mountain, a tall and sturdy red-haired man flew into a rage. His hair stood on end, and he held a bug in his hand. However, that bug was already dead. These insects were fed with his heart's blood. There were 2 in total, one for him and one for his brother. As long as one of them was in trouble, the other would be able to detect it. Sir Yang fading. Perhaps Yang Kongqing died in the mouth of a demon beast. One of the commanders said reverently. In the beginning, the demonic beast couldn't threaten my brother at all. It must have been killed by someone. How bold. I want to see who dares to touch the people of the state preceptor's residence. The red-haired man said murderously. But there are too many people on War God Mountain. There's no way to investigate. However, we can investigate where Sir Yang Kongqing went. The commander said respectfully. Then let's go immediately. After we finish cultivating on Mount War God, I want to know who it is. The red-haired man's killing intent soared to the sky. He took a step forward and punched out. The unparalleled fist light turned countless demonic beasts in front of him into a rain of blood. The state preceptor's residence was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Cloud Sea Empire. They seemed to be low-key, but even the third prince didn't dare to slight them. That was because the state preceptor was a favorite of the previous emperor. Rumble. As time passed, more and more demonic beasts appeared. It was as if they had come from ancient times. Their huge bodies shook the world. At present, the generals of the various factions had about the same amount of battle merits. Only by killing stronger demonic beasts could they stand out and become the generals with the most battle merits. Kill. Kill. The generals of the various factions were all majestic. Here were the Crown Prince's faction, the Second Prince's Majesty, the Third Prince's Majesty, the State Preceptor, the Empress Dowager, the Four Kings, and so on. They all had their own factions. While cultivating, they were also fighting for the glory of their factions. The battle cries continued for an entire day and night. Blood flowed like a river on Mount Wargod. Many demonic beasts died, but of course many cultivators died as well. At night, Mount Wargod was slightly quiet. Everyone was resting, waiting for the next Demon King to come out of the river. The Demon King was the final demonic beast. Victory and defeat would be decided at that moment. The next day, the sun slowly shone down. There was a short moment of silence on Mount Wargod, but everyone's face was solemn. They knew that the Demon King was about to come out of the river. Facing the Demon King, only the top experts of the various factions had the strength to fight against it. As for the commanders, they could only support from the side. The previous Demon King was the Poison Ghost's mother. I don't know what it is this time. I only hope that the generals won't allow it to ascend Mount Wargod. Otherwise, the Demon King will escape from the previous emperor's decree and fly out of Mount Wargod. From afar, Sovereign King Li said solemnly. The previous emperor's decree was a huge light that shrouded Mount Wargod, preventing the demonic beasts from leaving. However, because the spiritual chi was too strong, it also suppressed the strength of the generals, causing all of them to be at mid-earthly spirit realm. There are many experts among the generals who came for training this time. There's the Crown Prince, Second Prince, Third Prince, Imperial Advisor, Empress Dowager, and the experts under us Four Kings. We should be able to stop the Demon King from reaching the peak. Duke Duan's eyes flickered. That's true. However, compared to the other factions, I hope that our generals can kill the Demon King. If that's the case, we can enter the peak of Mount Wargod. Sovereign King Li said with anticipation. Duke Duan shook his head. Currently, the generals in their faction weren't strong. They couldn't be compared to the Crown Prince, Imperial Advisor, and Empress Dowager. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook. A murderous aura shot up to the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the river water soared into the sky, and a two-headed flood dragon, its entire body shining with golden light, crawled out. This flood dragon was over 1,000 meters long, and it swallowed the clouds. One of the flood dragon's heads spat out lightning, while the other spat out icy mist. As it slowly emerged from the river, the vast river water seemed to recede, and half of it sank. Roar. The two-headed dragon roared. Behind it, a large number of water demons followed. Then, it looked at the peak of Mount Wargod and charged towards it. Obviously, it knew that it had to reach the peak of Mount Wargod in order to break free. Of course, there would be many martial artists stopping it during this process. Thunder Ice Golden Dragon. Looking at the tyrannical demonic beast from afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan sucked in a cold breath. This demonic beast was recorded in the ancient records. It had an ancient bloodline. Although it wasn't fully grown yet, its strength was comparable to an early Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator. Heavenly Spirit Realm. If it wasn't for the previous emperor's decree, this demonic beast would have left on the clouds long ago. We must stop it. Sovereign King Li roared. This time, the Demon King was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, the eyes of everyone on War God Mountain narrowed. That Demon King made them tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. Two-headed dragon? Try my strength. A general was filled with confidence. He took a big step forward and charged towards the two-headed dragon. With a swing of his saber he shouted, Void extermination / Chapter 298. Battle merits ownership roar. The two-headed flood dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, and one of its heads swallowed the general, as if it was about to swallow the heavens and the earth. The general then disappeared from the world. How terrifying! Its strength has definitely reached the heavenly spirit realm. Everyone was shocked. A heavenly spirit realm demonic beast, not to mention that their cultivation was suppressed. Many of them wouldn't be able to move the demonic beast at all. Bang bang bang. The earth shook as the two-headed flood dragon rushed to the top of the mountain. Everywhere it passed, there was a rain of blood. A large number of cultivators were swallowed, and the demonic beast behind the two-headed flood dragon was also violent and bloodthirsty, constantly devouring cultivators. In an instant, the situation on Mount War God changed. At first, it was the generals killing the demonic beast, but now it was the demonic beast killing the generals. Kill. A large number of experts from the Third Prince's camp charged towards the two-headed flood dragon. Roar. The two-headed flood dragon let out an angry roar, and one of its heads raged with lightning, killing a large number of experts. The path to Mount War God became smooth. The Third Prince's men don't deserve their reputation. Go. The Crown Prince's men also moved out, led by a general ranked 81st among the 108 stars. His body moved, and ghost fog filled the air as he transformed into a headless ghost general. Riding a 9-nether horse, he slashed towards the two-headed flood dragon. General Nether Horse, the Crown Prince's favorite. Unfortunately, his strength is still a bit weak in my eyes. The two-headed flood dragon is mine. The generals from the Imperial Advisor's camp, the Empress Dowager's camp, and the Four Kings' camp all moved out. Roar. A chaotic battle broke out everywhere. The two-headed flood dragon roared again and again. Its two heads intertwined and actually fused together, transforming into an even larger golden flood dragon. Although the top generals of the various great powers had injured it, it seemed to have become even stronger because of its anger. Lightning and ice swept across the entire Mount War God. Its golden scales had an extremely strong defense, and it wasn't afraid of any blade slashes. The Demon King is angry. Retreat. Retreat. A large number of commanders died, and the remaining generals retreated temporarily. However, they all had cold smiles on their faces, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. They were determined to obtain the Demon King's battle merit. Among them, General Yang Fading of the Imperial Advisor's residence, Yi Linyan of the Crown Prince Zhao Qingshan, Heng Hanyue of the Empress Dowager's camp, the Third Prince's Qian Fengxue, Leng Tianfeng, and the others. These top experts had been eyeing them covetously, quietly waiting for an opportunity. All the commanders waited quietly. They didn't have the strength to kill the Demon King, so they could only wait for the great general behind the scenes. For a time, the cheers of the various camps could be heard. In the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan narrowed their eyes. Even though the giant dragon Demon King was getting closer and closer to the peak of the God of War Mountain, they knew that the moment the giant dragon Demon King successfully reached the peak, there would definitely be experts who would make their move. At that time, it would depend on who would obtain the final battle merit. All of the generals were at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and it was still unknown who would be the one to receive the prize. At this moment, Lin Ling was also rushing towards the giant dragon Demon King. He wouldn't let go of such a huge achievement. As someone's making a move. You're courting death. Not just anyone can touch a Demon King. You overestimate yourself. The giant dragon Demon King crazily rushed forward, and the experts around it temporarily avoided its attack. Therefore, Lin Ling's appearance was extremely conspicuous. Many people saw him, but all of them smiled disdainfully. If the Demon King was so easy to kill, they would have made their move long ago. Why wait for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow? There are always people who want to take advantage of others in this world. Unfortunately, if they want to obtain battle merit without strength, they'll lose their lives. General Yang Fading didn't care about the youth's appearance. He was gathering his aura and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Similarly, the strongest general in the Crown Prince's camp, Yi Linyan, closed his eyes and gathered his aura. It's him, General Yi Linyan. We should make our move. If we're too slow, the youth will steal our battle merit. On the side, Zhao Qingshan frowned. He recognized Lin Ling, and knew that Lin Ling's strength ranked at the top among the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Now that all of the experts' strength had been suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, this meant that Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than theirs. Perhaps he would steal their battle merit. General Zhao, it's just a youth. Why are you so flustered? Don't be impatient. Yi Linyun's aura was steady as he smiled faintly. He didn't care about Lin Ling at all. At this moment, no one cared about what Lin Ling would do. They were silently waiting for the generals in their camp to make their move. The Demon King has strength close to the Sky Spirit realm. However, it's not quite there yet. As long as it's not in the Sky Spirit realm, I still have a chance to kill it. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he caught up to the giant dragon Demon King. He gripped his sword even tighter. Roar! The giant dragon Demon King was still running wildly. It had also seen Lin Ling, but didn't pay him any attention. Its enormous head spat out a pillar of lightning and ice at Lin Ling. Flaming Sky Cross Slash. Lin Ling's expression grew serious as the surging power attacked. Blue and white flames rose on the blade of his sword. It was obvious that he didn't dare underestimate the Demon King. He'd used a powerful sword move right off the bat. Whoosh! The enormous flaming sky cross slash slashed out like a hot knife through butter. The flaming sky cross slash split the Demon King's golden scales into 4 pieces. When the flaming sky cross slash landed on the Demon King's golden scales, the Demon King's golden scales began to burn. This unforeseen event caused the generals who were gathering their momentum to narrow their eyes. That young man had actually injured the Demon King. One had to know that up until now, the only ones who could shake the Demon King and injure it were the generals of the various camps. That young man was unfamiliar to them, but he'd succeeded. Who is he? Many great generals shouted coldly. He seems to be Lin Ling, who was in the limelight a while ago. Some people recognized Lin Ling and cried out in surprise. Lin Ling! The great generals of the various camps narrowed their eyes. At the same time, anger rose in their hearts. It must be known that in their hearts, the giant dragon Demon King had long been theirs. But Lin Ling, a junior in name but not in reality, was snatching away their battle merits. Flaming Sun Dance. On the road ahead, a cold voice rang out once again. Everyone saw a blazing sun dance across the sky, and the giant dragon Demon King let out a painful cry. It was obvious that the sword slash had caused even greater damage. His grand concept is definitely at the perfect realm, and his innate spiritual body is definitely not weak. To be able to shake a Demon King that's close to the heavenly spirit realm, it's impossible for him to do so without this bit of strength. In the Imperial Advisor's residence, General Yang Fading's previously indifferent expression changed. His eyes narrowed. If this continued, the battle merits would be stolen by Lin Ling. Does this junior know the rules? Yi Linyun's expression was also ugly. He couldn't wait any longer. That young man wasn't as weak as he thought. If he didn't make a move now, the Demon King wouldn't belong to him anymore. This brat. Zhao Qingshan's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ling was as dazzling as a star, which made him extremely unwilling. Not long ago, he was humiliated by Lin Ling. Right now, he wanted to see Lin Ling be devoured by the Demon King, not amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. General Lin, General Lin. In the second prince's camp, the generals were all cheering. Nan Gongyun, on the other hand, was laughing proudly. He had originally planned to participate in the battle, but the giant dragon Demon King wasn't like the previous Demon Kings, so after assessing its strength he decided not to participate in the battle. Chapter 299. Slay the Demon King. In the distance, Sovereign King Li and the other Demon King were equally shocked. They had not expected Lin Ling's base strength to be this strong. If he maintained this state, it wasn't impossible for him to kill the Demon King. Unfortunately, the other Demon Kings would not let Lin Ling have his way. General Yang Fading had made his move. Yi Linyun also made his move. Hung Yinue, Lung Tianfeng, and other top-notch great generals all made their moves. They would never allow Lin Ling to obtain the battle merit. Several generals attacked. All of their attacks were directed at the giant dragon Demon King. Moreover, Lin Ling was the closest to the giant dragon Demon King. From the looks of it, they wanted to kill Lin Ling as well. How despicable. Lin Ling injured the Yao King, and now they're attacking? They're taking advantage of the situation. And Yuer looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Earlier, the giant flood dragon demon king's aura was the strongest. All the top generals were gathering their auras and didn't attack. It was only when Lin Ling injured the demon king that the generals wanted to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, he wanted to kill both Lin Ling and the monster king. And Yuer's commander behind her also said angrily, "These generals are trying to snatch military merits. Shameless." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As a general, one must learn such tactics. That's right. All is fair in war. What's more, we're saving that young man. That young man definitely won't be able to kill the demon king by himself. On the contrary, he'll die in the demon king's mouth. If we attack, the demon king will be distracted to deal with us, allowing that young man to escape. As if to establish their prestige, General Yang Fading and the others shouted loudly, causing the commanders in their camp to cheer, covering up their shameless methods of taking advantage of others. Rumble. With several generals attacking at the same time, coupled with the fact that the demonic Dragon King had been injured by Lin Ling earlier, it could no longer withstand the generals' attacks. It let out a series of cries and finally fell to the ground. Boom. Dust flew into the air. Many people's hearts trembled violently, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Who killed the demon king in the end, and obtained the battle credit? Moreover, Lin Ling was also implicated in the attack. He was afraid that he would be killed along the way. The demon king belongs to me, Yang Fading. That might not be the case. As long as I, Yi Linyun, am here, the merit will belong to me. Many great generals spoke with ice-cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. At that moment, on the mountain path, a cloud of dust was spreading out. After a short period of silence, suddenly, a roar filled the air. The gigantic dragon with golden scales stood up again, and madly rushed towards the top of the mountain. The demon monarch was still alive. At this moment, everyone's faces froze. This sudden turn of events shocked all the great generals. Wait, look at the giant dragon's head. There's someone there. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. A figure stood quietly on top of the running giant dragon. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. His handsome face revealed a touch of indifference. His hand was raised high, and in his palm, there was a blue and white flame. The flame was constantly dancing, but it emitted a forbidden aura. It's Lin Ling. He's not dead yet. Why is he standing on the archfiend's head? What is he trying to do? Everyone's hearts trembled violently. That slender figure in their hearts gave them a strong sense of pressure. Oh no, he's trying to steal the merit. Yi Linyun's eyes flickered and he suddenly shouted. He vaguely guessed what was going on. Yang Fading and the other great generals who were ranked 108 stars felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. It was as if they couldn't bear the sudden reversal of events. Lin Ling wasn't dead. Moreover, he appeared on top of the demon monarch's head, as if he was preparing to deal a fatal blow. Junior, how dare you steal my merit? All the great generals rushed forward. They absolutely couldn't accept that Lin Ling stole their merit. If that was the case, they would lose all their face today, and their efforts would be in vain. From the moment I attacked the giant flood dragon archfiend, the merit belonged to me. No matter how you try to steal it, it's useless. But I still have to thank you. This move of mine takes a long time to prepare. If it weren't for all of you attacking the archfiend and injuring it again, I wouldn't have had time to prepare. A cold voice sounded out from above the archfiend's head. The youth's lips curved up in a mocking smile, causing the faces of Yang Fading and the other great generals to turn even uglier. They thought that Lin Ling was the mantis and they were the oriole, taking advantage of Lin Ling. But they never imagined that Lin Ling was the eagle behind the oriole. Not only did they not take advantage of Lin Ling, but they even helped him. Junior, you're dreaming. Die. The great generals were getting closer and closer to the giant flood dragon archfiend. They all attacked. Too late. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He coldly shook his head. The taboo flame that had been brewing in his palm suddenly slammed down on the archfiend below him. First-generation flame technique. burning heavenly flames. Bang! A wisp of flame could incinerate the sky. The taboo flame blossomed with magnificent radiance and rose up into a giant mushroom cloud. The giant flood dragon archfiend let out a cry. Its golden body was blasted apart and scattered into pieces. The flames were like a tide, pouring down from the mountain path in layers. The entire peak of Mount War God was turned into a sea of fire. Not good. Young Fading and the others were still rushing forward. When they saw the taboo flame pouring down, their faces changed drastically. They turned around and fled. Among them, Yi Linyuan was slightly slower. When he was touched by the flames, his entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. Such terrifying flames. Sigh. Looking at the volcanic eruption in front of them, everyone's eyes narrowed. They quickly retreated. The flames were like the Inferno Emperor's wrath, turning Mount War God into a sea of fire. This. Sigh. From afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan's faces froze. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, he was the #1 martial scholar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. But they didn't expect that this evaluation was still too low. In just a short period of time, Lin Ling's strength was already enough to wipe out more than half of the generals in the army. This lad always surprises me every time we meet. How many tricks does he have up his sleeves? Duke Duan suddenly let out a bitter smile. 2 astral bodies with fire innate talent. Both of them are at the perfected stage of the fire concept. What's more, they are fused together. No wonder no one in the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm is a match for him. Perhaps he doesn't even fear the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Sovereign King Li sighed. Rumble. Mount War God was like a volcano. The final winner of the battle merit of killing the Archfiend was the youngest general of the army, Lin Ling. Everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Yang Fading and the others. They felt disgusted as if they had just eaten a fly. They were all at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm and had outstanding military achievements. They had defeated many experts from the Ophidian Nation and Stone Saint Nation. Hence, in their hearts, the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm was simply an ant. From the moment the Archfiend appeared, they didn't put any mid-stage Earth Spirit realm martial artists in their eyes. But today, Lin Ling snatched their battle merits and even gave them a resounding slap in the face. Pa. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the endless sea of fire in front of them. Then a slender figure slowly walked down. His handsome face was still cold, but his eyes were still as calm as an ancient well as he stared at the crowd. Apologies, I snatched the battle merits. Sorry. Chapter 300. Ares Martial Arts, General Lin. General Lin. After a short moment of silence, the second prince's camp erupted with cheers. Lin Ling was now everyone's idol. Alright, this year's training is over. First place goes to Lin Ling. At this moment, another cheer rang out. It was Sovereign King Li's voice, causing Yang Fading and the others' faces to darken. And those who fought side by side with Lin Ling will also receive 100 battle merits. Sovereign King Li continued. This time, the people in the second prince's camp were excited. Battle merits can be exchanged for the spirit ginseng fruit that was left behind by the previous emperor. I hope you all remember that this is only a training session to make you stronger and prepare for the upcoming 100 generals battle. Duke Duan's voice rang out. The two of them stepped on the vast river and walked over step by step. Everyone who received battle merits was excited and prepared to exchange for the spirit ginseng fruit. The spirit ginseng fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that this treasure had the corresponding spiritual chi of a spiritual chi seed, and was very effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. This was also the reason why Mount War God didn't need heavenly spirit realm cultivators for the training, because the spirit ginseng fruit was only effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. The top 10 of the battle merits will be able to enter the peak of Mount War God tomorrow. Sovereign King Li said again. Usually, these words would make the great generals even more excited. But today, many great generals had ugly expressions. This was because Lin Ling had snatched first place in terms of battle merits. It was not the first time that many great generals had come to the War God Mountain. They had already begun to comprehend the War God martial arts. As long as they obtained first place this time, they would have the opportunity to enter the highest War God Mountain and cultivate the war god martial arts to perfection. But all of this was interrupted by Lin Ling. If they wanted to learn more powerful Aries martial arts, they would have to wait until next year. Lin Ling, the day I leave Mount War God, I will make you regret stepping on my head. Young Fading and the others coldly stared at Lin Ling. The anger in their hearts almost burned them to ashes. Because of the late emperor's will, their strength was suppressed to the mid-earthly spirit realm. They couldn't do anything to Lin Ling in the War God Mountain, but that might not be the case once they leave the War God Mountain. Lin Ling ignored the resentful gazes of Young Fading and the others. He smiled and walked towards Yuer and the others. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, Yuer and the others smiled happily. Lin Ling, amazing. I didn't expect you to become so strong. Yuer said with some surprise. Every time she saw Lin Ling would surprise her. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. You're exaggerating. In fact, he was already this strong when he was in the Heavenly Fragrance Ancient City, so he wasn't too surprised. You, no matter what you do, you always have a calm face. But I'm about to break through to the martial spirit realm. You have to give me some pointers. Yuer smiled, revealing a different girly attitude. Lin Ling was slightly stunned, then he nodded and said, No problem, senior sister. At this moment, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan also walked over. Lin Ling, good job. You've won glory for His Majesty. To be honest, I didn't have high expectations for you at first, but I didn't expect that even I would misjudge you. Sovereign King Li walked over and said with a smile. First place on the War Merit Board, you will receive 10 spiritual ginseng fruits, and the people who follow you will receive 1 spiritual ginseng fruit. Duke Duan looked at Lin Ling with admiration and said. Those words made Lin Ling smile gently. His heart was filled with joy. His current cultivation level mostly came from killing his opponents and extracting their spiritual chi seeds. This was the first time he used treasures to cultivate in the earthly spirit realm. Hearing the words of the two dukes, the eyes of the people from the other factions turned red with jealousy, especially the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the Empress Dowager, and the Crown Prince. They were jealous and angry. Although the second prince wasn't as useless as before, he still couldn't be compared to the deep-rooted major factions like the Imperial Advisor's residence. But now, the second prince was standing above them. When they returned, they wouldn't be able to report back. They might even be scolded. Everyone disperse. Those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board will stay and head to the peak of War God Mountain tomorrow. Sovereign King Li looked at the crowd and his face returned to its usual cold expression. At this moment, the training on War God Mountain had come to an end. However, many people didn't leave. They had a feeling that after the training on War God Mountain ended, something would happen. So they were happy to watch the show. The night passed silently. The next morning, those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board were waiting quietly. They were Young Fading and the others. Lin Ling was the first on the War Merit Board, so he was naturally among them. Brat, how dare you snatch the merit from the Imperial Advisor's residence? When we get out, I will give you an explanation. Young Fading looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The others also looked at Lin Ling coldly. If this wasn't War God Mountain and Sovereign King Li wasn't here, they would have attacked long ago. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and suddenly found it funny. May I ask, is War God Mountain your home? Has the merit been decided by you? Humph. It's just a fair competition. How can you blame others for your loss? I can only say that you are all trash. Don't be too arrogant. Yi Linian's voice was low. He wasn't in a good mood because he didn't get the merit. But who knew that the young man didn't apologize and instead mocked them from above? Arrogant? You asked for it. Since War God Mountain isn't your home, and the merit wasn't decided by you, what right do you have to be unhappy with your loss? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Humph, if we were in the outside world, we could kill you with a single finger. Young Fading snorted coldly. He was as sullen as Yi Linian because Lin Ling was like an ant in his eyes. He was just taking advantage of the late emperor's decree. How could they feel good when someone who wasn't as strong as them was standing above them? Crazy. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. These guys thought they could defeat him outside. What a joke. You. Lin Ling's indifferent attitude made Young Fading and the others even angrier. Those in the top 10, come with me. At this moment, Sovereign King Li's voice rang out. Yang Fading and the others could only suppress their anger for now. Then, the group of them headed towards the peak. At the foot of the mountain, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. That was the advantage of being in the top 10. They could learn the war god's martial arts. The war god's martial arts was an extremely powerful concept. Everyone knew that when a martial artist comprehended a concept, it was mostly related to their innate spirit body. But the war god concept was something that all martial artists could comprehend. It had nothing to do with their innate spirit body. And to have an additional war god concept, that meant having an additional innate spirit body. Who wouldn't want that? As for comprehending the war god mountain, those in the top would be closer to the peak. Those in the bottom would be closer to the middle of the mountain. This was also the reason why Yang Fading and the others were jealous of Lin Ling. The war god's martial arts were created by the late emperor after observing the ancient war god. It is broad and profound, as vast as the sea. Although that kid can comprehend the martial arts at the peak, he might not be able to do so. He might not even be able to learn a single martial art. On the path of martial arts, one's foundation is extremely important. That kid is so young, his foundation must not be solid. General Yang, I agree with your opinion. That kid shouldn't be able to learn anything. Chapter 301. Viewing the ancient battle god, Lin Ling naturally didn't know what they were thinking. He arrived at the peak of the mountain alone, and saw an ancient boulder. On the boulder there were many fist marks, sword marks, and spear marks. When he got closer, an illusion appeared in front of him. It was the scene of a man in embroidered clothes practicing martial arts. Similar to the Fire Ancient Clan's Savage Valley, the essence of martial arts is left in the boulder. However, these martial arts are of a higher level, all of them are of the earth rank. Lin Ling thought. Sovereign King Li had said that he only had 3 days to comprehend the war god's martial arts. Once the 3 days were up, everyone had to leave the mountain. This was the previous emperor's order. Therefore Lin Ling only had 3 days left. As for the earth rank martial arts, 3 days was obviously not enough to comprehend them. Lin Ling had heard from General Nangong Yin that many generals came to Mount War God to comprehend martial arts for several years. Every year, they would comprehend some martial arts until they reached the heavenly spirit realm, and lost the qualifications to come. This showed how difficult the war god's martial arts were. I don't have that much time to come every year. Lin Ling shook his head and walked around the boulder. War General Overlord Spear, Earth rank 5th grade. Once the Overlord Spear is out, who else can it be but me? In front of him, a huge red spear appeared and pierced towards the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The tip of the spear rippled with thunder and fire. Under the spear, heaven and earth changed. Earth rank 8th grade? Not learning. Lin Ling looked carefully for a while and shook his head. Although the martial arts were not weak, his time was limited. Therefore, if he wanted to learn it, he would learn the strongest one. War King's 6 styles: War Heaven, War Earth, War God. Another powerful martial art appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown slightly. The power of the martial art was not bad. If he could learn it, his invincible strength in the Earth Spirit realm would be even more stable. However, Lin Ling was still unwilling. After all, it was rare for him to come to Mount War God. If he only learned the War King's 6 styles, it would be too much of a loss. If time allows, I want to learn all the martial arts. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Boom. At this moment, a golden fist appeared in front of them. An ancient aura spread out, and under the golden fist, all living beings were blasted apart by the fighting spirit, obliterating everything. War God Fist. This fist is a martial art that I comprehended from watching the ancient war gods fight. This martial art currently does not have any ranks. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. First style, Chant. The golden fist was filled with boundless battle intent, destroying everything in its path. In the illusion, an ancient Qilin that towered between heaven and earth was struck by the fist. Its huge body turned golden, and then it exploded, turning into boundless golden light. So powerful. A martial art that uses the concept of the god of war as its foundation. The stronger the battle intent, the more powerful it is. Looking at the illusion, Lin Ling gasped. Second style. Extermination. This time, the golden fist was mixed with a terrifying force. With a punch, heaven and earth split open, and strong winds swept out from the void. This is the combination of battle intent and innate spirit body. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and huge waves surged in his heart. This War God Fist was probably the strongest martial art on War God Mountain. One had to know that the War God Fist was a great concept, which was equivalent to a type of innate spirit body. However, when the War God Fist was combined with one's innate spirit body, the power would increase by several times, or even 10 times. Currently, Lin Ling could combine his two innate spirit bodies to form a new generation of fire technique, blazing heavenly fire. This martial art's power was extremely terrifying, and it could make Lin Ling invincible in the earth spirit realm. However, if it could be combined with the War God Fist, its power would be unimaginable. Second style. Extermination. If I were to use it, it would be blazing extermination. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He finally decided to learn the War God Fist. To learn the War God Fist, the first thing to do was to comprehend the concept of the God of War. This was the foundation of all martial arts, but Lin Ling only had 3 days. At that moment, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and looked at the illusion, trying to comprehend the concept of the God of War. The illusion was of the former emperor, using the War God Fist. It was all-encompassing and profound. Besides that, it was also the former emperor's comprehension of watching the ancient war gods fight. Time quietly passed. Lin Ling frowned. His talent could only be considered above average. If he wanted to comprehend the War God Fist in 3 days, it would be a little difficult. Of course, this wasn't him. Currently, none of the generals who came to War God Mountain could comprehend the War God Fist in 3 days. Moreover, many generals had given up on learning the War God Fist. The reason was simple. This martial art was too difficult. If they spent 3 days to comprehend it, they might only be able to scratch the surface. If that was the case, then it would be better to use 3 days to learn simpler War God martial arts, such as the 6 styles of the War King. Right, I can use my eye of time to observe. Since the former emperor comprehended the concept of the God of War from watching the ancient war gods fight, then why should I watch the former emperor practice martial arts? It would be better to watch the ancient war gods practice. After a long time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Watching the ancient war gods practice was clearly better than watching the Cloud Sea King practice. It was more comprehensive and more perfect. Thinking like this, Lin Ling's soul force condensed in his eyes. Then his pupils stretched out and a strange green light appeared. Through his eyes, he could clearly see the ancient war gods fighting each other. This feeling was as if he was there. It was as if the ancient war gods were personally instructing Lin Ling. War is a powerful concept. In ancient times, there were powerhouses that could shake the heavens with a single shout. There were even 2 armies that fought. A single great general could intimidate 1,000,000 lions. This is the aura and the will to fight. Lin Ling muttered. In his eyes, the 2 ancient war gods were constantly fighting. Although their fists seemed ordinary, they resonated with the heavens and earth. It was as if they were punches from the heavens and earth. Every movement and action carried with it the rules of the heavens and earth. It was like life and death, like flowers blooming and wilting. So the ancient war gods' martial arts are so mysterious. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but he was also happy. He was grateful to this ancient war god teacher that he had never seen before. This teacher was guiding him step by step. And this opportunity was something that even the late emperor did not have. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling entered a state of enlightenment. His entire body was covered in a faint golden color, giving him the aura of an ancient war god. The current him had the fire attribute spirit body as his foundation. It was also his future path. Using the sword was his habit. However, he was not a sword cultivator. As long as it was a powerful martial art, Lin Ling would not let it go. It was always good to have an extra trump card. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. The War God Mountain was still quiet. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was sitting cross-legged. Their expressions were calm as they recalled the insights they gained from killing the demonic beasts. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and look up. When they saw the towering peak of the mysterious War God Mountain, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Chapter 302. Crazy. For this MT War God Mountain's comprehension, most of the generals are here to fill in their previous gaps. Only Lin Ling is here for the first time. I hope he won't be too greedy and will do his best. He will learn the simpler martial arts like the General Overlord Spear. Among the crowd, Li Junwang was dressed in a long robe and looked into the distance. Beside him, Duke Duan laughed and said, "Don't worry. Lin Ling might be young, but he has a steady temperament. He won't bite off more than he can chew and learn martial arts that are beyond his comprehension. Like the War God Fist, he will naturally not learn such foolish things." "That's great. All right, the training on MT War God Mountain is over. Ask them to come down." Li Junwang smiled and nodded. As of now, no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was able to comprehend ancient martial arts like the War God Fist. Soon enough, 10 individuals came down from MT War God Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped cultivating and stood up. They looked up with anticipation and wondered how the 10 individuals were doing in comprehending the War God martial arts. "Lin Ling, you have learned the War God martial arts?" When An Yu saw Lin Ling's slender figure, she immediately trotted over and asked in anticipation. Lin Ling strolled down and smiled when he saw An Yu. 3 days. If I can't learn a martial art, I will be too embarrassed to continue on the path of martial Dao. You really learned the General Overlord Spear? Incredible. And Yuer's beautiful eyes flashed while her delicate face revealed a smear of surprise. According to what she knew, the War God martial arts were extremely difficult. It wasn't as if one would be able to benefit from it just by reaching the peak. In the historical records of MT War God Mountain, there were many generals who took 2 consecutive years to master the General Overlord Spear. This Lin Ling's innate talent and perception are terrifying. When the crowd at the foot of the mountain heard that, they all exclaimed. To comprehend the General Overlord Spear in 3 days was extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. General Overlord Spear? Lin Ling rubbed his nose and said helplessly, "This martial art doesn't seem to be much." The martial arts of Mount War God were divided into Battle General, Battle Monarch, and War God. Lin Ling naturally looked down on the Battle General martial arts. In the past 3 days, he had already learned the War God Fist through the Eye of Time. Therefore, when An Yu thought that he had learned the Battle General Overlord Spear, he was speechless. "Senior sister, and no matter what, we were once from the same sect. You're underestimating me by learning the Overlord Spear." Lin Ling shrugged and smiled helplessly. His smile was as bright as the boy next door. "Humph, you're just trying to be mysterious. Do you think it's so easy to learn the General Overlord Spear? I don't think you've learned anything at all. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you've obtained some military merits and become a general of 100 armies. Humph, it's better for young people to be more down to earth. If your vision is too narrow, it's not good for your future." At this time, several mocking voices sounded out from behind him. It was Yang Fading and the other generals. They simply didn't believe that Lin Ling had learned the General Overlord Spear. After all, this was a martial art that could only be learned after comprehending the concept of the War God. Moreover, there was only 3 days to learn it. If Lin Ling was a 30-year-old martial artist, they would have a 50% chance of believing that Lin Ling had learned it. But Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old youth. At such an age, his martial arts foundation naturally wasn't deep, and his vision was likely limited. "You're crazy." Lin Ling didn't care about the mocking voices of these people. He had already learned the most difficult War God Fist, so he was too lazy to explain anything. As for vision, he had even seen the battles of the ancient War God. In terms of vision, not to mention Yang Fading and the other generals, even King Yunhai couldn't compare with him. After all, the previous Emperor King Yunhai had not seen the War God martial arts with his own eyes, but had comprehended them through the spiritual energy of Mount War God. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling wasn't learning the War God martial arts from King Yunhai, but from the ancient War God. "Humph, you are the only one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who dares to be so arrogant in front of us. However, you are only relying on Sovereign King Li's protection. It is a pity that the protection of an expert can only last for a while and not forever. You will eventually have to leave Mount War God. When that time comes, I want to see who will be able to protect you. Yi Lingyun sneered coldly. The other generals had cold eyes as well. That's right. I can indeed make decisions for him here. Why? Are you unwilling to accept this? Not far away, Sovereign King Li seemed to have heard their conversation. His calm voice echoed, but it carried an unquestionable prowess. Yang Fading and the other generals' eyes narrowed, and their faces turned even uglier. Right now, Sovereign King Li seemed to have decided to protect Lin Ling together with Duke Duan. They had no choice but to suppress their thoughts of teaching Lin Ling a lesson after leaving Mount War God. Lin Ling didn't bother about Yang Fading and the other generals from start to finish. He smiled and conversed with An Yuer as he slowly left. His calm demeanor made Yang Fading and the other generals even angrier. Lin Ling, the 100 Generals tournament is about to begin. You are the youngest among all the generals. You must work hard. If you can get a good ranking, the second prince will be able to gain some glory because of you. As for this period of time, you don't have to worry. The second prince has already said that Duke Duan and I will support you. Everyone left Mount War God one after another. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan walked side by side with Lin Ling, and smiled at the same time. That statement made many people secretly jealous. They might not be in the same camp as Lin Ling, but in their own camps, they had never been so highly regarded by the important figures, especially by the two forekings. This was a supreme honor. Yang Fading and the other generals' eyes turned cold. They knew that they wouldn't be able to touch Lin Ling today. What an arrogant junior. He is clearly weak, but he dares to ride on my head. I'm so angry. Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth. The sullenness in his heart was indescribable. Beside him, Zhao Qingshan also stared coldly at Lin Ling's back. Compared to Yi Lingyun and the others, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had once humiliated him. However, with Sovereign King Li and the others here, he couldn't do anything. But soon his eyes brightened. General Yang, I heard that your younger brother died on Mount War God. Is this true? Zhao Qingshan looked at Yang Fading and asked. His words caused Yang Fading's face to turn cold. Even now he was still searching for the murderer. Zhao Qingshan, although you are also one of the 108 general stars, your strength is inferior to mine. Do you want to die by mentioning this matter in front of me? Yang Fading's voice also turned low. Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly and didn't mind. He pointed out, according to what I know, your younger brother walked through the territories of the various camps and finally disappeared into the second prince's camp. Haha, at that time, Mount War God was in chaos. Someone took the opportunity to kill your younger brother. This isn't impossible. The second prince's camp? Are you speaking the truth? Yang Fading's eyes narrowed. Billowing killing intent spread out. Chapter 303. You bunch of trash. Lin Ling currently had the protection of Sovereign King Li, so no one dared to touch him. However, Yang Fading was different. He came from the Imperial Advisor residence, and the Imperial Advisor residence seemed to be a low-profile faction, but they had a deep foundation. Because of the Imperial Advisor, they didn't dare to stand out and support the various princes as they were afraid of being criticized. However, it was undeniable that no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom dared to underestimate the Imperial Advisor residence. Lin Ling. Yang Fading strode forward and caught up with Sovereign King Li and the others. He shouted coldly, "Wait, Lin Ling, I have a question for you. In Mount War God, did my younger brother appear in your territory?" Yang Fading, what is the meaning of this? After being stopped by Yang Fading, Sovereign King Li was instantly unhappy. My lord, I'm not trying to provoke you. However, my younger brother died in Mount War God. If there isn't an explanation, I won't be able to answer to the Imperial Advisor. Hence, if I have offended you, please forgive me. Yang Fading spoke indifferently, but his attitude was firm. Sovereign King Li frowned. If Yang Fading was provoking him for no reason, he would definitely support Lin Ling. However, Yang Fading's younger brother was dead. That person was from the Imperial Advisor residence's bloodline. It wasn't something to be trifled with. Hence, he couldn't stop Yang Fading too much. At the very least, he had to give an explanation. Hence, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. And Yue, who was behind him, started to get nervous. After all, Lin Ling killed Yang Feiting's younger brother because of her. Furthermore, Yang Feiting came from the Imperial Advisor residence. This was a major faction that even the second prince had to treat as an elder. Hence, if this matter wasn't handled properly, there would be huge trouble. Lin Ling, I'm asking you a question. Yang Feiting spoke in a domineering tone. Your younger brother? Sorry, I don't know him. I haven't seen him either. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Someone saw my younger brother going to your place, and then going missing. Who would believe you if you say you haven't seen him? No matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Yang Feiting's aura was extremely domineering. Lin Ling frowned and laughed coldly. Am I your nanny? What does your brother's disappearance have to do with me? Furthermore, it's your negligence as an older brother. Don't be too arrogant. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Yang Feiting's eyes were burning with rage. That tyrannical attitude of his had Sovereign King Li displeased as well. Even though he did not know who had killed Yang Feiting's younger brother, Yang Feiting was forcing others to give him an explanation. This was way too tyrannical. What if I don't? The sneer on Lin Ling's face deepened. That's not up to you. After I capture you, the truth will be revealed. Yang Feiting took a step forward. His long red hair stood on end as a tyrannical aura erupted from him. This was the strength of the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. What a powerful aura! Explosions rang out in the air, causing many people in the distance to gasp in shock. Previously, on the War God Mountain, Yang Feiting's strength had been suppressed because of the late Emperor's will. This allowed Lin Ling to be so arrogant. But now that they had left the War God Mountain, how could Lin Ling compare to Yang Feiting? If he's arrogant, he's going to kick an iron plate. Today he's going to learn something new. Yi Linyuan and the other generals were laughing coldly at Yang Feiting's misfortune. They were waiting for Yang Feiting to kill Lin Ling, and let Lin Ling know that there's always someone better out there. Yang Feiting, aren't you being too unreasonable? Lin Ling has already said that he hasn't seen you before. How dare you try to force him? Do you think that I don't exist? Looking at Yang Feiting's overbearing attitude, Sovereign King Li couldn't help but roar. Your Highness, I've said it before. If it were any other matter, I would definitely give you face. But regarding my younger brother's death, I won't give you face even if you're the Heavenly Emperor. I won't let anyone related to my younger brother go. If you insist on stopping me, sure. But wait for the questioning of the Imperial Advisor. Yang Feiting wasn't afraid at all as he replied coldly. You're really arrogant. Sovereign King Li's face was filled with killing intent. This Yang Feiting was too arrogant by using the name of the Imperial Advisor. Your Highness, since he's looking for me by name, I'll accept it. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out step by step. Many people's eyes flickered. Lin Ling didn't seem to want to borrow the protection of Sovereign King Li, and wanted to settle this matter alone. But did Lin Ling have the right to do so? Yang Feiting, since you insist on an explanation, then fine. After you defeat me, you'll get all the answers you want. How about that? Lin Ling looked at Yang Feiting and said coldly, Hee, that's my intention. But defeat? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll have you dead. Yang Feiting's lips curled into a cold smile. In his heart, if Lin Ling had anything to do with his younger brother's death, he would definitely kill him. But if he had nothing to do with his younger brother's death, he would still kill Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling dared to step out and accept the challenge, Lin Ling would definitely die today. Hee, you must give me an explanation. If you don't, you'll die. Someone like you will only be a scourge in this world. Since that's the case, Sovereign King Li doesn't have to protect me today. And you don't have to put up some bullshit Imperial Advisor's residence. Let's accept the challenge as generals. On Lin Ling's face, his eyes turned even colder. At the same time, he looked at the other generals who were gloating. I know that you guys have always been jealous that I'm the number one in terms of battle merits. You guys think that I've taken advantage of you. Therefore, I'll say the same thing. Today, Sovereign King Li doesn't have to protect me. You guys can come at me anytime. What? What an arrogant lad. The moment the generals heard those words, they were enraged and their hair stood on end. Not only did Lin Ling dare to accept Yang Feiting's challenge, he was even treating all of them as trash. This lad usually keeps a low profile, but when he gets aggressive, he's extremely arrogant. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan smiled helplessly. However, since Lin Ling had chosen to accept the challenge, they wouldn't stop him. Otherwise, the others would think that the second prince's subordinates were all trash. However, they were a little worried about whether Lin Ling could defeat Yang Feiting. General Yang, kill him. He's just a clown. How dare he be so arrogant when he's only at the mid-earthly spirit realm? The generals roared in disdain. Lin Ling's arrogance made them very uncomfortable. You're really bold. You know that I'm at the peak of the earthly spirit realm, and yet you still dare to court death. But before you die, you have to give me an explanation no matter what. Did you kill my brother? Yang Feiting pulled out the long spear behind his back. A sharp aura spread out, causing many to back off. Spear of bloody slaughter. With a thrust of the spear, it was as if the wind and clouds were surging. The air was torn apart and a rolling vortex swept towards Lin Ling. This spear carried the power of Yang Feiting's 9th grade spirit physique, and he had comprehended the great perfection realm. This was the reason why Yang Feiting was so arrogant. Being able to be ranked among the 108 generals, his strength was naturally not weak. Lin Ling is dead meat. Many generals sneered as they quietly watched the battle from afar. Explanation? If you're qualified, then come and ask for it. Lin Ling was indifferent. The sword of brilliance resurgence appeared in his hand. White flames burned crazily as he slashed out. Clang! Chapter 304. Overlord Spear. However, Yang Feiting didn't gain any advantage from the first move. His pupils constricted, but he quickly sneered. Not bad. To be able to block my spear of bloody slaughter. Your innate spirit body is indeed powerful. It's also a 9th grade innate spirit body. In the middle stage of the Earth spirit realm, you're invincible. Unfortunately, I'm at the peak of the Earth spirit realm, and my great intent realm has reached perfection. Today, you still have to give me an explanation. Yang Feiting's attitude was very arrogant. His tone was like that of a senior as he gave pointers to Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling had robbed him of his merits on War God Mountain, causing him to feel unreconciled. Therefore today he wanted to suppress Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know how weak he was. So much nonsense, dare I ask, have you won? Lin Ling pointed his sword at Yang Feiting, his eyes filled with indifference and ridicule. He couldn't understand where Yang Feiting's confidence came from, to be able to give him pointers from a high position. To put it bluntly, in Lin Ling's heart, Yang Feiting was like an ant. Lin Ling had seen the battles of the ancient war god. Based on his battle record, Lin Ling could obliterate any Earth Spirit Realm expert. However, because his battle record was in Sky Fragrance City, no one knew about it. I haven't won against you yet, but what's the difference? The previous spear was just a warm-up. I just wanted to tell you that being number 1 on War God Mountain doesn't mean anything. You had to use your full strength to block my spear. Yang Feiting smiled disdainfully and slowly said, However, I'll make you give me an explanation for my next spear. Bang! The power of that spear just now was already earth-shattering. Many of the generals present assessed that they were confident that they wouldn't be able to block that spear. However, that spear was just for pointers? In the distance, many generals sighed in their hearts. Yang Feiting's strength was indeed the strongest among all the generals of War God Mountain. After saying so much nonsense, I'm still fine. If you want an explanation, just relying on your mouth is useless. Use your full strength. Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. His cold voice caused Yang Feiting to frown. No matter if it was on War God Mountain or outside, this young man was always so frivolous and arrogant. He didn't place famous experts like him in his eyes at all. If that's the case, I'll help you. I want you to give me an explanation. With a wave of Yang Feiting's blood-red spear, a phantom appeared and transformed into a magnificent army that swept through the earth. The spear seemed to have developed a soul. This was a spear soul that had been formed after killing over 100,000 people on the battlefield. It was also Yang Feiting's strongest innate spirit body. Layers of blood shadows, bloody stupa. Rings of blood-colored light blossomed, as if the blood pagoda of Azura Hell had been opened. A spear blossomed with a bloodthirsty aura, shooting straight at Lin Ling. And wherever the spear passed, the expressions of many commanders in the distance changed. They felt as if their souls and blood had been shaken by the spear. That spear was extremely terrifying. Very weak, Lin Ling said calmly. The sword in his hand glowed brightly. The blue flames continued to swallow and fuse with the white flames. 2 innate spirit bodies appeared on his sword. Of course, compared to the dazzling light of Yang Fading's spear, Lin Ling's sword seemed a little dull. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't attack. He only waved his sword to block. Clang! A loud sound like a bronze bell rang out. The spear and sword collided once again. A terrifying energy burst out, causing many people in the distance to narrow their eyes. This level of battle had probably reached the level of 108 general stars. Pop pop pop. After the energy burst out, the aftermath was vast and mighty. The red spear emitted layers of blood-colored shadows that were like a boiling sea of blood. It was shocking. That spear is so terrifying. Everyone couldn't see the figures of Lin Ling and Yang Fading clearly. They could only see the spreading sea of blood. Without a doubt, that was the aftermath of Yang Fading's blood-colored spear. Once this spear is used, where is the explanation? If you don't tell me where my brother is, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to control the spirit energy and not kill you. Amidst the shock, a proud voice rang out. Everyone could hear that it was Yang Fading's voice. Up until now, the spirit energy had been terrifying. But no one had thought that Yang Fading would still want to force Lin Ling to give an explanation. Such courage and such contempt made the hearts of many generals tremble. Yang Fading was very bold. If you want an explanation, can you use your full strength? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Boom! Flames suddenly burst out. The blue and white flames turned into sword light that came from the horizon, and split the boiling sea of blood into 2. Then, the sea of blood was cut apart and a world of flames appeared. What? Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. They'd thought that Lin Ling would be heavily suppressed by Yang Fading, but they hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be able to break Yang Fading's spear with a single sword strike after remaining silent at first, and not making a move. One had to know that Lin Ling was a mid-earth spirit realm practitioner, and Yang Fading was a practitioner at the peak of the earth spirit realm. How did you break my spear? The blood shadow disappeared, and the figure of the youth gradually appeared in front of him. Yang Fading's gaze focused. He'd wanted to see Lin Ling spit out blood from the suppression of his spear and beg for mercy. But this fantasy had been cut apart by a single sword strike. The youth in front of him held a huge flaming sword with an indifferent expression, as if telling him that the peak of the earth spirit realm was nothing more than this. This made his proud spear strike from before seem like a joke. A high realm doesn't represent everything. Your innate spirit body is pretty good, and you've even comprehended a great concept. However, this world is so big that geniuses are like carps crossing a river. You're not the only one with a powerful innate spirit body, and you're not the only one who has comprehended a great concept. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out, causing Yang Fading's expression to become extremely ugly. Then he heard Lin Ling's mocking words. You've always said that there's always someone better than you, and that I shouldn't be too frivolous and look down on everyone. But in reality, you're the one who doesn't know that there's always someone better than you. When Lin Ling took first place in the War God Mountain, everyone thought that he was too arrogant, and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. But today Lin Ling told everyone that they weren't qualified to say those words. As the center of attention, Yang Fading deeply understood Lin Ling's meaning. The youth was looking down on him, and was also telling him that the world the youth was looking at was bigger than his, and that he, Yang Fading, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, do you still want an explanation? If you continue to play and don't use your true strength, then I'm going to make a move. Lin Ling's cold eyes looked at Yang Fading. Play? Lin Ling actually said that Yang Fading's powerful attack was just playing? And that Lin Ling hadn't made a move yet? The crowd in the distance swallowed their saliva. At this point, they finally understood that the youth was much stronger than they had imagined. If I make a move, only death awaits you. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Lin Ling's voice filled with killing intent drifted out from his mouth. In your dreams. Yang Fading's eyes also turned red, but then he laughed loudly. Good. I've indeed underestimated you and treated you like an ant in the mid-earth spirit realm. But now, you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength. He raised his spear and golden light shone from the spearhead as an ancient aura spread out. Battle intent gushed out. Overlord Spear. Chapter 305. Clash of Battle Intents. He has learned the Ares martial arts. Both Li Junwang and Lin Fan narrowed their eyes. The General Overlord Spear was a martial art of the Ares god. From a certain perspective, it was equivalent to a spiritual body. Furthermore, it wasn't a weak spiritual body. It came from the ancient Ares god. You made me lose face just now. How dare you say that I'm playing around? Fine, let's see if you still have the right to say that. Boundless battle intent spread out. Yang Fading was like an ancient Ares god, radiating a dazzling golden glow. General Overlord Spear, dominating the heavens and earth. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Yang Fading's spear swept out. Rumble. The battle intent of the Ares god shot out. It was as though he was fighting the heavens, the earth, and the Ares god. That invincible aura seemed to be able to suppress all spiritual bodies. Lin Ling, watch out. At this moment, Li Junwang shouted anxiously. As the Wangya in charge of the training of Mount Ares, he naturally knew how terrifying the martial arts of the former Ares god were. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He could tell that Yang Fading wanted to kill him. It wasn't just for an explanation. He truly wanted to kill him. Perhaps, the reason he said that he was looking for his younger brother was just an excuse. Whether or not there was an explanation, whether or not he killed Yang Fading's younger brother, Yang Fading wanted to kill him. However, did Yang Fading have the strength to do so? Bang! Lin Ling stabbed the Brilliance Resurgence sword into the ground. His actions shocked many. Was Lin Ling giving up? Facing the top martial arts of Mount Ares, Lin Ling seemed to know that he was powerless. The General Overlord Spear is a martial art that you need to look up to. It's useless to beg for mercy now. Yang Fading also noticed Lin Ling's actions, and his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Previously, Lin Ling was so arrogant, but unfortunately, he could only force him to use his strongest state. Once he used his strongest state, Lin Ling was nothing but a joke. Everyone stared at the dazzling golden Overlord Spear. Everyone was filled with anticipation. However, no one noticed that Lin Ling's left hand was gradually turning golden. This wasn't the martial arts of the previous emperor, but rather the martial arts of the ancient war god. Yang Fading's war General Overlord Spear came from the late emperor, but Lin Ling's war god fist came from the ancient war god. Unfortunately, no one saw this brilliance. Everyone was attracted by Yang Fading's Overlord Spear. It's time for your pride to end. Lin Ling's fist shone even brighter, shining with a golden light. That was an ancient dark gold color. The intensity of the battle intent was still not noticed by the others, but it was noticed by the two kings. Instantly, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What a strong fighting spirit. War God Fist. The dazzling fist blasted out, stirring up the clouds. A huge golden illusion appeared behind Lin Ling. That was the ancient war god. At this moment, everyone noticed the illusion. Their jaws dropped. However, they had no impression of the origin of Lin Ling's fist. No matter what martial arts it is, it can't compare to the War General Overlord Spear. Yi Linyun and the other generals said solemnly. Lin Ling's strength was beyond their knowledge. They didn't want to admit it. Therefore, they could only hope that Yang Fading could kill Lin Ling with a single strike. Boom! The golden light came from afar, as if it had crossed the vast space. On one side was a golden spear, and on the other side was a dark gold fist. The two surging battle intents collided in midair. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's breathing stopped as well. First style chant. Kacha! The dark gold fist swept through everything and collided with the golden spear. However, the battle intent of the dark gold fist was even stronger. Instantly, the golden spear shattered, turning into endless golden light. How is this possible? Yang Fading's eyes widened. Lin Ling's fist collided with his spear. His spear was destroyed by a single punch. Boom! The fist didn't stop there. It went straight for Yang Fading. No! Yang Fading panicked. In his eyes, it wasn't a young man, but a huge war god from ancient times. The war god was about to destroy the world with a punch. Could it be the war god's fist? A shocking thought arose in young Fading's mind. Suddenly he wanted to retreat. He wanted to escape. He regretted it. There was always someone better than him. He finally understood what it meant. Lin Ling was the mountain that surpassed his world. Boom. The fist hit young Fading. His body trembled and then exploded, turning into endless golden light. One move defeated. Silence. The surroundings were dead silent. All of the commanders and generals held their breaths as they stared at the golden fist in disbelief. Lin Ling had defeated Yang Fading from the Grand Tutor's residence with the strength of the Mid-Earth Spirit Realm. And Yang Fading was at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. It was like a dream. They could only stare at the dark gold fist that was emitting endless battle intent. That is the War God Fist. After a moment of silence, Sovereign King Li gasped. Once he said that, everyone's eyes widened. The War God Fist was the most mysterious martial art of War God Mountain. Until now, no one from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had learned it. However, Lin Ling used 3 days. Genius. A dazzling genius like the War God. Yi Linyun and the other generals looked terrible. Previously, they disdainfully thought that Lin Ling didn't learn any martial art in War God Mountain. They thought that he didn't even have the slightest knowledge of the War God Overlord Spear. But now Lin Ling used his strength to slap everyone's face. Lin Ling indeed didn't learn the War God Overlord Spear, but he learned the highest grade of the War God martial art. This made their mockery from before extremely sarcastic. This lad isn't simple at all. At the side of the quiet river, Sovereign King Li's gratified laughter echoed. He thought highly of Lin Ling. Hence, he bet the Heaven Mystics Kingdom on Lin Ling. He hoped that Lin Ling's appearance could pacify King Yunhai's disappearance and bring chaos to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, Lin Ling didn't disappoint him. At this moment, Lin Ling extended his right hand and gently sucked. Young Fading's golden light was sucked over and disappeared into Lin Ling's palm. After being turned into dust by the War God Fist, the Spirit Chi Seed is also affected. This little bit of Spirit Chi Seed can't increase my cultivation by much. This War God Fist is too powerful. It is probably at the 9th grade of the Earth tier. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. This was the first time he executed the War God Fist, and the power was beyond his imagination. The power of the War God Fist was related to the concept of War God. The stronger the concept, the stronger the power. This meant that the Earth tier wasn't the limit of the War God Fist. Furthermore, this was just the first style of chant. If it was the second style, Blazing Extermination, Lin Ling didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. With the fusion of the 3 talents, 9 Nether Heavenly Flames, 7 Blade Heavenly Flames, and the concept of War God. If the fusion was successful, it would destroy everything. Your turn. Chapter 306. Disgrace. What are you trying to do? Being stared at by Lin Ling's cold eyes, Zhao Qingshan's heart trembled. He originally thought that Lin Ling was only powerful on Mount War God. Who knew that he was even more terrifying outside? Even Yang Fading lost to Lin Ling. How could he, Zhao Qingshan, be a match for him? What do you think? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the resurgent sword flew over. Holding it in his hand, he walked towards Zhao Qingshan step by step. That surging killing intent caused Zhao Qingshan's face to turn pale. He was afraid and regretful. If he knew that Lin Ling was so strong, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him. How can this Lin Ling be so strong? Many generals and commanders were also affected by Lin Ling's killing intent. They were all frightened. The strength of this young man was beyond their expectations. Sovereign King Li is here. Duke Duan, you can't kill me. Zhao Qingshan took a step back and begged for mercy. He was looking for a straw to clutch at. One must know that he was one of the 108 general stars. He had always been arrogant. When had he ever begged for mercy? So what? Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He was unmoved. Sovereign King Li, save me. Zhao Qingshan suddenly looked at Sovereign King Li. This was the vicinity of Mount War God after all. It was Sovereign King Li's territory. Sovereign King Li couldn't possibly let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. I've already advised you guys to keep a low profile. However, you guys insisted on forcing him to fight. At that time, I chose to watch from the sidelines and not help Lin Ling. Then, I won't help you guys from now on. Sovereign King Li snorted coldly. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong. After Lin Ling obtained the battle merits, they were all unwilling to accept it and tried to provoke him, forcing Sovereign King Li to watch from the sidelines. Now that Lin Ling had displayed his terrifying strength, these people were asking Sovereign King Li for help. Going back on their words and being so shameless, even Sovereign King Li couldn't stand it. No one can save you. You will die without a doubt. Lin Ling's entire body surged with surging flames. Blue and white intersected, constantly swallowing and spitting, causing many people to feel a chill in their hearts. Wait, we don't have much enmity between us. Previously, I was just making a suggestion in front of Yang Fading. At that time, I didn't even think of harming you. You're a magnanimous person, so please spare my life. Plop. Zhao Qingshan was so scared that he fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Lin Ling's current aura was like that of a flame god, coupled with the fact that he had defeated Yang Fading not long ago. Zhao Qingshan no longer had the heart to fight. His aura had already been disintegrated. If I lose to Yang Fading, will you plead for me? Lin Ling raised his sword. Those words caused Zhao Qingshan's expression to freeze. He was speechless, and his expression was actually the answer. Absolutely not. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die in Yang Fading's hands, so how could he plead for mercy for Lin Ling? With such an answer, Lin Ling also gave him an answer, which was to kill. Whoosh. The sword flashed, slashing Zhao Qingshan's body, burning him. Zhao Qingshan let out a painful cry. He was even more regretful in his heart. He was a dignified general of a generation, a powerhouse with a great reputation, and yet he had died outside Mount War God. The eyes of the surrounding crowd were filled with panic. The young man in front of them was also proving that he could become a general of 100 armies, not because of the title of a meritorious official in Sky Fragrance City, but because he had the corresponding strength. The young man's strength was already ranked around the 50th among the 108 stars of generals. When I obtained the battle merits, you were all very unwilling, thinking that you were the strongest of the older generation, and that I, a newcomer, was not qualified to obtain the battle merits, so I'll give you a chance now. Who wants to go? Lin Ling pointed his sword at the generals. At first, he only wanted to leave, but these people came out to provoke him because of jealousy, so he wanted to see who had the strength to doubt him. The generals were silent. No one dared to go up. Yi Linyun, is that you? Lin Ling looked at Yi Linyun, his cold words causing Yi Linyun's expression to twitch. If Lin Ling hadn't defeated Yang Fading, he would definitely be the first to go up, but now? He no longer had 100% confidence. He was even lucky that Yang Fading had fought first, allowing him to see Lin Ling's strength clearly, and allowing him to keep his life. I admit defeat. Yi Linyun's expression changed, and he finally lowered his head in shame. Yi Linyun is a favorite of the crown prince, but he also admitted defeat. The crowd seemed to be unable to react, feeling that the scene in front of them was too surreal. A great general admitting defeat. Humph, are the 108 stars of generals a bunch of people fishing for fame? Trash. Lin Ling said coldly, causing Yi Linyun to grit his teeth, his cold eyes looking straight at Lin Ling. He was unwilling to be humiliated like this, but when he looked at Lin Ling, he realized that Lin Ling's eyes were like flames, as if they wanted to burn everything, causing his body to tremble, and he lowered his head again. He actually didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling. A bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Ling didn't pay any more attention to Yi Linyun, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Then he turned and left. Trash. This was a huge humiliation. Unfortunately, everyone was trembling, but no one dared to talk back. They could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Let's go. Lin Ling came to the side of Sovereign King Li and the others. The cold aura from before disappeared quietly, returning to the elegant aura of the past. He looked at the few of them and smiled. Aries fist, TSK impressive Lin Ling. I realize that you are getting more and more perverted. Duke Duan was speechless. Until now, he still hadn't realized that Lin Ling had actually learned the most difficult martial art of the Aries martial arts, the Aries fist. Duke Duan, are you praising me? or insulting me?" Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Then, the few of them gradually disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. On the spot, the generals were still in shock, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock. Yang Fading is dead. The Grand Tutor's residence will definitely not let Lin Ling off. You must know that the Grand Tutor's residence is an existence that all the princes regard as their teachers. Even if Lin Ling is in the second prince's camp, as long as the Grand Tutor says the word, the second prince will have to hand over Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, Yi Linyun gloated. Unfortunately, his words were met with disdainful looks from the other generals. Previously, Yi Linyun had bowed his head and admitted defeat when facing Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had left, he dared to say such words. He was too despicable. "General Yi Linyun, why didn't you dare to say those words in front of Lin Ling?" A similarly strong general said calmly. His words made Yi Linyun's face turn ugly. Obviously, bowing his head and admitting his mistake had made Yi Linyun the laughingstock of all the generals from now on. After bidding farewell to Sovereign King Li, Lin Ling and an Yuer returned to Yundale by the Sea City. "Lin Ling, you are so powerful. You even learned the Ares martial arts," an Yuer said with admiration. Ever since she left the ancient face sect, the gap between her and Lin Ling had widened. Now she had to look up to this young man. Haha, Ares martial arts are not the key. The key is the conception of Ares martial arts. If you can comprehend the conception of Ares martial arts, you will be able to use many martial arts with battle intent. As for the conception of Ares martial arts, I will give you some pointers when I have time. Okay. Chapter 307. Inheritance of the Battle God's Intent. It didn't take long for them to return to the city. On the other hand, Lin Ling bid farewell to an Yuer and headed straight back to the Fire Ancient clan. However, he just approached it when he noticed a strand of an uneasy atmosphere. The Fire Ancient clan was waiting solemnly, and it seemed like they were ready to welcome the arrival of a formidable enemy at any moment. "What's going on?" Lin Ling walked over swiftly and spoke to the soldiers of the Flame Corps, who were standing outside the volcano. "General, you're back." All the soldiers bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Ling, and it was heartfelt reverence. One of the soldiers even told him what had occurred not too long ago. Dao Quang. Lin Ling's pupils turned cold while icy cold killing intent swept out from him. In his opinion, the Fire Ancient clan was where all his friends and family gathered, and it was his home as well. If anyone dared to invade it, then he would make that person suffer 10 times the rage he felt. Dao Quang had actually seized the opportunity, while he wasn't here to domineeringly kill the members of the Fire Ancient clan. "Looks like even though I have quite a reputation in the city and many don't dare to rashly invade it, there are still many generals who don't take me seriously." Ocean of Cloud City was like an ocean, and there were even more hidden experts than Lin Ling had imagined. However, no matter how strong they were, Lin Ling would still protect his home in these chaotic times. "Have you buried those people?" Lin Ling's gaze became gentle as he gazed at the soldiers. "General, Ancestor Tai Yin has buried them in the ancestral tomb." One of the soldiers spoke, but his eyes were completely red. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept this on behalf of his dead brothers. "Don't worry. I, Lin Ling, swear that anyone who dares to act against my brothers will be killed no matter how far away they are." Lin Ling spoke word by word. He was giving the Flame Corps an explanation and a promise to his brothers. The Flame Corps was protecting the Fire Ancient clan for him. So how could he, Lin Ling, do nothing? "General, we pledge our lives to follow you." All the soldiers roared loudly. After all, there were disputes between the powers of Ocean of Cloud City, and experts were numerous like the clouds in the sky. So, there were probably very few people who dared to speak those words so boldly like Lin Ling. If the subordinates of the other great generals perished, then so long as the enemy was too strong, then those great generals would definitely choose to protect themselves first, and they wouldn't care about the lives of their soldiers at all. But Lin Ling could. Such a leader was worth following for a lifetime. In the following days, Lin Ling did not leave the Fire Ancient clan for the time being. Moreover, out of consideration for the numerous experts in Ocean of Cloud City, he intended to improve the strength of the Flame Corps. In that way, the Fire Ancient clan would be able to deal with the formidable enemies they encountered in the future. As for improving their strength, It was naturally not through the use of natural treasures or medicinal pills. Instead, Lin Ling recorded the martial techniques of the war god that he'd comprehended on a rock. Regardless of whether it was the members of the Fire Ancient clan or the Flame Corps, so long as their strengths and cultivations reached a certain level, then they would be able to comprehend the grand intent of the war god. After all, in Lin Ling's heart, the late emperor was able to observe the war god and leave behind the martial techniques of the war god. So why couldn't he? Moreover, compared to the late emperor, Lin Ling had even watched the battle between the war gods with his own 2 eyes, and the late emperor had merely deduced it. There were many rocks in Wildland Valley that were used to record illusions. After all, the second-generation flame technique of the Fire Ancient clan had been recorded on rocks. 3 days later, an enormous rock sat on the square. It was almost 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and it emanated a dark golden glow that caused others to feel that it couldn't be underestimated. "General, what's that?" The members of the Flame Corps were curious. "Lin Ling, why did you place such a huge rock here? Don't tell me you're playing with it?" Lin Aofeng and the other members of the Fire Ancient clan were also curious. "What do you mean by playing with a rock?" "Lin Aofeng, your imagination is too rich. That rock records a type of martial technique that can increase everyone's strength." Lin Ling stared at Lin Aofeng and chuckled. "Martial technique? TSK. Lin Ling, the martial technique that you've comprehended is definitely not of a low grade. It's at least of the earth grade. Good. I'm going to learn this martial technique." Lin Aofeng, Lin Changqiang, and the others shouted excitedly. They had grown up together with Lin Ling, so even now, when they were together with Lin Ling, they still had the teasing tone of their youth. "Earth-grade martial technique? Lin Aofeng, you're underestimating me. The martial technique that I've taken out is a great concept martial technique, the great concept of the war god." Lin Ling looked at Lin Aofeng and the others and laughed proudly. "Chi." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A great concept martial technique? That was a martial technique that surpassed the earth grade. Moreover, they'd never heard of a martial technique that could allow one to comprehend a great concept. The great concept of the war god? Could it be the martial technique of Mount War God? Ancestor Tai Yin was just as shocked as Lin Aofeng and the others, and his eyes opened wide. He'd been in Ocean of Cloud City for many years, so he'd naturally heard of that legendary place, Mount War God. But could the martial technique of Mount War God be brought out? Mount War God possesses the martial technique of the late emperor. Tian Xiaoman exclaimed. She'd followed King Duan all those years ago, so she possessed a certain level of knowledge. The late emperor? The late emperor is nothing. It's a martial technique that I comprehended from watching the war god battle. Even the late emperor's martial technique probably isn't as formidable as mine. Lin Ling shook his head and chuckled. Shock. Everyone was shocked once more. Lin Ling's martial technique of the war god surpassed the late emperor? In an instant, everyone was excited. Mount War God wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. One had to be a commander or a general. Moreover, only 10 people could enter Mount War God for each training session. But now Lin Ling had moved Mount War God to the Fire Ancient clan, and allowed them to study the martial technique of the war god at will. How could they not be shocked? Lin Ling, you're bragging, right? I've heard of Mount War God of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It's famous in the Cloud region, but you're able to move the martial technique of Mount War God. Is that even possible? Right at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the military advisor, Heavenly Concubine. It was obvious that the Heavenly Concubine wasn't as confident as the others towards Lin Ling. She didn't really trust Lin Ling. Of course, it wasn't that she was looking down on Lin Ling, but the Mount War God's martial technique of Mount War God came from ancient times. It was extensive and profound, and Lin Ling was only 18 years old. How could he achieve something that the late emperor spent his entire life to achieve in just a few days? Kiki, it seems like Heavenly Concubine has a lot of opinions about me, but it seems like everyone here believes in me. Lin Ling revealed a mocking expression. Only in the Fire Ancient clan would he reveal his cheerful appearance. He shouted again. Does everyone believe me? Yes. Waves of voices echoed like the sea waves. The heavenly concubine stomped her feet in anger. This fellow was obviously bullying them with numbers. Forget about the Fire Ancient clan, as they were Lin Ling's family. Everyone naturally supported Lin Ling. However, the Fire Legion didn't give her any face. No one supported her, which made her feel a sense of defeat. Great, now that we have the general, we have forgotten about the military advisor. Tomorrow, everyone will increase their training. The heavenly concubine wrinkled her small nose and spoke with a vicious look. She was usually mysterious and noble, but her current actions were like those of a young lady. Ah, the military advisor is so ruthless. General, you have to help us. Chapter 308. Imperial Advisor Mansion. How about this? Since our military advisor doesn't believe it, then let her try. If it really is the god of war martial arts, then your training will be cancelled. Of course, if it's fake, then I won't be able to help you. Lin Ling laughed heartily. Then he raised his chin at the heavenly concubine, implying that since she said that his god of war martial arts were fake, then she could go and try. Sure, I'm not scared of you. I've read a lot since I was young and have seen everything. You can fool them, but you can't fool me. The heavenly concubine smiled smugly as she walked toward the giant rock in the plaza. Her little lips curled up with a hint of arrogance. She wanted to see how that stinky brat was going to get off the stage. Big sister heavenly concubine, you can do it. We all believe in you. Yu and Qin Xiaolan both shouted, causing Lin Ling to widen his eyes. During this period of time, these three little girls seemed to have become very close to each other. Now they were all in the same camp, and he was the only one left out. If she loses, then you two little girls will each have to be spanked 10 times. Lin Ling pretended to be angry. Yu stuck out her little tongue, and Qin Xiaolan giggled. Then she said, if you're going to be spanked, then the heavenly concubine will have to be spanked as well. Splat. Those words almost caused the heavenly concubine, who was walking towards the boulder, to stumble and fall. She cursed in her heart. One of you is Lin Ling's childhood friend, and the other is his fiancé who has already been engaged. I am just an outsider. Why should I be spanked as well? She glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Then, she reached out with a soft hand and gently placed it on the giant rock. Boom. Just as her hand came into contact with the giant rock, a wave of heat surged from the giant rock. The illusion before her eyes changed, and a huge dark golden fist with boundless battle intent hurtled toward her. Rumble. Once this fist was unleashed, it was as if it was going to defeat all the powerful enemies in the world. What? The heavenly concubine's face paled. She felt as if she was about to be torn apart by the boundless fighting spirit. But at this moment, a large and warm hand patted her slender waist. Only then did the terrifying illusions disappear. Are you an idiot? Who would open their mind completely when comprehending martial arts? You should be careful and comprehend it bit by bit. Fortunately, I rushed over, otherwise you would have been torn to shreds by the battle intent. The young man's angry roar sounded in her ear, causing the heavenly concubine to be stunned for a moment. Then her pretty face turned red. From the very beginning, she didn't believe that the giant rock Lin Ling had placed down contained the concept of the war god. Moreover, she was confident in her vast knowledge and experience. In addition to her powerful spirit body, she had pridefully invaded the giant rock without holding back. But in the end, the powerful concept of the war god came crashing down. The fighting spirit nearly tore apart her soul. How would I have known that his fighting spirit would be so strong? The heavenly concubine was like a little girl who had done something wrong. She lowered her head. If it weren't for Lin Ling rushing over to save her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Ling helplessly slapped his forehead. This little girl was good at everything, but she was too self-confident and wise. She thought that everything was under her control, causing her to nearly be injured. Wait a moment, the great concept in the giant rock was real, and it nearly tore apart my soul. Lin Ling, did you really move King Yunhai's war god martial arts here? The heavenly concubine recalled what had happened, and was shocked once more. She had seen far more things than others, so she didn't believe that Lin Ling could do it. But now facts spoke louder than words. She had no choice but to believe. Lin Ling shook his head, disdain in his eyes. Didn't I already say these words before? This concept of the war god didn't come from the previous emperor, King Yunhai. Just who is he to have the qualifications to guide me? My concept of the war god came from the ancient war god. Ancient war god? The heavenly concubine sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes sized up Lin Ling. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt that this youth was mysterious. Could this youth have seen the battle of the ancient war god? Don't look so shocked. I did see the battle of the ancient war god. In any case, you've lost. Lin Ling shrugged and said. How is that possible? How can you see things that happened 10,000 years ago? You must be lying to me. The heavenly concubine frowned. There are many things you don't know. Lin Ling gently smiled. The heavenly concubine's innate spirit body seemed to be able to divine. But no matter how she divined, she couldn't divine his origin because he came from another world. Alright, now that the military advisor has tested it for you, the war god martial arts of this giant rock has been confirmed. You can comprehend it as you wish. But remember, you cannot enter the giant rock in one go because the concept of the war god is too strong. If your soul force isn't strong, you will be easily crushed. So comprehend it bit by bit. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and looked at the surrounding people. The heavenly concubine looked at the youth's slender back as her beautiful eyes flickered. She really couldn't see through this youth. The surrounding people were all exclaiming. The war god mountain had been moved to the Fire Ancient clan. To them, this was something that they had never imagined. Teacher, Brother Yang Fading is dead. In an elegant room, an old man sat quietly with his eyes closed. There was a chessboard in front of him. He was playing two roles, and he was playing a game of chess. Beside him, a youth bowed respectfully and said. But after he finished speaking, the elder still had his eyes closed, and didn't have any fluctuation in his emotions. The youth lowered his head and was shocked, but he didn't dare to say a word. This elder was the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi. He had an illustrious reputation, and was once the teacher of many princes. Even the crown prince had learned from him. He was once the teacher of countless prodigies. With this reputation, he was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who is it? After a long time, Tian Xuanzi opened his eyes and gently placed a chess piece on the chessboard as he spoke. It's Lin Ling, who is currently at the peak of his power. This person is the martial arts champion and a meritorious official of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. He is in the second prince's camp. The youth said respectfully. Ask him to come and see me. Tian Xuanzi's voice was calm as though he was talking about something very normal. But he is the second prince's man. If we ask him to come, I'm afraid the second prince won't agree. The youth hesitated and said. I said to ask him to come and see me. Ask him to come and see me. As for the second prince, pass this letter to him. Yin Yishuan will give me face. Tian Xuanzi was still playing chess as though he had everything under his control. Beside the chessboard was a letter, which shocked the youth. Could it be that his teacher knew everything beforehand? So he was prepared. Yes. The youth took a step back and left. Tian Xuanzi was too mysterious in his heart. He was like a mountain that he had to look up to forever. Lin Ling's current strength is in the middle of the 108 general stars. Furthermore, he rose up in such a short period of time. Interesting. But it's a pity that he showed off too much and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. This led to his early death. Tian Xuanzi looked at the chessboard and said indifferently. Lin Ling's rise made him pay more attention to him. But that was it. Lin Ling still lacked the foundation to reach the top of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 309. The Sky Spirit Realm Cultivator arrives at this moment. The Fire Ancient clan was bustling with activity. After Lin Ling's return, everyone knew that the youth would support the entire ancient clan. The youth's growth was limitless. They only needed a little more time, and they firmly believed that a fifth king would appear in the Tianxian kingdom. When that time came, the throne of the Tianxian kingdom would be decided. No matter what kind of schemes and plots, as long as one had powerful martial strength, then all schemes and overt schemes would be as easy as paper. Lin Ling still needed some time to accumulate strength before he could reach this level of strength. Lin Ling was also well aware of this. Therefore, after dealing with the Fire Ancient clan, he planned to enter closed-door cultivation and break through to the mid-earth spirit realm. Where is Lin Ling? Come out and see me. However, on this day, a loud shout rang out from the crater of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing silently in the sky. This figure was walking through the air, but it was extremely casual, as if it had merged with the heavens and earth. This was truly walking through the air, the symbol of a sky spirit realm cultivator. However, this expert didn't seem to have any elegance. After arriving, he immediately demanded that Lin Ling come out and see him in a domineering manner. Who are you? Lin Ling naturally sensed such a mighty aura. He strode out and arrived at the plaza, looking up at the person in the sky. It was a man around 30 years old. He wore a long blue robe and had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and he appeared extremely arrogant. I am Wen Bingxian of the 108 General Stars. You are Lin Ling? The man looked down at Lin Ling arrogantly. Lin Ling frowned. This general was very strong and had reached the sky spirit realm. It seemed that the higher the ranking of the 108 General Stars, the stronger they were. That's me. What is the matter? Lin Ling said faintly. Nothing much, just that the imperial tutor wants you to make a trip. When Bingxian looked down on Lin Ling, the young man below was very young, but he was ranked in the middle of the 108-star generals. This made him very surprised. One must know that when he was 18 years old, he had only just become a general. Obviously, this young man was a rare genius. Unfortunately, no matter how talented he was, it was useless. After he died, he would only be a pile of bones. Moreover, as a genius of the older generation, he was more or less displeased to see the rise of a genius of the new generation. You want me to go? Lin Ling's eyes flickered unceasingly. He guessed that this person was here for Yang Fading. However, the battle between him and Yang Fading was a fair battle under the watchful eyes of everyone. There shouldn't be any complaints about who died. But now that Yang Fading had lost, the Imperial Preceptor's residence actually stood up for him. Wasn't this too unfair? Moreover, he had only asked him to go. It was as if he could only obey the orders of the Imperial Advisor's residence, and could not go against them. If the Imperial Tutor wants to see me, why didn't he come personally? My apologies, the State Preceptor is not being courteous enough, so I refuse to go. Lin Ling coldly replied. That's not up to you. If I want you to go, you have to go. When Bingxian sneered, not allowing Lin Ling to refuse at all. His gaze wandered and suddenly saw the huge rock in the square, and he instantly revealed an interested expression. This rock actually hides a great concept? It's mine. He carefully sensed it and couldn't help but be delighted. He completely didn't expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise in a rural area like the outer city. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Ling to reply and strode towards the huge rock. It looked like he wanted to snatch the huge rock that contained the great concept of the god of war and return. This person is so overbearing. That huge rock contains the great concept of the god of war, and is priceless. He wants to take it for himself without even saying a word. Many people revealed anger in their eyes. You've taken a fancy to my Lin Ling's things? Unfortunately, it's not so easy to take my things. Lin Ling still stood there quietly and smiled coldly as he looked at Wen Bingxian, who walked down from the sky. Haha. Does a junior who hasn't even reached the heavenly spirit realm have the right to say such words? Not to mention that I've taken a fancy to your things. Even if I've taken a fancy to your life, taking it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Wen Bingxian smiled disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, she wasn't afraid that Lin Ling would escape, as if she had everything under control. He slowly walked to the side of the huge rock and walked around it. His expression changed drastically as he said in surprise, "This is the great concept of the god of war." One had to know that Wen Bingxian's strength was at the heavenly spirit realm. According to the rules of the god of war mountain, he was no longer qualified to enter the god of war mountain. However, he hadn't learned the great concept of the god of war, so he was still brooding about it. However, he actually encountered it here, which made him wild with joy. He strode forward and wanted to move the huge rock away. Seeing Wen Bingxian arrogantly and overbearingly snatching someone else's item, The people of the Fire Ancient clan were even more furious. These powerful people were unreasonable. Don't be impatient. He'll suffer. Lin Ling's expression was calm as the smile on his face deepened. And at this moment, when Bingxian's hand had already touched the huge rock, at this moment, a loud and clear sound like a bell rang out. In front of them, a dark golden fist was hurtling towards Wen Bingxian. This was the great concept of the god of war. Wen Bingxian had been too confident in himself. His cultivation was profound, so he thought he could easily move the huge rock. But he never imagined that the great concept hidden within the huge rock would come from ancient times. Since he was caught off guard and his soul force leaked out, he would naturally be injured by the great concept. What? When Bingxian's complexion changed, he instantly paled and spat out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backwards. In the end, he was stronger than the heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine had been careless and had nearly lost her life. As for him, he hadn't lost his life, but his soul had been severely injured. 108 general stars? That's a very impressive appearance. Why do you look like a stray dog now? At this moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice echoed, which caused Wen Bingxian's eyes to contract. His heart was burning with rage. He was an absolute expert in the inner city and normally sat in a high position. When had he ever revealed such a miserable appearance? Kiki, whatever you fancy belongs to you. But it seems like you can't take it away even if we let you take it. Isn't that so? Tens of thousands of us are watching and waiting for you to proudly move the huge rock away. Unfortunately, we are only able to see you vomit blood. Are all the general stars from the inner city so amusing? Lin Aofeng and the others all laughed while their words were filled with ridicule. You are courting death. Wen Bingxian's expression was like a pig's liver. He was an eagle flying in the sky, but he was being mocked by a bunch of fleas on the ground. Boom! A powerful frost burst out, causing the entire volcano to be frozen and crystallized. Wen Bingxian was infuriated. His strength was extremely horrific. With the Heaven Spirit Realm and his formidable innate talent, it was enough to obliterate all the martial artists below the Heaven Spirit Realm. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Heaven Spirit Realm was considered a formidable person. This powerful realm was like a watershed with the Earth Spirit Realm. If the Earth Spirit Realm was a general, then the Heaven Spirit Realm was the king. The Heaven Spirit Realm had the absolute aura and strength to suppress the Earth Spirit Realm. Chapter 310. Terrifying Charisma. General 1, isn't it too shameless for someone of your seniority to behave so atrociously? Right at this moment, a red spear shot down from the mouth of the volcano in the sky with boundless thunder. An even stronger aura presence pressed down, causing Wen Bingxian to vomit a mouthful of blood. She looked at the sky with reverence. Duke Duan. Several figures walked down from the sky. Among them was Duke Duan and the second prince. It was obvious that the Fire Ancient clan had been violated time and time again, causing the second prince to feel extremely guilty. Hence, he asked Duke Duan to focus on protecting the Fire Ancient clan. As long as there were any signs of trouble, they would send out all their experts. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the prodigy with the most potential in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Unless the second prince was a fool, how could he not value him? After all, he knew that if given more time, Lin Ling would be able to decide the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling, apologies for being late. Yes. The second prince, Yin Yishuan, walked over and spoke to Lin Ling with a grave expression. It's fine. We didn't lose anything. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Wen Bingxian coldly. Such a powerful general. You came to my Fire Ancient clan to behave atrociously. I thought you would wipe us out. In the end, not a single one of us was injured. Instead, you vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. Yes. Those words were like an invisible slap that caused Wen Bingxian's body to tremble. He was toyed with by a group of ants, and then pressured by Duke Duan's aura presence. He was a martial expert ranked in the top 30 out of the 108 star generals. At this moment, he was truly humiliated. Lin Ling, you are very arrogant. However, don't think that you can look down on everyone just because someone is here to protect you. Let me tell you. Today, I must take you away. Yes. Wen Bingxian took a deep breath and shouted. She then looked at the second prince. Yinixuan, teacher has a letter for you. Take a look at it yourself. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a letter to the second prince and looked at Lin Ling with a gloating expression. He wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. He might not have read the letter, but he could guess what it was written in it. It was the conditions that the second prince, Yinixuan's status. The marshal's letter. Yes. Yinixuan's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened the letter and read it carefully. There weren't many words in the letter and only a few sentences, but it described the entire situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The marshal's residents didn't announce which faction they were supporting, but if Yinixuan were to hand over Lin Ling, the marshal's residents would consider supporting the second prince. That was the meaning of the letter. He had two choices. One was to give up on Lin Ling and get the support of the imperial advisor's residents. To the second prince Kings, the second prince is first. This was a huge problem. Lin Ling had fought alongside Yinixuan and made several contributions. Every one of them had shocked the entire Cloud Sea City. Most importantly, Lin Ling's potential was limitless, and many powerful figures thought highly of him. However, the marshal's residence was a famous faction, and the marshal was the teacher of many princes. If the marshal raised his arm and shouted, many princes would support Yinixuan. This is the crucial point. Yinixuan, you have to make a good choice. Do you want Lin Ling or the marshal's residence? When Bingxian reminded, after hearing that, many people could roughly guess what was written in the letter. They didn't expect the marshal to value Lin Ling so much that he would use Lin Ling's life to exchange for the entire marshal's residence. Yinixuan's expression was constantly changing. He finally raised his head to look at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. As for Wen Bingxian, she was sneering at the side and waiting for the second prince's answer. Just as she was about to speak, Yinixuan's cold voice echoed. Help me tell teacher that I am sorry. I don't value the marshal's residence. Swish. The letter in Yinixuan's hand was torn apart. Are you crazy? You actually dared to reject the imperial advisor's residence for Lin Ling. You should know that even His Majesty the Crown Prince wants to be favored by Master. But you. When Bingxian's eyes widened in disbelief, Yinixuan sneered. Perhaps, but without Lin Ling, I, Yinixuan, wouldn't be where I am today. Without Lin Ling, I am just a subject. Defeating Cloud Sea City's scholar and martial scholar, becoming the #1 martial scholar, a meritorious subject of Sky Fragrance City, and a general of the army. Lin Ling allowed me, Yinixuan, to go from a hopeless subject to one of the strongest contenders for the throne. My current reputation is all because of Lin Ling. How can I abandon him? Yes, the second prince is right. Without Lin Ling, I, Sovereign King Li, wouldn't have joined you. At this moment, a figure walked down from the sky. It was Sovereign King Li. If you abandon my disciple, then you don't have the qualifications to be the king of Cloud Sea. Another figure walked down. It was one of the 3 pillars, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron He Yenshan. All the respectable experts had arrived, and every single one of them supported Lin Ling. Yinixuan smiled faintly. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who thought highly of Lin Ling. Everyone thought highly of Lin Ling's future. They were betting everything on that young man. Thank you, everyone. Lin Ling looked at all the experts who arrived and felt warmth in his heart. In fact, if all these people didn't support him and the marshal wanted to make a move on him, he wouldn't be able to resist with his current strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling had a good eye for people. The marshal's residence has also rejected you. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, you are the first. However, Yinixuan, you will regret it. When Bingxian flew into a rage out of humiliation, Lin Ling had slapped him in the face again, making him come with pride and leave with disappointment. For Lin Ling alone, I am willing to give up all the factions in the world. Yinixuan said word by word, affirming his determination even more. Currently, Lin Ling was more like the king of all of them. However, Lin Ling didn't have any interest in the throne. What he pursued was the supreme martial Dao. Everyone who supported Lin Ling knew this. Yinixuan knew it too, which was why he was willing to bow down to Lin Ling. Perhaps in his heart, if the king of Yunhai was above everyone, and was the sovereign of the 9 and 5, then Linling was the sovereign of all the 9 and 5. Of course, this was a kind of intuition. It was an intuition brought about by Linling's boldness. However, as of now, Linling obviously hadn't matured to that extent. You all. When Bingxian roared with anger. You should worry about your own situation. Coming to my Fire Ancient clan to behave atrociously isn't something you can come and go as you wish. Linling interrupted Wen Bingxian's words with extremely cold eyes. When Bingxian's eyes focused and looked around, he then realized that there were several experts who were stronger than him gathered in the volcano. This Linling's rallying power was terrifying. Linling, he is ultimately a member of the Marshal's residence, and is just a messenger. Let's not kill him. Yin Yishuan suggested to Linling while looking at him. Linling nodded. Since Yin Yishuan came out to support him, he had to give Yin Yishuan some face. Furthermore, when Bingxian came in such an overbearing and arrogant manner, he wanted to take revenge himself. Chapter 311. The late Emperor's inheritance. What? You dare to slap my face? You dare to make me kneel? Since young, I have never knelt to anyone except the Cloud Sea King and my teacher. When Bingxian roared with rage, this Linling was too overbearing. Making him kneel and even slapping his face was actually worse than killing him. If he kneeled, what face would he have left in the Cloud Sea City? It would definitely be a huge joke. You don't have a choice now. Linling's expression turned even colder. A pitiful person must have a sad side. You think you can look down on everyone just because you have the Imperial Advisor's residence behind you. A pity that you have found the wrong place to display your pride. Duke Duan walked out. Beside him, Sovereign King Li walked out as well. Both dukes made a move on Wen Bingxian. Wen Bingxian's strength wasn't weak, and there weren't many people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who were stronger than him. However, the 4 dukes weren't among them. Thus, when the 2 of them made a move, how could Wen Bingxian resist? Slap. 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 He was forced to kneel by the 2 dukes. Clear slapping sounds echoed, and Wen Bingxian kowtowed 3 times to everyone. The humiliation almost made Wen Bingxian want to commit suicide. He came with arrogance, but he didn't expect the final outcome to be like this. It was extremely dramatic. Linling, today's revenge will be heavily repaid in the future. Slap. After kowtowing 3 times, Wen Bingxian roared with rage. Linling sneered. When we meet again in the future, it will be your life that will be taken. Get lost. Get lost. Wen Bingxian gritted his teeth and left the volcanic crater like a stray dog. Right now, outside the volcanic crater, there was a huge crowd. Some of them were from the outer city, while some were from the inner city. This time, they were naturally here to watch the show. They originally wanted to see Linling being suppressed by an expert, but the result was the complete opposite. Wen Bingxian, ranked 30th among the 108 general stars, he was actually suppressed to the point of kowtowing 3 times and vomiting blood twice. Slap. The informants from the various factions were all astonished and reported back to the inner city at the same time. The people from the various major powers were shocked once again. That Linling was so domineering that he didn't even give the Imperial Tutor's residence any face, and made the Imperial Tutor's student, Wen Bingxian, lose face and run out of the Fire Ancient clan like a stray dog. Furthermore, Linling seemed to be extremely courageous. Not only did he get the second prince to step in, he even got the 2 dukes and the 3 great pillars to support him. At the mouth of the volcano, everyone was looking at Linling. Then they smiled. Linling, you're now a banner of the second prince. Your reputation is actually greater than mine. Many forces have joined my camp because of you. Yin Yishuan said with a smile as he walked towards Linling. Right now, Linling was considered to have made great contributions, but Yin Yishuan was different from the other princes. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and wasn't jealous. Furthermore, he knew that no matter how powerful Linling was, as long as he could determine the ownership of the King of the Cloud Sea, he would definitely make himself the King of the Cloud Sea. Linling's goal wasn't just the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, our faction is getting stronger and stronger, and our reputation is getting bigger. We have formed a tripartite balance of power with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. In order to become the King of the Cloud Sea, apart from having formidable martial strength, We also need to have the support of the masses. Duan walked over and said. Having the support of the masses meant having the hearts of the people. Obtaining the hearts of the people meant obtaining the world. In the tripartite balance of power, the three kingdoms were competing for resources. The various factions and experts were the resources and the hearts of the people. Whoever had the most resources would have the hope of becoming the king of the Cloud Sea. Right now, the second prince had plenty of resources, and was only slightly weaker than the crown prince. However, he was on par with the third prince and might even have a higher reputation. The factions in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom are the reclusive aristocratic clans, the various city lords, the various generals, and the civil and military officials. If we can recruit them all into our faction, then the second prince will definitely become the king of the Cloud Sea. Sovereign King Li said. Lin Ling frowned and pondered for a moment. He then said, right now most of the factions are just watching from the sidelines. Furthermore, it is rather difficult to recruit them. Why don't we recruit the various princes first? They might not have much influence, but they represent the Cloud Sea Empire. Once this statement was out, everyone's eyes lit up. They had nearly forgotten about the various princes' factions. After all, they had treated the various princes' factions as opponents from the start. They didn't expect to pull them into the same faction. Incredible. I always thought that Lin Ling had exceptional talent. I didn't expect him to be so far-sighted. Sovereign King Li praised. Many people nodded in agreement. Let me handle this. I should be able to persuade the 20 over princes. However, there is one that might be more difficult. It is the 14th prince. He has 7 generals under him. All of them are at the heavenly spirit realm and are extremely loyal. The 14th prince doesn't like power struggles and likes to play around. He was the most pampered child of the king of the Cloud Sea. He is probably the most difficult to recruit. Duke Duan frowned. 14th brother, I have heard of him. It is because he likes to play around that the late emperor especially liked him. It is said that the late emperor even left behind some treasures for him. His Majesty the second prince also recalled. Late emperor's treasures? Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The second prince nodded and said, all the major factions in the Cloud Sea City know about it. However, 14th brother has the golden medallion of immunity. Hence, the royal advisor residence, the Empress Dowager, and other major factions can't do anything about the golden medallion of immunity. Yes. Furthermore, last year, I heard that the crown prince and the third prince also tried to get the treasures, but they all failed. Against 14th brother, they obviously can't use force to plunder. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. Currently, his Flame Legion was still much weaker than the Cloud Sea City's forces. However, if he could get the late emperor's treasures, then everyone's strength would increase greatly. Moreover, if he could subdue the 14th prince, then the second prince's forces would also increase greatly. Alright, let me deal with the 14th prince. Lin Ling smiled. His words caused everyone's expression to change. They found it hard to believe. After all, if the 14th prince was easy to deal with, someone would have gotten the late emperor's treasures. The 14th prince has an eccentric personality. He likes to play around. He has played with all the toys in the world. Subduing him. Yin Yixuan hesitated. It's just playing around. If I want to satisfy him, it won't be difficult. Lin Ling smiled confidently. Haha, with General Lin taking action, you will definitely succeed. Sovereign King Li had great faith in Lin Ling. This disciple of mine is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He is proficient in both literature and martial arts. It shouldn't be a problem for him. Yinshan also smiled. In his heart, this disciple of his was a perfect genius. After he finished speaking, he added, Disciple, when are you going to draw a painting for me? During this period of time, I have hired a large number of painters, but none of them are as good as you. Ha! Hearing this, everyone laughed loudly. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were also laughing. They saw that Lin Ling was getting stronger and stronger. Now he was already one of the top experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This made them extremely proud. Chapter 312. War God's Great Quintessence. Fiery Annihilation. It was nighttime. Lin Ling sat cross-legged as a faint flame spirit aura emerged from the surface of his body. After witnessing the might of the 108 general stars, Lin Ling knew that he was currently considered a top genius among his peers. However, he was still lacking when compared to the famous experts of the older generation. Therefore, his current goal was to break through the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm and enter the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. At that time, even if he met Wen Bingxian again, he was confident that he could make her kowtow in return. Fortunately, he obtained plenty of spirit-type ginseng fruits on Mount War God. It was said that this natural treasure was obtained by the late emperor outside the Cloud region and was extremely rare. At that time, the late emperor found a spirit-type ginseng fruit tree and planted it. Until now, no one knew where it was planted and could only obtain the spirit-type ginseng fruit. This magical fruit contained the spirit aura of the Earth Spirit Realm spirit aura seed and was very suitable for Earth Spirit Realm martial artists to cultivate. This fruit is just like the ginseng fruit in Journey to the West. Lin Ling took out the spirit-type ginseng fruit and examined it carefully. He couldn't help but smile. All of a sudden, he was even more curious about the world outside the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. According to his master, outside the 3 kingdoms of the Cloud region, there were many ancient divine regions, tombs of experts, and other strange realms of heaven and earth. Apart from that, there were many experts there, and all of them had the power to split the heavens and earth. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was just the tip of the iceberg. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom wasn't the overlord yet. Therefore, it would take some time to leave the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to experience the world. Lin Ling held the spirit-type ginseng fruit with both hands. That magical fruit was gradually being burned, and streams of spirit aura flowed into his body like dragons. The spirit aura seed in Lin Ling's dantian gradually grew and gradually advanced to the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. Time passed quietly. 3 days later, an enormous aura spread out from the volcano. Everyone could faintly hear the roar of flames. Linger has broken through. Ancestor Tai Yin smiled with delight, but he asked his clansmen to seal off the news. Presently, Lin Ling was the center of attention in Ocean of Cloud City. Now that his strength had improved, the various powers would naturally pay attention to him. So it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble if possible. Not only that, other practitioners counted the advancement of the Earth Spirit Realm in years, and some were even unable to break through in their entire lives. It was impossible for others not to be curious that Lin Ling had advanced again in such a short period of time. Even Patriarch Extreme Flame was curious as to how his grandson had cultivated and how he had progressed so quickly. In reality, he didn't know that Lin Ling's increase in strength was closely related to the Blazing Flame arts. Without the Blazing Flame arts, Lin Ling would only be an ordinary genius. Whoosh! A figure shot straight to the bottom of the volcano, passing through the ancestral grave, and then through the Savage Valley. He reached the deepest part of the volcano, where the flames were exuberant. Even the Fire Ancient clan, the Imperial Fire clan, didn't dare to rashly come here. The Earth Core fire is indeed ferocious. Lin Ling stood there quietly. A layer of flames appeared on his body, adding a touch of vigor to his handsome face as he indifferently looked at his surroundings. The reason why he came here was because he had reached the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. His strength had greatly increased, and he wanted to try out the second style of the War God Fist, Blazing Annihilation. Only by reaching the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm would the second style of the War God Fist have enough spirit chi to support it. Only then would the 3 great concepts be able to perfectly merge together. The 9 Nether Heavenly Flames concept, the 7 Blades Talent concept, and the War God concept. Among them, I'm most familiar with the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames and the 7 Blades Heavenly Flames. They are also my future path of martial Tao. However, the War God concept is not a concept that I created, so it's still not considered a divine transformation realm. Lin Ling murmured. He was still standing there quietly, but the flames outside his body were even more exuberant, as if they were going to burn the Earth Core fire into nothingness. Those flames were intertwined with blue and white flames, constantly swallowing and spitting, making him look like a flame god. He stretched out his fist, and a dark golden light appeared. That was the battle intent. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. Battle the heavens, battle the earth, battle the god of war. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. His clothes fluttered and danced, and the flames around his body also jumped. It felt like a raging fire being blown by a strong wind. Rumble. The earth shook at this moment, and an endless battle intent spread out. At this moment, Lin Ling's fist was not only dark golden, but it was also wrapped in blue and white flames. The three great concepts had completely merged together. This fist was the war god fist, but it also looked like the flame fist. What a powerful force. After this style was charged, it actually drained all the spirit chi and flames in my body. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and 2 wisps of flames jumped wildly in the depths of his pupils. Although he could barely use the fusion of the 3 great concepts, it was obvious that it wasn't going smoothly. With his current strength, using the second style, Blazing Annihilation was obviously a little overwhelming. War God Fist, Blazing Annihilation. When his aura reached its peak, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. A tyrannical aura erupted, and the flames were like a sea. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. An ancient flaming war god appeared, and his fists were like fire, as if they could destroy all demons. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, and it was as if he could shatter the sun and moon. Rumble! In front of him, an unparalleled force swept out, and the earth cracked open layer by layer. Wherever the fist passed, the stone walls turned into golden light, and everything turned into nothingness. A huge and bottomless hole appeared, and this hole was so big that it could fit a city. In other words, the power of this fist could destroy a city. And around the hole, flames burned wildly, burning the heavens and the earth. Bang! As for Lin Ling, who had used this terrifying fist, he could only look at the shocking destructive power with a bitter smile. And then he fainted. This war god fist was extremely terrifying, but with his current strength it was still difficult to control. After this punch, he had completely lost the ability to fight. Rumble! Lin Ling didn't know that the might of his punch had caused the entire outer city to tremble. Countless people gasped and thought that the ground had cracked open. This was especially true for the ancient Flame Clan, whose huge volcano had cracked open. What exactly is going on? Ancestor Extreme Flame was in a state of panic. He thought that the end of the world had arrived, and he was completely unaware that it was just the work of his grandson. After an entire 3 days, Lin Ling finally walked out from the depths of the earth. His face was quite pale, and he was shocked when he recalled the might of that punch. However, when he arrived at the surface and saw the Fire Ancient Clan in chaos, the corners of his eyes twitched. The might of that punch seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. At this moment, all the buildings in the Fire Ancient Clan had collapsed, and everyone was in a hurry. They were even wondering if the heavenly tribulation had arrived. Moreover, he found out from the members of the clan that it wasn't just the Fire Ancient Clan that was in chaos, and it was the same throughout the outer city. A large number of restaurants and markets were shaken by the aftershocks and collapsed, causing the streets to be in chaos. Ancestor Extreme Flame's voice resounded, and it was filled with worry. It caused Lin Ling's helpless smile to grow even wider. Stinking kid. Where did you run off to? I was so worried. Hurry up and help us rebuild our home. Alas, the world is too ruthless. Just a single upheaval caused the Fire Ancient Clan to be reduced to nothing. Chapter 313. Heading to the 14th Prince's manor on the next morning, Lin Ling left the Fire Ancient Clan and headed for the 14th Prince's manor. The Heavenly Concubine was accompanying him. The reason why he brought the Heavenly Concubine along was that she was the smartest among all of them. She should be of great help to the 14th Prince. As for the 14th Prince, Lin Ling found out from the second prince that this person disliked imperial authority and was cynical. He was the late emperor's most doted son, and was also the guardian of the treasures left behind by the late emperor. The 14th prince didn't have any martial strength and was only interested in playing. He wanted to play with all sorts of novel things in the world. Furthermore, he was most interested in chess and was extremely proficient in it. Heavenly Concubine, I said before that once I settle my matters here, I will leave the Heaven Mystic's kingdom with you to meet your old friend. As a condition, you have to help me today. It would be best if you can settle the 14th prince. As they advanced, Lin Ling smiled and said, "You profiteer. You don't want to suffer any losses and always want to exploit me. The heavenly concubine snorted and was extremely displeased with Lin Ling. This young man was boorish, rude, and crafty like a little fox. She was always at a disadvantage. In fact, she could just flick her sleeves and leave. However, she was exceptionally curious about Lin Ling. Furthermore, Lin Ling was her senior sister's subordinate, and she wanted her senior sister to meet this relative. Hence, she had been following Lin Ling. There isn't much entertainment in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom except chess. My chess skills are considered average, and you are the military advisor. If the 14th prince wants to discuss chess skills, then I will have to rely on you. Lin Ling added. Don't worry. As long as it is about the formation of infantry, I don't fear anyone. The heavenly concubine spoke with extreme confidence and then said, I heard that the 14th prince is cynical. If you want to enter his manor, you must have some novel toys. Are you prepared? Kiki in front of me. He dares to claim that he can play with everything in the world? Lin Ling smiled confidently. He came from the previous world, where the entertainment industry was developed. There were mobile phones, computers, videos, games, and many other things that could make people forget about leaving. How could the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's entertainment be compared to that place? Not long after, the two of them entered the inner city and walked in one direction. Then a huge manor appeared before their eyes. There was an endless stream of people going in and out of the gate. Some of these people were holding cricket jars, and some were holding demonic beast chickens in advance. It seemed that they wanted to give the new toy to the 14th prince so that they could get the opportunity to enter the manor. I'm sorry, crickets. His Majesty the 14th prince has said that he's tired of playing with this thing. There's nothing new about it. Anyone who gives him a cricket is not allowed to take a step into the manor. Cockfighting? The 14th prince has already won the Chicken King competition twice. He no longer cares about cockfighting. Scram! The guards at the entrance of the mansion were quite arrogant. Anyone who came would be chased away. Only a few people were allowed to enter. It was obvious that the 14th prince possessed the treasures left behind by the late emperor, and it caused many people in the city to cast covetous gazes towards him. However, the 14th prince possessed the golden token of immunity, so they couldn't use force against him and could only curry favor with him. Unfortunately, the 14th prince had already played with everything in the world. It would be very difficult to please him. This 14th prince is really an interesting person. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In the city, many people thought that the 14th prince was trash, but he didn't think so. Perhaps it was like a poem. The world laughs at me for being crazy, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. The 14th prince had such a personality. He enjoyed a free and easy life and wasn't bound by power. Who are you? State your name. At this moment, a cold voice sounded towards Lin Ling and the heavenly princess. The heavenly concubine quickly looked towards Lin Ling. She knew that if they wanted to enter the manor, they would have to take out rare and novel items. However, she naturally couldn't think of anything suitable. So, she could only look at Lin Ling. I'm Lin Ling. Tell the 14th prince that I've brought 3 strange items. If he wants them, he has to come see me personally. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused many people to stare at him. This young man was really arrogant. He actually wanted the 14th prince to come see him personally. Moreover, they had never heard of the name Lin Yiming. Young man, you're so arrogant. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes said. He was one of the 3rd prince's men, and often came to curry favor with the 14th prince. It was because he was a playboy that the 3rd prince had assigned him such a task. It was exactly the right thing to do with the 14th prince. Of course, he had failed every time. Who do you think you are? Scram. Lin Ling had already seen that this young man was one of the 3rd prince's men. Towards an enemy like the 3rd prince, he naturally wouldn't be polite. You. The playboy clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Telling him to scram was equivalent to stepping on the 3rd prince's face. He sneered. I don't know where this country boy came from, but he's so arrogant. However, I want to see if you can take out anything novel. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. He took out a crystal bottle and handed it to the guard. This is the first novel toy. Give it to the 14th prince. After he sees it, he will definitely come to see me. The guard took the bottle and looked at it carefully. His face was filled with doubt because the bottle was filled with a transparent liquid. It looked very ordinary. However, the young man in front of him was very confident. Moreover, the 14th prince wasn't like the other princes. He only cared about novel toys. As long as there was a novel toy, then he had the right to speak. Therefore, after calmly saying that, he turned around and entered the manor. Haha, that's a toy. It's just a bottle of waste water. Just you wait. You dare to tease the 14th prince? You're dead. The playboy young man on the side thought that Lin Ling had something novel. However, when he found out that it was just a bottle of water, he immediately laughed mockingly. If you talk nonsense again, I don't mind smashing you into the street, Lin Ling said coldly. The playboy young man's face suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but in the end he held back. He wanted to stay and watch Lin Ling's show. At this moment, in the manor, several figures were sitting, drinking tea and chatting slowly. Ilu, you're still so carefree, one of the young men in embroidered clothes said lightly. He sat boldly, wearing a long black robe. His face was resolute, and he had a domineering aura that looked down on everyone. He looked at a young man of about 20 years old opposite him, and a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. That young man was his 14th brother. He had no fighting spirit and was frivolous. He was a disgrace to their prince. If it wasn't for the fact that his 14th brother had the death exemption golden medallion and the late emperor's treasure, he Yuni Tian wouldn't even bother to come here. Yuni Tian was the current first crown prince. Royal brother, I'm not like you. I only want to live a carefree life. I have no interest in the throne. Not far away, the pale-faced young man smiled faintly. He naturally knew the purpose of the crown prince's visit. It was definitely for the late emperor's treasure. However, although he respected the crown prince, he wasn't afraid. Chapter 314. Tempted by three things. Yael, why don't you hand over the things that King Father left behind to me for safekeeping and become a carefree king? The crown prince drank a mouthful of wine and asked. That won't do. King Father is just going out and will be back anytime. If he doesn't see the treasures when he returns, he will definitely blame me. The youth smiled and shook his head. He might look like a hedonistic young master who was frivolous, but he was actually very astute. The crown prince Yin Etienne's eyes turned cold, but he concealed it well and smiled. Your Majesty Yael, someone outside delivered a new toy. He said that if you like it, you can receive it personally. Right at this moment, a guard walked in and handed over the item that Lin Ling sent over. Oh. Yin Yao wasn't dissatisfied and was rather interested. He picked up the bottle and opened it. Instantly, a fresh smell was emitted, causing his eyes to light up. This person is so arrogant. It is just some rouge and powder, and he dares to bring it into the manor? The crown prince Yun Etienne had a powerful cultivation, and naturally smelled the fragrance from the bottle. He immediately laughed with disdain. However, Yun Yao shook his head and said, Imperial brother, you have belittled this bottle. I can say that this is probably the only bottle in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, the creator is ingenious and could actually create such a rare and novel item. Once he said this, the crown prince Yin Etienne's eyes turned serious. Yin Yao continued, Right now, which kind of rouge and powder in the world have I, Yin Yao, not seen before? Let's not talk about those that are far away. My residence has 3,000 different kinds of rouge and powder, but this bottle of water in my hand has a refreshing fragrance that lingers for a long time. Most importantly, when this water is sprinkled, mosquitoes won't come near. This is the rouge and powder used by men. He had played with all kinds of things in the world, and so he quickly noticed the uniqueness of this bottle of water. He was extremely tempted. The crown prince Yin Etienne frowned slightly and didn't say anything. This person who delivered the water was rather intelligent, and had investigated the 14th brother beforehand. He knew of the 14th brother's preferences and knowledge, and so he came up with the right medicine. It was obvious that he had won the favor of the 14th brother. Up until now, everyone had been trying to curry favor with the 14th prince in order to obtain the treasures left behind by the late emperor, including him, the crown prince. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a competitor made him very unhappy. This plaything has won my heart. It's worthy of me personally welcoming it. Yin Yao took a large step forward and followed the guard. At this moment, outside the manor, Lin Ling was quietly waiting, but there was still no news. This made the heavenly concubine lose hope. Meanwhile, the hedonistic young master, who had been watching the show from the side, was gloating. You want to win the 14th prince's favor with a bottle of water? Are you kidding me? Let me tell you, I've been here 21 times under the orders of the 3rd prince, but I still haven't had the chance to enter the manor even once. Yes. That's because the 3rd prince is a piece of trash, and you are also a piece of trash, Lin Ling said without even looking at him. You've got guts, daring to insult the 3rd prince. But now, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll bear the wrath of the 14th prince. Playing with him isn't something that can be avoided with just a few words, the hedonistic young master said coldly. At this moment, a figure walked out and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Are you Lin Yiming? Please come in. His Majesty the 14th Prince. Looking at that person, everyone outside the door widened their eyes. That young man had actually made the 14th Prince personally come to invite him. Piece of trash, Lin Ling said mockingly to the hedonistic young master. Then he strode into the manor, causing the hedonistic young master's expression to become extremely ugly. The manor was very big. Lin Ling followed the 14th Prince to the garden, where he saw many people sitting, drinking and laughing. Lin Yiming, you've created the first bottle of perfume for men. Moreover, this perfume's effect isn't weak. It can repel insects and mosquitoes. Yin Yao didn't put on any airs and smiled at Lin Yiming. Moreover, he didn't expect that the person who created such a novel thing was a young man. Your Majesty is overpraising me. Lin Ling bowed indifferently. The reason why he used a fake name was because he didn't want Yin Yao to know which camp he was from. After all, if he revealed his real name, Yin Yao would be wary. You don't have to be so courteous with me. That's right. What's the name of this bottle of perfume? Yin Yao smiled and waved his hand. Ancient dragon water. Lin Ling smiled gently. Yin Yao liked novel things. To be honest, Lin Ling could create countless things that Yin Yao liked. Therefore, he was very confident that he would be able to meet Yin Yao. That's right. Here are 2 more items. Your Majesty, please take your time. Lin Ling took out another novel toy. It was the Rubik's Cube. This. Yin Yao was instantly curious. Such a strange item was rarely seen in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This item is called the Rubik's Cube. It has 6 colors and 6 sides. The test of intelligence is to mess up the colors of the 6 sides, and then restore the colors. Lin Ling demonstrated and handed it to Yin Yao. Interesting. Haha, this is the first time I have encountered such a thing. Yin Yao was very curious and was a little excited. Everyone in the garden focused their eyes. It was also their first time seeing such a strange item. Even the heavenly concubine was surprised. She didn't know how Lin Ling came up with such a strange item. This is just one of them. I heard that your Majesty likes chess. Therefore, I brought a chess set. I hope your Majesty will like it. This chess set is called Chinese chess. Lin Ling took out another item. The current chess game in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was mainly Go. There was no Chinese chess. Therefore, when the Chinese chess set was taken out, Yin Yao was even more excited. Lin Ling explained the rules of chess to Yin Yao. Then he played a game with Yin Yao, which made Yin Yao even more excited. This chess set is just like a battlefield. It is like walking in the fields and horses moving in the sun. The rules are so perfect, and there are so many ways to play. Sir Lin Yiming, not bad at all. Yin Yao praised. Who exactly is this Lin Yiming? Many people from the major factions in the garden frowned. After that unfamiliar youth arrived, he immediately obtained the recognition of the 14th Prince, and became their competitor. This youth is rather incredible and is quite shrewd. The Crown Prince Yin Yitian narrowed his eyes. He had prepared for 2 years and asked his subordinates to constantly search for novel items. Only then did he barely satisfy the 14th Prince. However, that youth only used it once. Come sit. The novel toys made Yin Yao's mood very good. He took the initiative to invite Lin Ling to take a seat. Lin Ling cupped his hands politely and sat down with the heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine, who was at the side, was even more shocked. She believed that she was very knowledgeable and had the ability to predict the future. However, when compared to this youth seemed to have surpassed her in every aspect. He was simply perfect. In just a few days he created a rare chess set. She had seen this chess set before. The rules were perfect, and there were so many ways to play it. It was definitely going to be passed down through the ages. Furthermore, this profound chess set was created by this youth, and not an old man who was close to 50 years old. It made her feel like she was in a dream. She even suspected that under this youth's childish face, there might be an ancient heart hidden. Haha, you came to my residence to have fun. The more fun you have, the more important it is to abandon your worries. Come, let's drink. Yin Yile's voice echoed, but his cup was raised towards Lin Ling. Chapter 3:15. The first meeting of the enemy. Many people were even more jealous. If that youth and the 14th prince were to get closer, the deceased emperor's relic would probably be taken away by that youth. Sir Yiming, where are you working now? Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed. Everyone looked over and realized that it was the crown prince who spoke. Lin Ling also looked over and asked with doubt, "May I know who you are?" His Majesty the Crown Prince took a sip of wine and placed the cup gently on the table. His every action seemed ordinary, but it carried the aura of a great emperor. After a while he said, "I am His Majesty the Crown Prince Yin Yitian." His words were extremely calm, as though he was the sun, moon, and stars just by sitting there. He was the emperor who looked forward to the future. He might have concealed that emperor's aura very well, but it would still be emitted inadvertently. Seeing that the crown prince took the initiative to speak, everyone knew that the crown prince thought highly of that youth and wanted to recruit him. Hence, the crown prince proudly spoke of his background. Crown Prince. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. In the depths of his eyes, there was a murderous intent that was silently flashing. It was that youth who forced his father to his death. He finally met his enemy. Back then, Lin Chen was the most dazzling star of the outside races. He was fortunate enough to be recognized by the crown prince and brought into the inner city. Who knew that Lin Chen would fall in love with someone from the Stone Saint Kingdom, which caused dissatisfaction in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. At the crucial moment, the crown prince pushed Lin Chen out and forced Lin Chen to his death. From then on, Lin Chen was replaced with a wise and just image. It could be said that the crown prince used Lin Chen as a stepping stone to become famous, and Lin Chen was just a tool for the crown prince to become famous. Furthermore, Lin Chen had to bear the infamy for his entire life. In the crown prince's heart, Lin Chen's death was an honor. Since Lin Chen was able to contribute so much to the crown prince, Lin Chen's death was worth it. If Sir Yiming does not have a job, you can consider coming to my side. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the crown prince, Yin Yitian, spoke indifferently. He had stated his objective. This was an invitation. Everyone around was envious. Lin Ling quietly sat there. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but the murderous intent in his heart erupted like a volcano. The heavenly concubine beside him also sensed it. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Her soft, boneless hand quietly reached out and gently pressed on the back of Lin Ling's hand. The heavenly concubine also knew the cause of Lin Ling's father's death. Therefore, she knew that Lin Ling wanted nothing more than to kill this young man with the domineering aura of a king. The gentle pat on his hand was like a bucket of water that woke Lin Ling up. The killing intent in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to his normal self. He knew that the heavenly concubine was reminding him that the current him was not the crown prince's match. "Are you inviting me?" Lin Ling took a sip of wine and asked. "Yes." Yin Yitian nodded his head proudly, as if being able to be under him was a great gift. "You think you're qualified to invite me? Are you the Cloud Sea King? Or are you the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? As of now, I don't think you are that impressive. Hence, if you want to invite me, you are too weak." Lin Ling put down his wine cup and spoke with a pause between each word. His words had a hint of disdain. Silence. The garden was dead silent. Everyone had widened their eyes. That young man was invited by the crown prince, and he rejected it. That was fine, but he even dared to mock the crown prince in front of him. It seemed like he was extremely disdainful of the crown prince. Yun Etien's expression froze for a moment before it became emotionless. That young man dared to mock him, and didn't even have a trace of politeness. He didn't even treat him as the crown prince. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a situation. However, he didn't seem to reveal any anger as he spoke indifferently. You said that I am not qualified? Do you think that there is someone more qualified than me? There are plenty of people who are more qualified than you. Let's not talk about those far away. Even the second prince is above you. Do you know what you have done during this period of time? Your reputation and strength have improved greatly, right? You're still walking the same old path. I'm afraid it won't be long before you decline. Such a person still has the nerve to invite me. Moreover, you look so arrogant. I don't understand who gave you this arrogance. Lin Ling spoke coldly. The hatred of his father's murder was irreconcilable. So no matter how strong Yun Etian was, Lin Ling would still grit his teeth and face him head-on. However, his words were also true. During this period of time, the second prince was like the sun in the sky. His reputation had almost caught up to the crown prince. Since that was the case, what right did the crown prince have to be arrogant? Most importantly, if I become your subordinate, would I sacrifice myself for you again? I am not that stupid. I would rather become the 14th prince's subordinate than be stupid enough to become your subordinate. Moreover, you don't have the bearing of an emperor. I'm afraid that the position of King Yunhai has nothing to do with you. Lin Ling spoke again, causing the people in the garden to gasp. This young man was so arrogant. He was simply fearless. Especially when he said that the position of King Yunhai had nothing to do with him. This sentence was simply a great offense. What you said is true. However, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It all depends on the final moment. Yun Etien's voice became colder and colder. He took the initiative to invite him but was met with ridicule and disdain. It was as if he was begging the young man, but the young man did not even spare him a glance. This young man was so frivolous. Did he want to die? However, Yun Etian was very shrewd. Although he was angry, his face remained calm. Perhaps in his heart, although the young man in front of him dared to go against his will, in the end, he was just a restless ant. Ants would make people unhappy, but obviously, they would not be able to make people completely angry. Then let's wait and see. Lin Ling sneered. He picked up his wine cup and drank, no longer paying attention to Yun Etian. As for Yun Etian, he looked deeply at Lin Ling before he started drinking as well. His kingly demeanor made many people's hearts skip a beat. No wonder he was His Majesty the Crown Prince. No one could see through him. Hee, you're only allowed to have fun here. You're not allowed to talk about other things. Everyone drink. After drinking, we'll play an exquisite game of chess. At this moment, the 14th Prince Yun Yao's voice sounded. He seemed to be reminding His Majesty the Crown Prince that this was his territory. His Majesty the Crown Prince was indifferent. He continued to drink his wine as if nothing had happened. That calmness made people's hearts palpitate. Yun Etian is really powerful. Lin Ling also remained silent. He attached great importance to Yun Etian, who was rumored to have the domineering aura of an emperor. This opponent was really strong. After drinking, Yun Yao brought everyone to a stone chess table in the garden. He smiled and invited everyone to take a seat. I have a rule here. If you can win my exquisite game of chess, then I'll let you take a look at the relic. This rule has been in place for a few years, but no one has been able to break it. Today, I hope there will be an exception. Also, until now, other than one person, no one has won. Chapter 316. Chapter 316, Exquisite Chess Game. Each person has 3 chances. If you fail, you can only try again next time. After Yun Yao sat down, his aura quietly changed. He was no longer frivolous. Instead, he was like a god of war who controlled thousands of soldiers and horses, looking down on the world. I represent Sima Zhenshanwang to start the first 3 rounds. An old man who was close to 50 years old sat down. He stroked his beard and spoke with great confidence. Then the black and white chess pieces fell down, and the 2 of them fought on the chessboard. The old man was calm at first, but soon cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he lost all 3 games. The chess saint has also lost. The 14th prince is indeed the real king of the exquisite Go game. Many people secretly sighed. They had studied this chess game for many years, but unfortunately, they still weren't Yin Yao's match. Yin Yao's chess was unpredictable. Let me. Another person sat down. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he was completely killed, and his face was pale. On the other hand, Yin Yao's expression was calm. From beginning to end, he didn't sweat at all. Then everyone took turns to go up, but the result was the same. This made many people realize that it was not easy to obtain the late emperor's treasures. 14th brother, let me do it. Not long after, the crown prince also sat down. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of arrogance in his expression. Brother, you've already been here 3 times. Although your chess skills have improved each time, you're still a little short of breaking the exquisite chess game, Yin Yao said with a faint smile. Soon after, the black and white chess pieces landed. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, His Majesty the Crown Prince was also defeated. This caused the Crown Prince's eyes to continuously flicker. Back then, Yin Yao was doted on by the previous emperor. Most likely he also received a portion of the previous emperor's true teachings. Yin Yao shook his head and said, Imperial brother, you've lost. In this exquisite chess game, the killing intent is intertwined. A single wrong move can cause the entire game to be lost. In this game, I used the black pieces to defend against the enemy. The fastest I could swallow the white pieces was 3 moves, and the slowest was 35 moves. Imperial brother, you're already pretty good to be able to last until 32 moves. 14th brother is the best. His Majesty the Crown Prince praised, but in the depths of his eyes, there was an imperceptible cold light. If it weren't for Yin Yao's death exemption medallion, he would have already killed his 14th brother. Who else? Yin Yao chuckled and continued. Everyone was silent. They had all lost. They were not Yin Yao's match at all. Heavenly concubine, how is it? Lin Ling looked at the ancient stone chessboard. It was crisscrossed like a 1,000-year-old battlefield, and there was a line of words carved on the side of the stone. The pact of the late emperor, the exquisite chessboard, laughing at all living beings, who can break it? If this was the case, then it would be extremely heroic, looking down on all outstanding heroes. If it was any other chess game, I would have 100% confidence. However, the exquisite chess game is a unique chess game. Other than the person who set it up, it would be very difficult for others to solve it. I only have 30% confidence. The heavenly concubine frowned. 30% was already very strong. The others only had 10%. Alright, you try. It's best if you can beat him within 3 rounds. Lin Ling said in a low voice. Then the heavenly concubine also sat down. Yin Yao looked at the heavenly concubine indifferently, smiled, and then started the game. Everyone was watching. The Crown Prince frowned. He had lost earlier and was very unwilling. However, now that he thought about it, it seemed that other than him, no one else had a chance of winning. So when he thought about it, he felt a lot better. At least, if he wanted to obtain the late emperor's will, he still had the greatest hope. However, this thought changed after the heavenly concubine sat down. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes kept flickering, blooming with light of wisdom. This made Yin Yao's expression become serious. This is the first time I've seen the 14th prince's serious expression. It seems that he has met his match. When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not dare to underestimate the girl. However, although the heavenly concubine was strong, Yin Yao was the local snake. The game was set up by him, so the heavenly concubine was only slightly stronger than the others. She only lost after 50 moves. Amazing! The first person to reach 50 moves has surpassed my brother. Yin Yao said with admiration. There are 2 more rounds. Again. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from the heavenly concubine's forehead and encouraged her. The heavenly concubine nodded and continued to calculate. The 2 entered the game again. The Crown Prince's expression did not change, but he was clearly unhappy. This youth called Lin Yiming was very mysterious. The girl's chess skills were terrifying. In this way, she had surpassed the Crown Prince. Who is this Lin Yiming? The Crown Prince's heart was filled with doubts. As for Lin Ling, he quietly watched the game. Although his chess skills were very ordinary, he wanted to do his best. Gradually his eyes lit up. His soul force condensed and the Eye of Time quietly appeared. The 1,000-year chess game had been going on since ancient times. In the long river of history, there were many powerful cultivators sitting in it. They seemed to be playing chess, but they were actually tempering their hearts of martial arts. Every single one of them had returned in defeat. No one had ever won. If they lost, they would lose everything. In the long river of history, the chess game was created by the previous emperor. However, there was one person who won and gained the previous emperor's favor. That person was the 10-year-old Yin Yao. In the 49 moves, she admitted defeat at every move. On the 49th move, she made an unremarkable move and won on the 50th move. Father, at the beginning of this game, we have to take a loss as a defense. We have to persist for 49 moves before we can swallow the white pieces in one fell swoop. No matter how the black pieces are played, the white pieces will win the game. A childish voice sounded. It was Yin Yao. Haha, Yao is amazing. You are the first person to solve the game. Everyone fights for benefits. Who would be willing to give up benefits and give up 48 moves in a row? The previous emperor's voice sounded, making Lin Ling's eyes light up. His chess skills were not as good as the heavenly concubines, but he saw the process of the game and remembered how the white piece moved. This meant that the game was not difficult. You have lost, but your potential is not bad. At this moment, Yin Yao's voice sounded. The heavenly concubine lost the second game again. She only made it to the 52nd move. A loss is a loss. What's the difference between one move and 52 moves? The crown prince's calm voice sounded. Clearly, he was unhappy that the heavenly concubine had made more moves than him. You made the most moves before, but I didn't see you say that. Now that someone has surpassed you, are you jealous? Lin Ling had already retreated from the Eye of Time and sneered at the crown prince. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? If you have the ability, why don't you go? The crown prince said calmly. His expression was still calm as if he was playing a game with a child. Clearly, Lin Ling was still not enough to enter his eyes. All right, since the crown prince invited me, I will go for the third game. However, it is too boring to just talk about winning and losing. Why don't we make some bets? Lin Ling said slowly.